Welcome to Cadwell Park for day 2 of the G-Fest, celebrating 65 years of Ginetta with their 3 national racing categories: the Ginetta GT Academy, the Michelin Ginetta Juniors, and the Pro Tyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship. As you can see, warm-up currently concluding for the Ginetta GT Championship, the multi-class series featuring both the G40 GT5 and the GT Pro specification version of the Ginetta G56. We have a packed schedule of racing to bring you, starting with our first race set to begin at 10 in the morning. That will be the Ginetta GT Academy's first race of the weekend. That was scheduled to run at the conclusion of yesterday afternoon's programme. However, if you were watching yesterday, you will be aware that there was rainfall, quite significant rainfall, pretty much all day long, with the exception of a brief break in the afternoon. By the time we got to the GT Academy race, it was too wet to get the race started, and unfortunately we couldn't run the race. However, the team at Ginetta have worked on altering the timetable, and we now have 3 Ginetta GT Academy races to bring you today. The cars arriving in assembly area now for the first of the 3. So then, as with yesterday, it's myself, Adam Weller, joined by Andrew Mather in the commentary box. We've also got Jack Werrell down in the pits as well to bring us the reactions and hopefully not too much action from the paddock area. But we are looking forward to bringing you 7 races today. It will be GT Academy with their first of 3 races to start the programme. We will have the Michelin Ginetta Juniors and the Pro Tyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship bringing us 2 races apiece as well. So a nice full timetable. As of now, touching all the wood, a slightly drier track, Andrew Mather. Interesting conditions we've been seeing the cars run around in during warm-up.
Very interesting conditions. Good morning, everybody. Extend my welcomes to you all here at Cadwell Park and watching around the world on Ginetta TV. Yes, you're absolutely right, Adam. Very interesting conditions, because whilst yesterday, heavy rain, not too much standing water when we were racing, but still very slippery out there, as for example we saw in the Michelin Ginetta Juniors. Today it's a very different proposition, at least at the moment. No rain, a damp in places track. Now for our categories that are running a treaded tyre anyway, I don't think it'll make too much difference. But for those drivers, you know, who have that tyre choice, maybe we will start to see some brave choices today, but particularly as well for drivers building up confidence. Everywhere was wet yesterday, where you've got that mix today, especially as we're here at the top end of the circuit through the mountain and through Hall Bends. We've seen quite a few cars getting a bit sideways, of casual drifts through the corners, because it is fairly dry at the top of the circuit here compared to what we had yesterday. And so yeah, it's going to be all about keeping on top of the conditions once again, and keeping on top of the level of grip out there on track.
Yes, I think much of the circuit that isn't under tree cover is right on that borderline where a few brave souls will try and put some slick tyres on the car. That is not a factor in the GT Academy, nor is it a factor in the Michelin Ginetta Juniors, both of which run treaded tyres. But in the case of the GT Academy, which will be out first, it's going to be interesting to see which drivers have the confidence, because yes, they are running treaded tyres, but of course when you've got damp patches, and there are certainly damp patches at the Hall Bends, for example, just along from our commentary position here at the mountain, you can see that there is still water present there. We've seen quite a lot of sliding, as you alluded to, Andrew. For drivers who are at the sharp end of this, such as Ravi Ramid, who we see here, Nick White as well, the more confident drivers out there, the more experienced drivers out there, the adaptability is probably going to be what makes the difference between them. However, there is another difference between them as well. You may remember that when we tried to get race number 1 of the Ginetta GT Academy started yesterday, it was Ravi Ramid on pole position, and this man Nick White lining up second. Now, my understanding, although Ravi was lining up there alongside Nick White, the understanding that I've received from Ginetta is that Ravi is due to start from the back of the grid because of the collision that we didn't see, but we saw the aftermath of between himself and Nick White. Last I heard, I'll check if there's been another revision to the grid on that front, but last I heard it was going to be Ramyed starting from the back.
Indeed, so that will add another element to this race. So 7 races for you to enjoy today, 3 from the Ginetta GT Academy, 2 for the Michelin Ginetta Junior Championship, and 2 for the Pro Time Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship. And you did miss the racing that we had yesterday. Don't worry, it is available to watch back here on the Ginetta TV platform. Don't watch it now though, because we're about to get racing underway here at Cadwell for day 2 of racing action here at Cadwell Park for Ginetta G-Fest. As we say, celebrating 65 years of the Ginetta brand. Looking forward to it as well, and especially those second races for a number of the classes, because we had the qualifying session yesterday. But of course the grids are set for those second races by the second fastest lap times for each of the drivers. So sometimes it can be a little bit tricky to follow in those qualifying sessions, and pull out a few surprises on the grid for those second races, and that is definitely the case. We'll talk more about that later on in due course. And you can see team members moving down to pit lane. Bit of a different environment here at Cadwell Park, because obviously it's sculpted by the lay of the land here at Cadwell Park, and you have this kind of phase of preparations where the team members make their way down the hill from where we are up on top of the mountain, and then down into pit lane. So that's happening at this moment, and in fact it has now been completed, and out go the cars from the dummy grid holding area, and we'll head down for the first of their proper preparations for this first race of the weekend for the Ginetta GT Academy.
Yes, so interestingly, Ramyed leading them away, which rather implies that he is going to take the pole position that he earned in yesterday's qualifying session. Certainly he thought this morning that he wasn't starting from the front. That's the source I got that from was Ravi Ramyed. However, he is there starting at the sharp end, so maybe there have been subsequent discussions, which means we get to see the continuation of what has been a brilliant season-long battle between Nick White and Ravi Ramyed. They have been the class of the field in Ginetta GT Academy this year so far, just 13 points separating them in the championship. So very close in the standings. It's been yo-yoing between the two, Nick White and Ravi Ramyed, all season long. Of course, we had 6 races for the Ginetta GT Academy across 3 days at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, and it was a really interesting to and fro between the pair of them. Ramyed absolutely dominating at Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, I think won 4 from 6 races. Ravi Ramyed will be looking to build upon the success at that G-Fest, at this G-Fest, G-Fest Cadwell Park, further north here in Lincolnshire. You see some of the wounds from the race that wasn't yesterday. Yes. It was some confusion as to whether we're actually trying to start the race or not. Towards the very end of our broadcast yesterday, there was both a green flag and a sign saying extra formation lap, and it seemed some parties thought there might have been a race beginning, others not, and one of the net results of that was a collision between Ramyed and Nick White, and Nick White's car took the brunt of that. A lot of damage to the 57 car yesterday, but they managed to get that fixed. They tested everything out this morning in warm-up. I believe they had to put a new radiator in the car, as well as obviously completely new front bodywork, but Nick White has got the car out there on circuit. Good work from the team.
There's another difference, I think, if I'm right in saying, Adam, as the instructions held to the drivers, that they'll be going onto their formation lap in the not too distant future, a standing start, because yesterday we saw that they roll straight out from the holding area and into 2 behind the safety car formation laps. We're back to normal today, which I think is great news. Good call from race control. And it also adds in an element that we did not have yesterday, Adam, of getting the cars off the line. Here's the grid.
Yeah, here's the grid, and it's the grid as I heard it. Nick White on our graphic is listed as pole sitter, but it looks like it's going to be Ravi Ramid who does start on pole. So it'll be Ramid from White, then Mark Ellman on row 2, by the sounds of what we've got happening on the grid. So Ramid, then White, Ellman, and then Thomas Shelley will be on row 2. Mackenzie Walker should be on row 3 of the grid in the number 70 car from Assetto Racing. So we'll see if Mackenzie can make good progress through the order. Row 3, Matt Shaw in the 33 car alongside Ginetta Managing Director Amy Tomlinson. She will line up in P6. And then at the back of the grid, it will be Michael Orant, of course. Amy will line up P7 and Orant in P8, as we understand, at least by what we're seeing here at the circuit, that it will be Nick White with Ravi Ramid alongside him on the front row. But last we'd heard, Ravi was set to start in P8. That clearly, though, doesn't appear to be the case after all. So some mixed messages this morning, or maybe some hasty decisions and arguments. We'll have to clear that out in the wash. What we do know, however, is that our first race of Sunday here at G-Fest will begin in just a few moments' time. It will be 20 minutes of racing for the Ginetta GT Academy, and the cars will take the start in just a few moments. Ramid has not gone into the pit lane, so he definitely is starting from his originally expected pole position. Can he convert it into yet another race victory? It will be round 18, take 2 for the Ginetta GT Academy. Can car number 17 claim a victory on the narrow Lincolnshire circuit? Certainly these big G56s overtaking can be a challenge. Will the lights be readied shortly? I believe they will. We are racing. We're underway at G-Fest for the first time on Sunday. Tomlinson not getting the best start from the back of the grid, and it's very close between Ramid and White. Looked like White was trying to go around the outside approaching Coppice, and Ravi Ramid was having none of it. Mark Ellman in 3rd place, Thomas Shelley 4th, Mackenzie Walker holding on to 5th place. Just about everybody where they qualified, with the exception of Amy Tomlinson, but it looked very close for comfort between our top 2 there.
Yeah, really good aggressive starts from a number of drivers, making good progress as they head up to Park for the first time. Looks like Mackenzie Walker is keen to get through. Bit of a lock up there for Michael Orens. Makes the corner though, well saved by one of our Want to Race team drivers, who's only in his 2nd meeting, joined the championship at Snetterton. And, well, that was a bit of a moment there for him, but he's managed to get himself around the corner. Mackenzie Walker there in the white and red number 70. They're very good. Well, he's had some really good form recently. They're looking to move up the order, but there is your race leader, Ravi Ramid. He's had to wait a long time since qualifying yesterday and taking that pole position just before their qualifying session was curtailed, and up the inside there of Shelley's Walker. So we said, look out for Mackenzie Walker on good form. That's him through and into 4th place, I believe.
Mackenzie Walker up into P4, then got a good run up the mountain, found some more traction, potentially taking a different line into the mountain section of the circuit, and it's paid off for him with a move there on Shelley. Of course, Thomas Shelley went grass tracking yesterday in amongst the incident between Ramid and White. Thomas Shelley now under pressure from Matt Shaw. Matt Shaw in the rookie class. All of the drivers in the rookie class run under the Want to Race team banner. and Matt Shaw has by far and away been the most consistently impressive driver within rookie this year. Has often been on podium, overall podium pace across the season, and we'll see whether he can make up any places. Certainly he's looking a little bit feisty behind Thomas Shelley in the 76. Mackenzie Walker looking very purposeful as well. He's right on the back of Mark Elman already. He was a second behind Elman at the start of the lap. It's more like 2-3 tenths now.
Is indeed. It's good to see Mark Elman out there, because he was another one of the drivers who had technical troubles yesterday before the race that never was. This is a good opportunity for him to get some good points on the board. Shelley running a touch wide there, but keeping it on the road. I agree. Walker's been in, as I say, great form recently. Had a very strong run at Snetterton last time out. It's good to see him continuing that form on a very different style of circuit.
Yes, very much juxtaposed circuits, these two, Snetterton and Cadwell Park. And of course, Snetterton and Silverstone, you can definitely draw comparisons, less so here in the Lincolnshire countryside, the Lincolnshire Wolds. Thomas Shelley under pressure from Matt Shaw. Mark Elman, he'll be being willed on by the SVG team and by his driver coach Owen Hizzy, who celebrated his 20th birthday here at Cadwell Park yesterday. So happy birthday to Owen on a work day. But good friends with the SVG crew as well as Mark himself, and they were celebrating with Owen yesterday evening, and now Mark is looking to reward Owen's efforts with a podium finish today. He's got Mackenzie Walker to deal with though, as they head out through the park straight into the park corner. Love this section of circuit, so undulating, so high speed. It's a track of contrasts as Mackenzie Walker goes to the inside, and very nicely done, but too far, too much speed carried through the corner. Oh, and inevitably on the wet grass, it was always going to be low grip, and Mackenzie Walker ends up in a spin. He's going to struggle to find the traction to get that car back onto the circuit, and Mark Elman goes from having to worry about Mackenzie Walker to having to worry about Thomas Shelley.
And that's the big risk today, because you've got these different conditions of the actual tarmac underneath the cars. Yesterday, that move probably would have stuck, because everyone was dealing with the same level of moisture on circuit. Today, you've got the dry line, the wet line. To overtake, you've got to be brave on that wet line. Mackenzie Walker was a little bit too brave. And oh, big incident for Elman off on the approach to Hall Bends. That is a big impact coming out of the mountain. And my goodness me, I didn't quite see whether he just got on the grass on the left-hand side, but that is a big incident there for Elman.
Big incident for Elman, big impact for Mark Elman. That was not a good place to have an incident coming over the top of the mountain. So easy to do in these mixed conditions, as we alluded to. We saw Mackenzie Walker trying to brake on a wet patch. It didn't work for him, and I think kind of the opposite there for Elman. He tried to put the power down on a wet patch. We're seeing thumbs up from the marshals through our commentary box window. I believe Mark is gesturing to them that he is all right, as the safety car is being just put out onto the circuit. We saw that on screen a few moments ago. So safety car boards should be out momentarily if they aren't already. Shelley and Shaw scrapping for what is now third place, but the safety car is now out.
Yeah, there's a lot of debris strewn across the circuit. Mackenzie Walker and Amy Tomlinson actually did very well to navigate their way through the debris field, but the whole radiator is just being pulled back off the circuit. But the most important news, Mark Elman, he's looking quite disappointed, which is understandable, but he looks to be okay. Credit once again to the safety of these Ginetta G56 race cars. The safety features have done their job there, and the safety features of the circuits, of course. We got a feel for Mark Elman. It's been a really tough weekend. He had technical problems yesterday, which initially took him out of the race one that never was, and was hoping for so much more in this second go of race number one, but unfortunately it ends in retirement there on lap 3.
Yeah, hugely disappointing for Mark Elman. A lot of damage to that car as well. Don't think that's necessarily something that can be repaired on site. Potentially, maybe, if it's mostly superficial, but it will certainly be a race against time for the SVG crew. As you say, the radiator came completely apart from the car and was taken or was strewn off into the middle of the circuit. Let's get a replay then. Elman heading, you see, already getting a bit loose through the S-bend, and then as he appears at the top of the crest, he just starts to lose control again, trying to put power down in a situation where the car goes light underneath you anyway, and with damp conditions. It was just a combination of elements, really.
Yeah, that's a real shame. So he didn't actually touch the grass at all. As you say, just coming over the top of the mountain, the rear axle goes light. And that's the thing, because this part of the circuit is a little bit drier, actually, than other parts of the circuit. You want to get on the power as soon as possible to carry that speed into Hall Bends. But unfortunately for Mark Elman, that was the end of his race there. The medical car, as per process, out just to go through the procedures. And the safety car out here at Cadwell Park for Ravi Ramyid. This, if the race does get underway, as the tow truck you see in front of us comes to collect car number 88. In fact, now a red flag. Yeah, I thought that might be coming, Adam. But yeah, red flag here on lap 5. Ravi Ramyid in the lead of the race from Nick White's Thomas Shelley. Matt Shaw 4th overall, first in class. And in fact, that red flag has now gone to a declaration of race finished on our timing screens.
Okay.
So I think that'll be all she wrote for round 18 of this year's Ginetta GT Academy.
Yes, round 18 has been a tricky one, hasn't it, for the Ginetta GT Academy crews. They tried to run it yesterday. It did not happen. And now the red flag has been waved and the race seemingly has been declared. So then the marshals, the wonderful heroes in orange, could not go racing without the volunteer marshals and their efforts up and down the country, week in, week out. And they are working hard up here at the mountain to get the car recovered and make sure we can go racing again shortly. However, the race has been curtailed prematurely. Red flag always felt like a possibility. And now we just have to hope that it won't take too long before the track is ready to go for our next race. Our next race being the Michelin Ginetta Junior Championship. That will be a 20-minute race, as all of our races are today. They are all 20 minutes in length. Sprint racing here for the Ginettas at the G-Fest, celebrating 65 years of the Ginetta brand. Interestingly, the cars are still being taken around to the start-finish line, even though the race has been declared on the TSL timing screen. So you'd think they'd lead them straight back up into paddock, but that has not been the case on this occasion. So and I'm just hearing that maybe this isn't actually so much a conclusion to the race. It might be a procedural matter with TSL that they have to finish the race before they can reset it and restart it with a new distance. That might be a quirk of the timing system then, more than natural race declaration. You can see that they're having to work a little bit on the barriers here up at the top of the mountain, trying to remove some of the fiberglass from the Armco barrier, as it were. Doesn't look like the Armco barrier itself is actually too bad. It's just got bits of Ginetta lodged in it at the moment. So potentially then the race might not conclude here. We'll have to wait for confirmation and information on that front.
We will indeed. Thank you for tuning in with us. You're watching live coverage of the second Ginetta G-Fest of 2023. Live here from Cadwell Park. Andrew Mather and Adam Weller on commentary duties for you, with Jack Werrell in the paddock, our roving reporter. If you're just joining us, We're under red flag conditions at the moment for the first race of the day. This is round 18 of the Ginetta GT Academy. This is the race that couldn't be run yesterday due to inclement weather. We're currently under red flag conditions for an incident coming out of the mountain involving car number 88, Mark Elman. The most important piece of news is Mark is okay. Walked away unaided from the incident, but yeah, track work currently underway for getting the track cleared for, I think I just heard in my ear, a 12-minute from now restart or recommencing of this race, Adam. Which is good news. We get some more racing out there, especially as that race before the incident was nicely coming to the boil there, with some good overtaking, some good action out on track.
Yes, it was. And the other good news there as well is that the drivers aren't actually going to lose any time in terms of the actual race distance either, because the clock has been reset for 12 minutes of racing. Quite when that happens is to be decided. But it was about 11 and a half minutes left to go while we're under safety car when the red flag was put out there. So we will have to see what happens there as to when this gets started. But hopefully we can get the full 12 minutes that were remaining in before the end of this one. But yes, the drivers are being briefed as to the situation by the marshals down at the start-finish line. So we are going to get this race back underway, although barrier repairs ongoing. As you can see, of course, this Cadwell Park circuit, it is one that bites. There are quite a few areas where you can have a slip-up, and often there is a barrier waiting for you. There's not masses of runoff, at least not in the modern FIA Grade 1 sense of huge tarmac lakes. It's either grass, tyres or Armco.
Indeed. I just saw Mark Elman walking back up the road into the holding area with a smile on his face. I think obviously the initial disappointment hits you very hard as a racing driver, but this is racing. Sometimes it's not always your day, and good to see that he's taking it in good spirits.
Yeah, I got the chance to talk to Mark yesterday along with driver coach Owen Hizzy and some of the SVG team, and they are a great bunch. I think there's clearly friendship and camaraderie there. A lot of the time that is the case with driver coaches and drivers, teams and drivers. It's not always the case. It's good to see that there is a genuine bond there between everybody. It's very exciting to see that, and a positive thing to see. As you can see, we've got some manual labour ongoing. What's the best solution in 2023? Well, it's exactly the same as it was in 1923. Sledgehammer.
If it works, it works. Simple as that.
That's why we wrote songs about them in the 80s.
Yeah. So course repairs and procedures just underway here. Do stay with us here at Cadwell Park for Ginetta G-Fest Part 2. And as I say, we mentioned already earlier on this weekend, if you missed any of the action from earlier on this weekend, don't worry, you can watch it back here on Ginetta TV's platform. But that's also the case for the whole season. Any of the races from this year's racing, whether it be for Silverstone G-Fest or those rounds under the British GT support, all can be watched back here on Ginetta TV. So we're under red flag conditions here. You can see that the grid is going to be sorted into the order that it was in before the red flag. So I would assume at the last completed lap of the race, obviously minus the number 88 of Mark Elman. Adam's just stepped out of the commentary box because I think he's going to try and grab a driver to have a chat with here whilst we wait for things to get underway. There's Matt Shaw being pulled into position. It was a really good start to the race for Matt Shaw. Easy to forget that he is a rookie and learning his craft here in the Ginetta GT Academy, because his performances have been very, very strong. And of course, the rookie class, a very good starting point for drivers to move forward into further racing. Our leader in this race, of course, being an example of that, Ravi, previous winner of the rookie category. Adam, welcome back. Who have you found?
What I've managed to do is I've managed to procure Joe Osborne, who you will be familiar with either driving GT3 cars or providing very succinct opinion on GT3 cars, depending on the weekend. Obviously, Joe, you're here this weekend with the Moss family. You're co-driver at times, Nick Moss and his son, Harry. Tell us about Harry's development. Obviously, it's his first season. You've been working with him for a long time, though, not long before he appeared in Ginetta Junior racing.
Yeah, exactly. So it is Harry's first year of racing. A very limited karting background, never raced karting, did a few days, him and his dad just having fun. And then the next logical step was to go racing, and obviously Ginetta Juniors is the most competitive junior championship out there. So it's been slight baptisms of fire in terms of his learning has been steep, but we haven't had too many incidents like this, luckily. So again, Ginetta build them so strong, don't they? It's amazing the crash structure is the only bit that's really damaged on that car. I wonder if the team actually think they'd get that out for the afternoon race. Probably looks probable at this moment in time.
That's interesting. Okay, I was a bit 50-50. I'm sure I'm sure SVG will attempt it, but good to hear that you think it could be a possibility. Obviously, this Cadwell Park circuit, we were alluding to it a few minutes ago. It's a lot less forgiving than some of the other circuits here in this country. I must admit, for my sins, I'm not aware of any history you have with this circuit.
No, very little. I actually was here about 6 months ago with McLaren doing some filming work for the new Artura GT4. So I've actually done quite a few laps in that.
Yes.
Not competitive, but it was a lot of fun, and the photographer wanted a shot of the car, all four wheels in the air over the mountain. So it took me a little while to build enough speed up to get it, but we got, I think, a good 30-40 centimetres of air, and it made a big old bang when it landed. Not quite as big as that bang as it hit the barrier, luckily, but no, it's an amazing circuit here, and I think you look at it and you go, oh, it's going to be quite dangerous and there's going to be some big accidents, but it does show that the drivers have just enough intelligence to play to the level of the circuit given them to them. So you go somewhere like Silverstone with acres and acres of runoff, everyone's right on the limit because you can get away with it, but here you can't get away with it, so the drivers accordingly just rein it back in a bit. So I think it's a good case study to show that we don't need to keep extending runoff zones, making everything safer and safer. Yes, we need a level of safety, but it doesn't need to be a point where it's impossible to crash. There needs to be some consequence, especially for these juniors. They need to learn where the limits are, and they need to race with respect and give each other space. So you can't just lunge down the inside and put someone on the grass. You need to allow them racing room. So I'm all for it coming to sort of more old school tracks like this one.
And to that point, speaking to people in your position as a driver coach, speaking to team bosses as well, obviously a lot of championships for junior competitors at a junior single-seater level these days very much are drawn to going to as many F1 circuits or equivalent as possible. And the days of, say, British Formula 4, British Formula 3 even coming here in years gone by and taking in a very different environment from what their drivers would eventually see in Formula 1, that art is kind of lost. And I feel like that's one of the positives for drivers maybe aspiring to single-seaters, such as obviously championship leader Freddie Slater and Ginetta Juniors. We know he's very much angling to try and get to the top. A year in juniors in Ginettas at circuits like this, at circuits like Alton Park, I think that adds a little bit of a facet to a young driver that we don't get in junior single-seaters.
Yeah, probably on quite a few levels as well, because it is very beneficial to be driving on the circuits you're going to be racing on if you want to go up the F1 route. But there's also a huge skill to learning circuits. So the more circuits you do, the better you learn new circuits. So having to come to Cadwell Park and learn all the nuances of it, and even learning a type of corner. There's obviously only X amount of corners you can make a circuit out of. So even though there might not be a corner here that's bang on like with Hungaroring, there'll still be some essence you'll learn of cambers, curb usage, different surfaces. So there's so much to be said for learning lots of new tracks, and I think again Freddie Slater probably will go back in 3 years' time and go, oh wow, I had a lot of fun at Cadwell Park as he's winning his first F2 race, or even better than that. So there's a huge amount of positives to do, lots of new circuits.
That's a very bold prediction. Before we let you go, the barrier repairs are complete here. The GT Academy race will get started shortly. One question I did want to ask you. Obviously, these cars, very much related to the GT4 Ginetta chassis, have roughly GT4 equivalent aero, albeit with less power. What effect does it have to run these cars on treaded tyres? What differences do you notice as a driver, except from less corner speed?
Very, very, very Larry. So I work with a lady called Charlotte Lowe in this championship. She's not here this weekend. It's not a championship scoring weekend. So I've done quite a few laps in a GTA car, and they are hard work in a real positive manner, and in a way that's good to learn how to race, because they do have less mechanical grip, so you've got to learn what the car feels like on the limit. So when you do then maybe progress into a car on slicks, suddenly you've got all of this grip and life feels a lot easier. So it feels perverse to say it, but if you learn in a hard car, your life is always easier going onwards, and I think that's what Ginetta have done really well here. We know the chassis is so good, and it's not dissimilar to the chassis that I raced and won the European GT4 Championship all the way back in 2009.
Yes.
So it really shows you how well they designed that, and the Brazilian guy Marcus designed it back then, and he's at Aston Martin racing now in F1. So Ginetta have always had great pedigree, and I think that's going to continue for a long time to come.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Joe. It's been great to hear
pleasure.
from you. I will let you head back to the paddock and back towards Harry and Nick. Thank you so much, Joe. Great to hear from a driver the calibre of Joe Osborne there. As you can see, the cars of the Ginetta GT Academy are rolling again. Third time lucky, potentially, Andrew, then, in regards to getting this race completed.
We do hope so. As I say, they've had to wait a long time, but great work by the circuit response crew here at Cadwell Park to get things ready for racing once again. And we will continue with the remaining time. 12 minutes on the clock. We completed 8 minutes before the incident. As I say, unfortunately, Mark Ellman will not be taking part in this second part of attempt 2 of this race, round 18 for this year's Ginetta GT Academy. So it will be Ravi Ramyeed there at the front of the order. Second place for Nick White. Thomas Shelley back up to third place. Matt Shaw there, fourth in line, first in category. Then I think we'll have Michael Owen second in category for the rookies, fifth overall, sixth for Mackenzie Walker, who of course momentarily was up to third place before his spin up at Park Corner, tried to go for the move down the inside of Mark Ellman and just got on the slippery stuff. Ran wide, too much speed into the grass, but this is a good opportunity for him to now pull back up potentially to that third place, because all that time he lost, Adam, he's now got back. The order completed by Amy Tomlinson. I spoke out of turn earlier about Mackenzie Walker, because of course he wasn't at Snetterton, so we actually go back to Silverstone where he did have some very good results during the previous G-Fest earlier in the year. And as I say, it's weird how the racing gods work sometimes. He will have been kicking himself when he went for that move and slid off the track. But as I say, this is a good opportunity for him here to maybe get another podium.
Yes, it definitely will be. Jim Edwards and the Assetto Racing team supporting him, also supporting Trace Fernandez, of course, in the Ginetta Juniors category. So then it's the second half of round 18 of the 2023 Ginetta GT Academy season. 12 minutes of racing left on the clock. Ravi Ramyeed and Nick White on the front row once again as the lights are out and we're underway. It's a good start from Nick White. He once again charges to the outside of Ravi Ramyeed as they approach Coppet. Almost a carbon copy of what we saw at the start of the first part of this race, and this time Ramyeed once again manages to hold the lead. Nick White got a nose ahead, but he also had the outside line, and in these slippery conditions you really can't risk trying to hold the outside.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of contact there. Was a bit of tyre smoke, wheel on wheel action there. Brave stuff from Ramyeed to defend that one as they head up to Park Bend for the first lap of this in effect 12 minutes race now, reduced from the normal 20. There is Amy Tomlinson in car number 11, circulating in 7th place. checkered flag would mean a podium once again for Amy Tomlinson this weekend. There is Nick White then heading down towards the bottom of the circuit. Ramyeed still holding that position, but it's still quite difficult to overtake through this sequence of the circuit, Adam. I think Nick White's going to have to build one up for maybe a brave one into the Hall Bends we have seen overtaking there so far this weekend, or a very precise move up into Park.
Yeah, he needs to get close enough to the back of Ramyeed before he considers any overtake. He's not there yet. In fact, he's losing time by the looks of it to Ramyeed over the last few bends. Oh, but Ravi very much sideways, going through the corner known as the hairpin, and managing to style it out nicely. Bit of a wide line there for Orient as well as Nick White, both of whom go wide at consecutive corners. White's under a fair bit of pressure here from Thomas Shelley of Century Motorsport, running in third place. Shelley, who of course lost a couple of positions in take one of this race. He is now on a podium position, and he's trying to send further than that.
Indeed, 10 minutes to go, so depending on how you cut the cake, this sort of is halfway of this round, but also still the early stages. 3 cars together. You can see Walker once again. We saw it earlier. Is he going to try and go down the inside? No, a bit more caution this time into Park, but it's all bottling up here behind the championship leader. Great opportunities for Thomas Shelley and Mackenzie Walker to score some more strong points from the first round of this weekend, add to their existing championship tallies. For Ravi Ramyeed, this is looking very comfortable indeed.
Yes, Ravi Ramyeed in the lead of the race, 1.6 seconds clear of Nick White at the moment. Nick White with no such luxuries after briefly looking like he might have the lead after a very good start at the beginning of this race. He is now having to work very hard, and I'm sure largely he's watching through the mirrors more than the windscreen, with Shelley, Shaw and Walker all behind him. Orange and Tomlinson rounding out the 7-car order at this stage, and Mark Ellman for SVG Motorsport, of course, watching from the sidelines now, unfortunately, after his incident at the top of the mountain a little while ago. Thankfully, he is A-OK. Nick White looks to have pulled a few tenths through the last sector of that lap on Thomas Shelley, so potentially White may have averted that danger for the time being, and I'm sure Thomas Shelley is now looking in the mirrors saying to Matt Shaw, come on, let's work together here, let's try and close back in on Nick White, let's not fight over P3.
It's a slightly difficult position in a way for Matt Shaw at the moment, because the racing driver in him will want to go for that move for third overall, but in terms of championship it wouldn't mean anything because the points are scored separately between the classes. Mackenzie Walker having another one of those little looks down the inside into Park Corner, but holds off. And that's the other half of the difficult situation, that whilst he'd be quite happy to just hold this position at the moment from a championship perspective, Mackenzie Walker behind wants to do anything. He wants to get further forward, overtake, because he can see more points for himself and a podium, of course, in class, 2 cars ahead.
Yes, the argument for Matt Shaw being a pacifist in P4 is that he and Thomas Shelley can close on a Nick White. However, Mackenzie Walker is making life very difficult for Matt Shaw and showing no signs that he wants to collaborate. He wants to try and find his way by number 33. He was very close approaching the mountain that time, but was slower through the S-bend, and has now maybe lost a car length or 2 to Matt Shaw, who's once again right on the back of Thomas Shelley. Just over 7 minutes of racing to go as they cross the line this time. Ravi Ramyeed will once again have extended his lead. It was at 2 seconds almost on the dot the prior lap. It's now out to 2.4 seconds as he sets another fastest lap of the race of 1:36.773.
Does indeed. I think what happened there with Walker, he had a slightest of little moments just coming over the rise of the mountain, and I think the incident for the number 88 of Mark Ellman will be very much fresh in the minds of the drivers, so I don't blame Mackenzie for just lifting out the throttle a little bit there, making sure that the car's still in the straight line and in this race. There is your race leader, Ravi Ramyeed, looking comfortable at the moment, nearly 2.5 seconds ahead of his title rival Nick White. 1.9 seconds ahead of Shelley, but look, Matt Shaw is closing in again to the rear of the number 76. Walker as well, and also not too much time between Orent and Tomlinson. Tomlinson, I think, is closed in perhaps a little bit, is now just over 2 seconds behind Michael Orent in that battle for second place in rookie class.
Shelley under a lot of pressure as Michael Orent, all of 5 seconds after he was mentioned by Andrew Mather, finds himself in a spin. Thankfully continues on his way, albeit he will have lost second in class to Amy Tomlinson. So Michael, who's looked a little bit quicker than Amy so far this weekend, is now going to have his work cut out to try and close in on the 11th car driven by Ginetta's managing director. Thomas Shelley very much with his work cut out to hold on to this overall podium. Of course, he'd still score points for third in class, but racing drivers don't think in terms like that.
No, they're out there to race and get positions. Ravi Ramyi just needs to keep doing what he's doing at the moment, but also needs to remember we saw a very big lead for one of our drivers in another category yesterday, who then had a spin, of course. That was Freddie Slater in the juniors, and didn't lose the race, but very much nearly did. And it was a far bigger gap that he had over the rest of the field than what Ravi Ramyi's got at this precise moment. Where has Nick White gone? Because the number 57, I was expecting to see come over the brow of the hill there in second place, and hasn't. The timing is telling us that he's come across the line 27 seconds behind Ravi Ramyi. So something has happened to the championship leader here, Adam, as into the pits comes Michael Orent. We saw Michael obviously off and in the grass, but something has happened out there to one of the big drivers in this race, Nick White, and he's going to have a lot of work to do and not a lot of time to do it.
No, I don't think he's going to be able to close in on that battle for second place. So something, as you say, going awry there for Nick White. I don't think we saw that on the pictures. Ravi Ramyi continues to lead, and Thomas Shelley on the exit of Mansfield having a moment. Nick White goes by, and it looks to me like Shelley might be beached. Those rear wheels were spinning, and I think the splitter may have dug into the wet grass. That could be a stuck car on the exit of Mansfield Bend. Oh, and a big moment for Matt Shaw there. Matt Shaw's got a very dirty front end on his car as well. I wonder if he's been grass tracking too.
Quite possibly, but well, I wonder if these two drivers will call a truce now, because in effect they are not gaining or changing anything apart from overall position in sight of trophy. They're in different categories. The yellow band indicating Shaw across the windscreen that he's in rookie class, Walker in the orange in the Academy, GT Academy class. But my goodness me, that again just shows how tricky these conditions are at the moment at Cadwell Park. One mistake and you can lose a lot of time. Just over 3 minutes to go, and you can see how close to the grass the drivers are pushing these cars. Very, very good driving from both of them. They're about 8, maybe 9 seconds behind Ravi Ramyi at the moment. Great scrap to watch. But I do wonder from a championship perspective whether they would be better just holding a truce for the next few minutes.
Well, you're quite right, but again, I don't think drivers think like that. We'll have to see what Mackenzie Walker does here. Of course, Walker started ahead of Matt Shaw on the grid. He'll be frustrated that in the time before the initial red flag earlier on in the race, he'll be disappointed that he even got himself into a position where he's behind Matt Shaw. So he'd very much like to get past him. Let's see if he does try and do so. It does look like he's lost a car length or two to Matt Shaw over the course of the last few corners. Meanwhile, there's Michael Orent's car. They're investigating lots and lots of grass stuck in that car now. That would also be the case with the 76 of Shelley, which has actually continued round after that moment at Mansfield a little over a lap ago. 2 minutes remaining, which should mean this is the penultimate lap of the race for leader Ravi Ramyi. He goes on his 7th tour of the race, at least within this 12-minute restart, and he's rather had it all his own way, although you can see that his wing mirror tells the story of the run to the first corner.
Does indeed. Not that he's needed them in this race. He's been very calm. He's probably completely unaware of what's been going on behind him. It'll be a very exciting one to watch for him later here on Ginetta TV on on demand after racing here today. Looks like Shaw had, well, he very much has pulled away from Walker. So Matt Shaw looking comfortable in second place overall, first place in the rookie category. 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. The pace at the moment for these drivers, well, Shaw's just done a personal best of 1:37.0. It's about 9/10 quicker than Walker last time around. And hopefully we see that car, not a lot of time for the number 55 of Michael Orant to head back out onto circuit, but hopefully we'll see that car take the checkered flag. We're about to head on to the last lap of this race, Adam, and for Ravi Ramyeed, hasn't had a win since the previous G-Fest at Silverstone. So far, it's been a very, very good weekend.
Uncharacteristic drought for Ravi Ramyeed, which is just 2.2 miles away from concluding. Ravi Ramyeed heading into Coppice for the final time in this race. Ravi, a very focused competitor, former professional sportsman in snowboarding. It's the two former professional sportsmen that are actually leading this race, of course. Matt Shaw, a former pro footballer. Two competitors who are clearly still very competitively minded, still wanting that rush of combat and competition that they found here in the Ginetta GT Academy. One of the fascinating things about this category is that it's all new drivers, or at least drivers who haven't competed at this level before, and they all come from very, very different backgrounds. And in his second season of racing on this platform in the Ginetta GT Academy, Ravi Ramyeed has really started to show just what his potential is in a race car.
He's been very calm, he's been cool and collected in these tricky conditions. It all really goes back to qualifying, where he got pole position mere seconds before the red flag came out and curtailed what was going to be a 20-minute session. He had to wait a long time yesterday for the race that was attempted in terms of a start, but didn't in the end run. He had to wait all the way through the night to see if he could end this winning drought. But what a race win. Whilst others fell, Ravi Ramyeed came to the fore and takes victory in the Ginetta GT Academy for the first time since Silverstone, takes round 18 of the championship and a very important set of points for his championship campaign. Matt Shaw comes across the line, takes the win in rookie class and second place overall. And Mackenzie Walker, a spirited drive there, was one of the drivers off, but crucially before the red flag, gained that time back, and his hard work is rewarded with third place overall, second place in category. Nick White, maybe a bit disappointed, had a very good start to the second portion of this race, but had an incident out there on circuit that unfortunately we didn't see, but we do know that it meant that he fell around 20 seconds back from the race pack, and in the end it's fourth place overall, third place in class. Amy Tomlinson will come over the line in fifth place overall and second place in category. Good driving there by Amy to take a good haul of points in the rookie category. Thomas Shelley will be classified in sixth place overall, fourth place in class. Michael Orant will be classified 5 laps off the lead, having had that problem in the middle of the race. Mark Ellman, as we know, did take part in the first part of the race, had an incident coming out of the mountain towards Hall Bends. Most important thing, as we say, he is okay. The team have got a lot of work to do, though, before we see the GT Academy back out on circuit later today, Adam Weller.
Yes, and, well, potentially, according to guest expert analyst Joe Osborne, is a possibility. We'll have to check in with SVG and find out. Ravi Ramyeed, Century Motorsport, claiming another victory then in the curtailed or much delayed race 1 of the weekend for the Ginetta GT Academy. Matt Shaw taking second, another overall podium for the serial winner in the rookie class. Mackenzie Walker takes third position in the number 70 car for Assetto Racing. Nick White is fourth position for Raceway Motorsport, the number 57. Amy Tomlinson taking an overall top 5, as well as second in the rookie class. Thomas Shelley sixth across the line, and Michael Orant seventh, as we alluded to already. That is our finishing order then for that race, and it won't be long before we go racing again. As you see, the crew's heading down now to the pit lane here at Cadwell for the Michelin Ginetta Junior Championship. Of course, before we switch focus to the juniors, we will hear for the first time this weekend from Jack Werrell in a few moments' time. Jack's still setting up, ready to interview a few drivers down in the paddock. We'll head to him in due course. However, while we do that, that's almost a dry racetrack. In fact, I hasten to say it is a dry racetrack in almost all areas out there now.
Tyre temperature will be very important, but
Yes.
I'd agree with you. If you can keep your tyres up to temperature, yes, there will be those portions around through the hairpin and the barn which are still a little bit slippery, but you might be able to take a dry tyre through those wet parts of the course and still gain the benefit of those slick tyres elsewhere. We won't see that probably in this next race, but maybe when we get onto the Pro Tyre Motorsports Ginetta GT Championship later on today. Meanwhile, let's head down to Jack in the paddock there with our Ginetta GT Academy drivers.
So after a brilliant race here at Cadwell, the first race of the day for the Ginetta GT Academy, is the state of the front of Matt Shaw's car. Whilst it looks factory fresh bodywork wise, in terms of the cleanliness of that car, it's somewhat lacking. He's clearly had a couple of off-track excursions, so too have a couple of other cars. You can see on the front of Matt Shaw's car there is a small amount of what was the track exterior that has now found itself on the front of Matt's car. A few of the other cars, you can see there's a couple of battle scars here and there, but mainly they just need a good clean and they will be ready to go for another 2 races here at Cadwell throughout the day. We are currently looking at car number 70. That's Mackenzie Walker, finished 2nd overall or in theory finished 3rd overall, but it was 2nd in class. So Mackenzie Walker doing a brilliant job. And I'm sure in a few moments' time, obviously, we will be able to grab a word with some of the drivers, just giving them a chance to cool off and make sure that they are in somewhat of a fit state to be on camera. But there are some fabulous liveries also here at Cadwell this weekend. Notably, car number 76, Thomas Shelley, after what looked like what was developing to be a good result. Unfortunately, he found himself beached on the exit of Mansfield. He managed to get the car back going again and take the checkered flag, but he was unable to grasp that lost time. We will walk our way up to Ravi Ramyeed. We've only got chance for, I think, a very brief word, but we will grab Ravi Ramyeed for a very brief chat. So, Ravi, it seems like the drought has finally ended. You're back on top form. How was that from your perspective?
That was great, actually. It was a really interesting start, actually. Door 2, I quite enjoyed that to turn 1. And then I don't know what happened. I just sort of got my head down and was doing my job, and then I sort of looked up 3 laps later, and I couldn't see anybody, which is a bit strange. But then I thought I didn't know what was going on, so I just kept my head down, kept pushing. Tried to stay within 2 or 3 tenths, and that was it, really. So at the end of it, we had a flag in the middle. I don't know what happened. I saw a car off to the side. The restart was the same again, door to door to turn 1, and off we went again. So good fun.
Great stuff. Congratulations, and best of luck for the final 3 races of the day. 2 races. Back down.
For the second time this weekend, the championship, the Ginetta Junior Championship, the Michelin Ginetta Junior Championship heads out onto the circuit, and it is once again going to be Freddie Slater at the sharp end. Yesterday, we saw one of the more dramatic victories of his fledgling car racing career. A 13-second lead became 2.5 after a spin coming out of the gooseneck section of the Cadwell Park circuit, and certainly a white-knuckle ride for Freddie from there, but he still managed to recover, rebuild something of a gap, and continue on to a race victory. one of the biggest battles, one of the biggest stories of yesterday's Michelin Ginetta Junior Championship race was the scrap between Alicia Palmovsky and Mikey Porter for second place. Palmovsky ultimately losing out to Porter after lots of scrapping. Once Mikey Porter got through, it rather looked like he had the pace advantage. Now that is interesting, and maybe now, as Mikey Porter lines up on the front row of the grid alongside Freddie Slater, we could see an interesting intra-team battle between the championship leader, runaway championship leader, Freddie Slater, who took his 15th win of the season yesterday, and his teammate, Mikey Porter.
And it was a very interesting moment when Slater had that spin, because had Porter not been arguably held up for the first half of the race by a very good piece of defending by Alicia Palmovsky for that overall position, I think Porter would have been in range to capitalise on Slater's spin. And of course, this is going to be a standing start, so a really good opportunity for Porter to get ahead of Slater. And as we've seen, it's very difficult to overtake at the moment with these mixed conditions out there on circuit. Let's have a look through the grid then for this next race, race 2 of the weekend for the Michelin Ginetta Junior Championship. Freddie Slater, championship leader, 15 wins so far this season, starts from pole position. Alongside him on the front row, the number 19 of Mikey Porter, your 1-2 from yesterday. On row number 2, these times taken from the second best times yesterday in timed qualifying. Finn Harrison and Charlie Hart will be on the second row of the grid. The third row of the grid will contain the number 26 of Henry Jocelyn and the number 21 of Alicia Palmovsky. Onto row number 4, we'll find Reza C. Worthen and Hugo Schwarzer. On row 4. Row 5, Hugo Hopkinson and Felix Livesey. Row 6, Mackenzie Douglas and Edu Robinson. Very interesting situation on row 7. We find Chase Fernandez a bit out of position due to, I think, some time deletions, I might be right in saying, from yesterday. We'll start this race alongside Harry Moss, and Holly Mile completes the 15 entries into this category. And Adam, we were having a quick chat this morning with Chase. I think we're going to see some fun from Chase today. Got to remember though, the results from this race in race 2 also sets the race starting order for race number 3. Whilst he would love to overtake a lot of cars in this race, I think he's almost got to play this one as a two-parter to get back to the front by the end of race 3.
Quite possibly, but Chase is a very ambitious young racer, and I wouldn't mind betting that he makes some audacious moves around this circuit. I said to him, I think if we're going to find out just how much overtaking is possible in a junior around Cadwell Park, with you starting on row 7, and there was a wry smile on his face. I think he's going to give it his best shot from 13th on the grid. Of course, the youngest ever winner of the Ginetta Junior Scholarship, and he's competing under that scholarship with Assetto Racing this season. His former teammate Finn Harrison was the driver he collided with yesterday to lose a few places in the first race. So let's see how things go for him in the second race. Harrison there on row 2 of the grid alongside Charlie Hart. Those two have battled numerous times across the season, including yesterday. And the drivers are now all pretty much lined up and ready to go for what will be 20 minutes of racing for the Ginetta Junior Championship. It will be a drag race between the two R-Racing entries. Freddie Slater versus Mikey Porter. Slater with the better start of the two on the first row of the grid. Finn Harrison looked like he got a very good start from row 2, and he may well have the inside line for second place going into the first corner. The Fox Motorsport cars almost coming together at the back of the pack. Meanwhile, it's side by side for second. Contact between Porter and Harrison. Charlie Hart gets the opportunity to side through into third place as a result of that, and here comes Alicia Palmovsky as well in the yellow and black number 21 car. Lots of side by side as they head down the park straight for the first time, but it is Freddie Slater who is the hare running away from the pack in the early stages.
A good recovery there from Mikey Porter, but look at Charlie Hart looking for a move down the inside, takes third place. Mikey Porter wasn't The fastest off the start line is, oh, Henry Josselin's all on the grass there. Can he get it pulled up before the barrier? It's very, very wet out there beyond Chris Curve. He's fully looped it round but not made contact with the barrier, thankfully. But for Henry Josselin, that is not a good moment at all. Started this race from the third row of the grid, tumbles all the way down to the bottom of the order. That is not good news for Josselin at all. For Freddie Slater, though, so it was with him 2 weeks ago in the FIA karting world. It was his race starts that was one of the big areas where he impressed 2 weeks ago, and it's the same story here in the Michelin Ginetta Juniors. Lightning off the grid, has got that lead, can now start to consolidate things, but I say, to come back to Mikey Porter, bogged down a little bit from grid space number 2. Fought back well to hold on to that under immense pressure from Finn Harrison. Coming round to complete lap number 1 then here at Cadwell Park. It's going to be Freddie Slater once again leading in the Ginetta Juniors, doing what he's done all season long. Could mathematically win the title this weekend if results go his way. However, his nearest challenger, Hugo Schwarzer, good start for the German, racing for Elite Motorsport up to 5th place, trying to find a way past the number 21 there in the yellow and black, Alicia Palmovsky.
There's Chase Fernandez. I think he may have just gone around the outside of Luca Hopkinson at Coppice. He was behind Hopkinson at the start-finish line, so Chase Fernandez showing some audacity in the early going. Already up to 9th place from 13th on the grid, so good show so far from Chase Fernandez. Mikey Porter in 2nd place, Charlie Hart for company. Now I'm interested here. Usually they're signalling as if to say, no, let's try and catch the leader, but the leader's already gotten away at a rate of knots. Freddie has been a lot quicker. We saw it in qualifying in the wet conditions around this Cadwell Park circuit than his competition. He seems to have really mastered the track, yesterday's spin notwithstanding. I don't think Charlie Hart is going to work with Mikey Porter. I think he's going to try and pass him, and further back, side by side as well, Chase Fernandez up into 8th.
And the other thing as well, that what that spin showed yesterday is, I know it's hard to believe this season in the Ginetta Juniors, Freddie Slater is human. He can make mistakes, and if the drivers had been, 3 seconds closer to Slater at the time of that spin, they would have inherited the race win. They've got to keep him honest and under pressure to make sure that he's still pushing along there and potentially in that realm where he could make another mistake. I think that's why Charlie Hart's trying to find a way past Mikey Porter here. No team allegiances between Hart and Slater, of course. End of lap number 2. Let's have a look at the lap times and see how they're comparing at the moment. Slater a 1:45.2 last time around. All the drivers behind him in the 1:46. So yes, Slater would say about 8 tenths quicker than the fastest drivers in that following group.
Yes, of course, the gap between himself and the pack will be lessened in these dry conditions versus the wet yesterday, but still a significant gap. He really does seem to have taken to this circuit, this Cadwell Park layout. Of course, you'll note the Paragon stickers, Bayliss and Harding stickers on this car of Freddie Slater. That's because he's closely affiliated in the same family as the likes of Mark Sumpter and some of the team that ran in Porsche Club, Porsche Open, British GT, Britcar, to much success in years gone by. So he would have spent a lot of time in racing paddocks, I think, long before he'd ever set foot in a go-kart paddock, and he has been exemplary this season on karting basis and in Ginetta Juniors, where he's already secured 15 race victories, already has more wins in a season than anyone else in the history of Ginetta Juniors, and he still has 8 races left to try and win, including the one we are currently running. Could it be win number 16? Well, certainly, with Mikey Porter running wide, that only helps Freddie's cause. Charlie Hart as well, he gets through into 2nd place. Mikey Porter goes off circuit, he's got dirty tyres now. Palmovsky takes advantage as well. That was very, very heart in the mouth stuff for Mikey Porter. You do not want to be on the grass going over the crest.
Well, we've already seen one car have an incident through that portion of the circuit without interaction with the grass. That was a really close moment for Porter. Great driving from Palmovsky as well, took her opportunity to get up into 3rd place. Now I would say, Adam, we go into a different phase of this race. What is the pace like for Charlie Hart at the front? He's been aggressive. He's been looking for that way through. He's forced Mikey Porter into a mistake as Chase Fernandez down the inside of Reza Seaworthen there. That's for 7th place. We said look out for Chase Fernandez putting moves on the field up from the 7th row of the grid. And he's not disappointing, Adam. That was a superb overtake.
Fernandez welded to the back of of one of the other drivers, in fact. Sorry, yes, that is Hugo Schwarzer, struggling with my cars there. Hugo Schwarzer losing out to the...
I think that was to Finn Harrison.
Finn Harrison, my apologies. Similar liveries. The number 24 car running off, though. Mackenzie Douglas in the 24. Yes, my apologies. Finn Harrison. Oh, and a big moment for Mackenzie Douglas on the grass there. Manages to get it pointed in the right direction. Loses a lot of time and positions. Yes, the two Vera Tools liveried cars catching me out there for the first time this weekend. Of course, no longer running for the same team. Finn Harrison racing for Elite Motorsport for the first time this weekend. He is up into 5th place now, so Hugo Schwarzer down to 6th. Of course, Schwarzer, the closest championship rival to Freddie Slater. We said at the top of the weekend, Slater, in theory, can secure the championship this weekend if Hugo Schwarzer struggles to get points on the boards. I don't think he's in that position with Schwarzer in the top 10 here and yesterday as well. However, Hugo doesn't quite seem to be taking or showing some of the pace he's shown this year overall here at Cadwell Park, which is a shame because he's really looking forward to this track.
He was indeed a driver who's got plenty of experience around the Nürburgring, German from Cologne. So the lap times last time around, we said to look out for them. Well, 146.3 for Charlie Hart at the front of the chasing group, for Slater 145.4. And I'm going to use the C word again, consistency from Slater. It has been so impressive for me personally watching him race, whether it be here in the Ginetta Juniors or his exploits in KZ2 FIA karting. Metronomic at times of in all these different situations as well. Very impressive indeed. There is the number 78 of Reza Seaworthen, touch wide there through Park, just dipping a wheel into the dirt on driver's left. Is comfortably in 8th place though. A good race at the moment for Felix Livesey up in the top 10, the number 31 there in 9th spot. Also good progress to report. Harry Moss has gained 3 positions for the start of this race and is up to 11th.
Good stuff from Harry, good stuff from Felix and everyone here at this circuit today. The Ginetta Juniors haven't run at Cadwell for a long time. It's pretty much uncharted territory for everyone this weekend, at least in a Ginetta racing car. Very exciting to take G-Fest here to Cadwell Park. Charlie Hart now leading the pack. Hasn't quite managed to find the pace that maybe he was hoping at the head of the order. Alicia Palmovsky very much keeping Charlie accountable and under pressure, as is Mikey Porter and Finn Harrison behind. We've got Harry Moss running off circuit, off camera as well, and he lost a wing mirror in the process. He may have lost a couple of positions from his 11th that he was in a few moments ago. I did want to say as well, Hugo Schwarzer, of course, you mentioned that Nürburgring experience. I'm sure some of the audience are doing the maths at home going, well, how's he done that? He's a bit young, isn't he? Passenger. Yeah. Dad from Cologne into his cars. Of course, he went to the Nürburgring a lot. Hugo Schwarzer actually looked like he was running wide there, going through Charlie's, and Chase Fernandez may soon capitalise on that.
May well do. It's been an impressive run. And Palmovsky looking down the inside, potentially for a move on Hart. Porter on the outside. Well, we saw a lot of this yesterday, of course, in the wetter conditions in race number 1. Ooh. And Mikey Porter's off the road. Can he keep it out of the barriers? He's going to lose positions there. Finn Harrison will have benefited from all of that. Was on the inside. I don't think there was contact between the 19 and the 33, but Mikey Porter, such promise at the start of this race, starting from the front row of the grid. It's been a tough time out there for the R Racing entrant. Now, I think he also lost, yes he did, to Hugo Schwarzer and Chase Fernandez. So Schwarzer now up to 5th, Fernandez 6th. May have also lost position to Reza Seaworthen. I think it's 8th place now for Mikey Porter. And has there been a change? Yes, there has been a change. Harrison has got ahead of Palmovsky. So Finn Harrison, 2 places gained on this lap, Adam. He's definitely on a charge.
Yeah, that was unfortunate, wasn't it, for the for our spinning driver there. Porter managed to keeping it out of the barriers. That was very impressive indeed. We've seen a couple of drivers do a very good job of staying out of that barrier. Once you're in the grass after a wet day, as we had yesterday, you are often a passenger, but drivers managing to work it out in their favour. Hugo Schwarzer looks to be fading a little bit. I wonder if he may have a slight issue with the car, because he's fallen a long way back from Chase Fernandez. He's under a lot of pressure from Razor C. Worthen, but Charlie Hart is under the most pressure of anybody in the Lincolnshire area at the moment, as Finn Harrison continues to hound the back of him for second place. Harrison on his first run with Elite Motorsport. No allegiances though in Ginetta Juniors, as the two elite cars go side by side, and Finn Harrison there looks a lot quicker in a straight line. Looked very easy for him up in second.
Yeah, really well controlled under braking as well. Had to be on the inside, which will be a touch damper in these conditions. Good control from Finn Harrison. We've seen a number of drivers try that move down the inside in various categories so far today and end up in the grass and drivers left. So Harrison up to second place. Palmovsky continuing this strong weekend for her as well, leading in the junior category. Could it be another top three for Palmovsky? Plenty of time to make an overtake on Charlie Hart. 8 minutes to go. Harrison a bit slidey there as they went through the approach to the mountain, and there's the number 33 of Schwarzer now starting to come back into this. It's nicely ebbing and flowing, this race, Adam.
It is. I was very surprised to see that, actually. Hugo was over a second off at the start of the lap. Now it's side by side as Chase Fernandez gets past Alicia Palmovsky. Palmovsky losing out then. We were saying she looked like she could challenge for a podium. Still could, of course, from fifth place. This is Ginetta Junior racing after all. But Chase Fernandez continues his surge forth up the field. You kind of alluded to the fact that he'd maybe need to work through race 2 and race 3 to get himself back to the front.
Yeah, we're completely wrong on that one, got to be honest.
You underestimate the ambition of a young racing driver. Chase Fernandez, you know, he's quite open about the fact, we heard it in an interview yesterday, he said, you know, I wouldn't be racing this year if it wasn't for the scholarship program. Obviously, you know, that helps massively with budget and things of that nature. He's got a point to prove. This is a year-long shop window experience for Chase Fernandez, and he's taking every opportunity he can to prove his mettle as a young racing driver.
Charlie Hart's taking the defensive line that we saw work very well yesterday for Alicia Palmovsky. Holds on to second place, but this charge from Chase Fernandez, I wouldn't say it's inevitable that Fernandez is going to get through here, because it's still very tricky to find the points around the circuit when you can make an overtake without putting yourself at an increasing level of risk. Finn Harrison continued to do a good job there as well in second place. He's pulled away from the front of this group. 146.5 last time around for Harrison. 147.3 for Hart, although we should consider that was with a bit of defensive work as well. 6 minutes of this race to go. 8.2 seconds is the lead for Freddie Slater, on his way, it would seem, to another victory in this year's Michelin Ginetta Junior Championship. Harrison second, Charlie Hart holding on for third place here, but for how long, Adam? Because those cars behind, Fernandez, Palmovsky, Schwarzer and C. Worthen, they will be getting bigger and bigger, it would seem, in his rearview mirror.
Yes, no, they're looming large and they're ever present for Charlie Hart at the moment, and Chase Fernandez leading at the pack toward the rear bumper of Charlie Hart. They're practically welded together as they go through Coppice to begin lap number 9 of this race. 5 minutes and 25 seconds to go. Still 1/4 distance to go in this one, and still time for Chase Fernandez to secure a potential podium from row 7 of the grid. That would be one of the better surges forward that we've seen so far this season in Ginetta Juniors. Of course, Finn Harrison came from 20th to 2nd at one point this year. Chase Fernandez goes from 4th to 3rd with a lunge up the inside at Park. Very nicely executed there, well controlled under the brakes. I think that was the very last moment he could have hit that brake pedal without ending up going wide at the Park corner. Very good execution from Chase Fernandez. Next target, a former teammate, Finn Harrison.
And we've seen those two have some very close battles so far this year. Schwarzer looking down the inside of Parmovsky, isn't able to find a way through Mansfield, but Schwarzer's having a bit of a second wind here in this race with 4.5 minutes to go, knowing how important every point is in the championship campaign. Let's be honest, it's looking increasingly like it's going to be Freddie Slater's year, but there's still a titanic scrap going on for the other major positions, prize-giving positions in this championship. Freddie Slater heading round to complete what will be lap number 9. Ooh, is Fernandez a touch wide there as they went through the hairpin, has got it back under control. I think as well, what was impressive about that move from Fernandez is that move to the inside, onto the right. You could see the rear axle getting light as well. I agree with you, that was absolutely spot on. I think if he'd braked another metre or so later, he would have been another driver off in the grass on the left-hand side. But has he got enough time now to close up to Finn Harrison ahead? Schwarzer once again looking a lot racier now in this latter stage of the race. Can he find a way past Parmovsky there for that 5th place?
I have to see Alicia Parmovsky, obviously with a year's experience over the rest of the drivers in this battle. She was in Ginetta Junior's last season as well. Her last year this in Ginetta Junior's, looking to move up the ranks of motorsport, potentially up the ranks of Ginetta competition in 2024. And at a circuit like this, Cadwell Park, where none of these drivers have been before, Alicia very much proving that it's not just her experience that's allowing her to consistently fight here within the top 5, it's also her skill and her ability to save slides, because for the second day in a row she has a massive slide and manages to catch the car. Alicia Parmovsky's car control is exemplary.
10 out of 10 for that one. I had to step back from the monitor for a second there as Alicia Parmovsky pulled that one all together. Is clearly pushing very hard indeed. 2.5 minutes to go on the clock. Harrison's picked up the pace of 1:45.7 last time around as Chase Fernandez drifts it through the hairpin bend there and into Barnes. Not giving this up yet of putting the pressure on his former teammate up ahead there in 2nd place. How much time have we got? What we reckon, Adam? 2 more laps for the drivers out there on circuit. And for the first time in a while, I'm sure it's Slater probably most likely going into race conservation mode. But Harrison slightly quicker than the race leader that time around.
There you go, they're starting to find their way into the 145s. Of course, all of these drivers haven't seen a dry Cadwell Park since Friday, so getting back to grips with the dry surface here on this Sunday morning. And Freddie Slater very much with a grip on the championship and with one hand and 4 fingers on his 16th victory trophy in the Ginetta Junior Championship. Just 3.5 miles or so, 1.5 laps between himself and the checkered flag as Finn Harrison continues on in 2nd place with Chase Fernandez trying to hunt him down. Fernandez was just a 10th quicker than Finn Harrison on the previous lap. It looks rather unlikely that Fernandez is going to get to the back of Finn Harrison as Hugo Schwarzer goes to the inside of Alicia Parmovsky. I think there may have been a little bit of a touch between the two of them. They're side by side as they come out of Mansfield and head toward the mountain. It will be the inside line for Hugo Schwarzer. I think Alicia Parmovsky is not going to be able to hold on to that position around the outside. She's going to be worried as well about Razor Siworthan just behind. Siworthan remains behind Alicia Parmovsky, but she is demoted there to 6th position.
Yeah, good work by Schwarzer. Thought about that one across a sequence of corners and was just able to work Parmovsky off the racing line and eventually get the move done, gain to position up to 5th place overall. A couple of other position changes to note. Looks like Felix Livesey has got past Edu Robinson for 10th place. Henry Jocelyn on that recovery drive after the incident very early in this race has got past Harry Moss for 13th place as well. Last lap then for Freddie Slater, leads this race by 7.7 seconds from Finn Harrison, who's holding that 1.3 second gap back to Chase Fernandez. That is your 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Charlie Hart 4th, Hugo Schwarzer completing the top 5. Good battle potentially about to start here between Palmowski and Seaworth, and Adam for 6th place here on the last lap. It's been a steady race from both of these drivers.
Yes, absolutely. Seaworth and seems to be liking this Cadwell Park circuit, has been driving very well so far this weekend, running in 7th place at the moment. Palmowski will be keen to hold on to that 6th place. Of course, she's just behind Seaworthen in the championship. 321 points for Seaworthen coming out of yesterday, 310 for Alicia Palmowski, so she would much prefer to finish ahead of Razor than behind. Meanwhile, clock has hit 0 on our timing screens and on our graphics here on Ginetta TV, and it is Freddie Slater heading through the Hall Bends for the final time. It's been 15 wins thus far in the season. It's already a championship winning season for him in go-karts, and with each checkered flag, a title victory in the Michelin Ginetta Junior Championship becomes more and more of an inevitability for this amazing young starlet. Freddie Slater takes yet another win in the Michelin Ginetta Junior Championship. He takes the victory by the better part of 10 seconds over Finn Harrison. In fact, the gap down to 6.8 on the last lap, but Slater just managing it towards the end. Harrison does take 2nd place, even though Chase Fernandez was closing in. Fernandez takes a brilliant podium from 13th on the grid. Chase Fernandez can hold his head high after that one. Charlie Hart taking 4th place ahead of Hugo Schwarzer, rounding out our top 5. We'll bring you the full results with the graphic towards the end, but you see everyone going through there. Eddie Robinson losing a couple of positions on the final lap, drops down to 13th. Palmowski did hold on to 6th, of course, ahead of Razor Seaworth, and Mikey Porter taking 8th position. Mikey will be very disappointed that he was out there on the grass at Park Bend, ended up catching a mighty slide on the grass, but of course that 8th position, less than ideal for him going into the 3rd and final race as well.
Yeah, unfortunately for Mikey Porter, just always seemed to be on the back foot from the very start of that race. But got to see the positives, points on the board, and say it's been a weekend where that base has been there. You know, take the time now to rebuild and get things back ready for race number 3, which we'll be able to see here on Ginetta TV later on today. But it's another win for Freddie Slater. Let's have a look through the provisional results for round number 20 of the Michelin Ginetta Junior Championship, and R Racing take another victory in the hands of Freddie Slater. 6.8 seconds was his advantage over Finn Harrison. Will be pleased with that result for Elite Motorsport. 3 different teams on the podium for that race. Chase Fernandez, I think you've got to say, if there was a driver of the race award, I'm going to say there's a driver of the race award, at least from this comms box. It's got to go to Chase Fernandez, up from the 7th row of the grid, finishes 3rd. Could have been more. He'll have wanted that race to carry on for another 10 minutes because he was on an absolute flyer. Assetto Racing will be very pleased with that one. Charlie Hart finishes in 4th place, the 2nd of the Elite Motorsport drivers home, followed in by teammates Hugo Schwarzer and Alicia Palmowski, 5th and 6th. Reza Seaworthen finishes in 7th place, the 2nd of the R Racing entries, ahead of Mikey Porter. Mackenzie Douglas was home in 9th place, the top 10 completed by the American Luca Hopkinson there with a late move up the order. 11th place for Felix Livesey, strong run there for Felix and the Zentech Motorsport entry. Henry Jocelyn had a spin on the 1st lap of the race, and that was really the story of Henry's race. Finished 12th place in the end. Eddie Robinson lost a couple of positions on the last lap, finished in 13th, and then it was the 2 Fox Motorsports entrants in 14th and 15th. Harry Moss, who had a bit of a moment through Hall Bends in the mid part of that race, but comes home in 14th place ahead of teammate Holly Mile in 15th. There is Freddie Slater, who just keeps winning this season in the Michelin Ginetta Junior Championships. 2 weekends ago, he took the FIA Karting KZ2 Championship, and very much on his way to adding this Ginetta Junior Championship to his plaudits. What does the future look like for this driver, Adam? It's been very, very impressive so far this weekend.
Yes, however, we now go down to the paddock where I understand that Jack is standing by to try and catch up with some of our drivers from round 20 of the Michelin Ginetta Junior Championship.
Yep, so after another brilliant race from the Michelin Ginetta Junior Championship, another win for Freddie Slater. He is up here in Parc Fermé. We'll grab Freddie. Freddie, can we grab a quick word? So, yet another win. Again, that's now, what, 16 from 20. What is it going to take to stop you? You said, obviously, you know Cadwell quite well. It's clearly showing.
Yeah, you know, we've done so much practice in the dry as well, so we did a lot on Friday, a lot of setup with the car. We kind of found a good sweet spot with it, and especially we weren't really sure what the track was going to be like, so it was a bit of a guessing game going out. So I just kind of had to adapt to it, adapt to the track and assess it on the green flag lap, and then just managed to pick up my references and knew what I had to do and just put the laps in and got away. And
still one more race left this weekend. I mean, all eyes on the triple?
Yeah, for sure. All eyes on the triple.
Great stuff. Congratulations, Freddie. So that was Freddie Slater. We've still got to try and find Finn Harrison. Here he is. Finn, P2 overall, congratulations. How'd you find it?
Yeah, it was a hard race. It's obviously a tight track to overtake on. You need to be quite good if you're going to overtake around here, and managed to pull it off, so quite happy with P2.
And we asked the same question to Freddie. Still one more race left this weekend. Do you think the confidence built in this race will turn into momentum for the next one?
Hopefully. I mean, we're starting on the front row this time, so we've got a better chance of getting for that P1 on the first two corners. Hopefully, you never know.
Great stuff. Congratulations and best of luck for the third and final race. We've got Chase Fernandez here. Chase, again, it's just that extra little bit of pace. Of course, yesterday it didn't go your way, both at the same time. Today you've turned it around, P3. Still another race to go, but in terms of race 2, how'd you find it?
Yeah, what a race. I'm absolutely buzzing with that result. 13th to 3rd. Not a bad day's work so far. And then hopefully we'll go 2 better in the last race and come away with some number 1 trophies.
And of course that's going to put you in a good starting position for the next race. Is that just again further momentum, more fuel in the tank, get ready to go again?
Yeah, definitely. We're in a really good starting position here. I think it's going to be easy pickings for me. I think, yeah, it's going to be go for the win.
Great stuff. Congratulations, Jason. Best of luck. So that is all the drivers we've got time to interview up here. Back down to Adam and Andrew in the commentary box.
Thank you, Jack. Great to hear from the drivers there in our Michelin Ginetta Junior Championship paddock. We'll see them out again later on today for their third race of the weekend. The racing keeps coming here at Cadwell Park. Hope you're enjoying your live coverage of G-Fest, celebrating 65 years of Ginetta here on this Sunday morning. And the next race out on circuit will be the next round of the Pro Tyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship. We've already seen one race for this field so far this weekend, and it was a very impressive drive from Ruben Hager, taking a first victory since the previous Ginetta G-Fest at Silverstone earlier on in the summer, won by nearly 9 seconds ahead of Callum Davies. Luke Reed was third, Carl Garnett fourth, Colin White in fifth, Bal Sidhu sixth. Those were the runners in the GTP category. 4 runners in the GT5 Pro category this weekend, and it's a very good drive as well from there. Class race winner Ella Lloyd, under a lot of pressure from Sam Harvey and Luke Garlick, and also having to deal with traffic across the course of the race in terms of the faster GTPs coming through to the end of that race. The race management from Ella Lloyd was very impressive yesterday and led her to race victory in the GT5 Pro category, as we say, ahead of Sam Harvey, and in only his second ever race in wet conditions. I was speaking to some of the team yesterday about that. They were very impressed with the drive from Sam Harvey in the number 70. Luke Garlick was bright as well, had a difficult qualifying yesterday in the timed qualifying session, and wasn't on the back foot by the end of the race, so finished in a very close third place in GT5 Pro. Karim Sekat was also fourth place in that race. The grid, of course, for this next race out on circuit determined also by the timed qualifying yesterday, but it was the driver's second fastest laps that orders them up for this next one, which will once again be 20 minutes here round Cadwell Park. which, well, I was about to mention, Adam Weller, that we had blue sky, but it's now unfortunately disappeared.
Yes.
But it's clear that the conditions are. I think we would have taken this 24 hours ago when we had that persistent rain, and we were fearful that that's what we were going to get throughout the whole weekend. It's actually quite pleasant here right now, considering what we had yesterday.
That's a very optimistic take, certainly, yes. 24 hours ago, with the rain falling, with qualifying curtailed for the Ginetta GT Academy, I think a lot of us had fears for the meeting as a whole. We had to delay the start to the afternoon's racing, and of course we had to end the afternoon's racing early because of the weather on Saturday. However, we are blessed with a dry track for the time being here today. Still clouds overhead, though, at Cadwell Park. Cool conditions. Tyres will take a little while to get up to temp, particularly the slicks here at the Cadwell Park circuit. But the Ginetta GT Championship is going to get underway very shortly. They'll go on to their formation lap. Of course, 2 classes in this category. And one of the drivers to watch out for in this one, Ruben Haig, who we were watching with joy in warm-up, very, very sideways. Ruben Haig in the number 6 car was enjoying some of the more slippery surfaces out there.
That's been something he's done a lot so far this weekend. We're here for warm-up earlier on this morning, just watching from our position, running through the mountain and Hall bends, and he was really getting a lot of slip across the tyres in that session. Those are in slightly wetter conditions than we're experiencing at the moment here at Cadwell. The grid forming up. Again, same as what we said with the juniors. The big difference, I think, for these drivers right now in comparison to their experiences yesterday in the immediate nature is a proper standing start. They had a rolling start yesterday, which Gage really did benefit from and controlled it very well at the start of the race. How he fends here with challenges in and amongst Callum Davies, Alex Reed in there could be a slightly different story. Away they go though for the formation lap. Biggest opportunity for the drivers to get heat into their tyres and their brakes. Very much be needed on the run up to Park. Let's have a look through the grid then for this one, starting with the GT Pro categories in the G56s. Ruben Hager starts on pole position. Callum Davies in the number 95 starts alongside on the front row of the grid. Row 2, Luke Reed starts from 3rd place on the grid. Carl Garnett's had a solid weekend so far. Looks to continue things here. 4th place on the grid. The 3rd row of the grid, the last of those in the GT Pro category. Colin White, the ever-experienced man in this category. What he doesn't know about Ginetta racing isn't worth knowing about. He starts alongside Bal Sidhu there on that 3rd row of the grid. Moving on to the separated part of the grid now, so we move down to on the timing sheet row 7, because there's a few rows separated by the no cars. So in effect, row 4, the 4th completed row, Ella Lloyd will start ahead of Sam Harvey, the first of the rows there in the GT5 Pro category, and the second and last row of the GT5 Pro category has Luke Garlick and Karim Sekat on it. A nicely formed grid there, Adam Weller, for round 19, 20 minutes round Cadwell Park for the Pro Tyre Motorsports Ginetta GT Championship. I'm really looking forward to this one.
It's going to be interesting, isn't it? Karim Sekat yesterday said to us, said to us this morning actually about yesterday that he was rather impeded by fogged up glasses, fogged up windscreen, lack of fog lights, all fog adjacent issues for Karim Sekat yesterday in the Ginetta GT Championship. So we'll see if he can bring himself closer to the GT5 Pro battle. We had a great 3-way scrap, of course, between Ella Lloyd, Sam Harvey and Luke Garlick yesterday. And then anyone's guess now in the Ginetta GT Championship. I'm particularly excited to see what Colin White is capable of. Colin White is often referred to as a race driver, in the sense that he is far better at getting the elbows out, doing some overtaking, than he is necessarily at doing one lap pace. He's good at making tyres last across the distance as well. So potentially things could fall very well in favour of Colin White here. He could be the root cause of a lot of action across this race distance. So it will be Ruben Haig and Callum Davis lining up on the front row of the grid. Haig, of course, with the inside line into Coppice Bend. Callum Davis for SVG Motorsport lining up alongside him. That number 6 car, of course, a Brakel Racing entry, Ruben Haig. And Ruben, who has taken all of his victories at G-Fests across the Ginetta season. Let's see if he can do it again. The lights are out and we are underway. Balsidou struggles to get off the line. Colin White gets a good launch but can't get himself around Luke Reed. Carl Garnett looking to the outside of Callum Davis but can't find a way through there. Reed may sneak through into third. Yes, he does. Luke Reed in third place then. Colin White remains in fifth, and side by side for the lead in the G40 element of the race as well. Ella Lloyd holding on to the lead despite the best efforts of Sam Harvey, but Ruben Haig rather unchallenged there into the first corner, got a good getaway, has managed to tick all of the boxes he needed to in the first 40 seconds of the race.
Yeah, it was actually too good a start for Colin White. It all kind of bunched up there as Callum Davies initially was slow off the line. That meant that Garnett pulled across to the left. White was trying to go around the left of Reed, and quite correctly just pulled out of that one before we had nearly a 4 wide moment. Yes, 4 wide here at Cadwell Park for a split second before disaster was averted. But for Ruben Haig, we saw yesterday that his early phase of the race was a big part of solidifying his spot at the front of the order. These heavier cars, though, than what we saw for the Ginetta Juniors. How will they handle through a drying circuit, but still very tricky in places, especially under the tree cover here through Hall Bends and the hairpin? And Callum Davies has had a very strong second half of this first lap of the race, Adam, closing in on Ruben Haig. We've got a proper race on here for the GT Championship, but it's Haig leading at the end of lap number 1, Davies in second, Reed I think we'll be pretty happy there with third place after lap number 1. Garnett, White and Sidhu are your runners in GTP. Ella Lloyd ahead of Harvey, Garlick and Sekat, your 1 through 4 in GT5 Pro.
Davis then only half a second away from Haig across the line, still very much with him. Looks like to me they've got quite low tyre pressures at least on the rear axle of that 95 car for the start of this race. Of course, the tyre pressures will only build as the race goes on. But that's an interesting thing, maybe just hoping the grip will come to him later on in the race. I'm starting to see a couple of spots of rain on the camera towards Gooseneck as well, so maybe the opposite side of the circuit starting to get a little hint of rain. Certainly that's where the darker clouds are forming above the Cadwell Park circuit at the moment, and these cars in the Ginetta GT Championship are on slicks.
They are indeed. They did note as the cars rolled out from the holding area, Adam, that quite a few of them had stickers on the tyres indicating to me they were brand new. And I just wonder, yeah, if you're concerned about grip levels with a slick tyre on this still in places damp circuit, that you've run A, a new set, and B, quite low pressures to build the temperature up a bit quicker than normal, knowing that you're probably not going to be worried too much about wear in this race with it not being 30 degrees plus as we had earlier on in the summer. Oh, Luke Garlick having a look down the inside of Sam Harvey there into the hairpin. Don't see too many overtakes through that portion of the circuit, and we still haven't seen an overtake through that portion of the circuit here in these wet conditions. But you've got to give credit to Luke Garlick there. He's determined to find a way through.
Yes, the good old college try there from Luke Garlick. Had a go at it up the inside of Sam Harvey, couldn't quite do it. Ella Lloyd has some rear bumper damage on her number 28 car, so Ella may have had a little bit of a tap and the rear bumper getting dislodged. Her entire front end bodywork on the car, the entire front bumper came loose at Silverstone, and she pressed on regardless of the fact her steering was greatly hindered. Sam Harvey now trying to go around the outside of Ella, can't do that, and that leaves the door open to Luke Garlick. Garlick with the inside line at Chris Curve, and very, very nicely done by Luke Garlick. Took the opportunity that was presented. Sam Harvey didn't really have much choice but to draw alongside Ella Lloyd because he had the momentum, but it's cost him.
Yeah, superbly read there by Luke Garlick. He knew there was going to be a space in the lane on the inside as they went through Park Bend, and took his opportunity. Didn't need any more than that to move through into second place. And let's see what pace he's got, because as I say, he's been on the back foot since qualifying. He's been building his way into this weekend. Now is a great opportunity. First time we've seen this so far this weekend. Lloyd versus Garlick, first versus second. And look at that, Garlick's all over the back of Ella Lloyd's number 28 there, as into the pits comes Carl Garnett from what was 4th place in the GTP category. Problem there for Carl Garnett, not good news at all, and he's going to fall out of that top 5.
Yeah, that's massively unfortunate for Carl Garnett. I'm not sure quite what that was that has caused him to come in, but they are lifting the bonnet, so that gives a good indication that something is amiss. It looks like they might be looking more suspension than engine. So Carl Garnett maybe getting a bit too aggressive on the curbs, something of that nature. Luke Garlick getting very aggressive behind Ella Lloyd, who continues to lead and continues to once again do what we alluded to yesterday. Very, very good defensive driving. The kind of defensive driving that doesn't result in her slowing herself down at every apex, as Balsidou has a big... my apologies. Karim Sekat has a big moment in the number 10. The Moroccan racer will just about get the car started again. The Brakel Racing Oxford Engineering car, not built for rallycross, and that was evidence of that, as Ella Lloyd has to go defensive up against Luke Garlick. Garlick is looking very, very, very fast.
Yeah, it was into the 139s, even though there was some overtaking for Garlick on the last lap of the race. But again, can he find a way through? Very tricky at the moment here, where you go offline and you get on the damp parts of this circuit. You're going to probably have to be quite patient through to the end of this lap now, because now we're heading through Hall Bends and Hairpin and the Barn. This is probably the wettest part of the circuit now. This doesn't get as much wind rush. This was the moment for Karim Sekat. I think he just locked the rears there, downshifting into Park, but thankfully doesn't make contact with any other cars and was able to recover from the grass there back into the race. Start of a new lap then. Lloyd still leading for Zentex Motorsport, teammate Luke Garlick behind. I think you've got to say that it's Park that is the best opportunity for Luke Garlick. And the question is, can he get up the inside? Around the outside is pretty tricky at the moment for anyone to get enough traction around there to make an overtake. But Luke Garlick's going to have a go here. Rear bumper of Ella Lloyd's car still flapping away. Look at the speed that he's got on the run up to Park. Nose ahead, I think, as they go into Park. Ella Lloyd still on the inside there, defends really, really well. Will hold on to the lead. Garlick's on the grass and contact! Contact with Sam Harvey behind, and there's going to be damage, I think, to the front left of the number 70. Racing incident, I would say, Adam, there, but that's not good news for Garlick or Harvey.
I don't know, I feel like Ella could have done with leaving Luke Garlick a bit more space there. He had no choice but to be on the grass, and once he was on the grass, he spun into Sam Harvey. Sam Harvey with a lot of damage there, and that's really unfortunate for himself and the Zentek Motorsport crew. Of course, all three of those cars run by Zentek Motorsport, so that's less than ideal. And Callum Davis into the wall. That may be up somewhere around Charlie's corner, turn 2, but that is a big rear-facing contact for Callum Davis, who was running in second, was losing time to Luke Reed, who was in 3rd place. As you see, the 70 car abandoned here at the top of the mountain, but that was a big looking moment for Callum Davis, and with 2 cars off the circuit, it's almost inevitable that we will see a safety car. It looks like we may have suspension damage on Luke Garlick's car. Looks like it's not quite tracking straight and true as Karim Sekat goes flying past. Safety car is out here at the Cadwell Park circuit. Once again, the Ginetta G56 GTR called into action to lead the pack. We're not even halfway through the race yet, and we had a race's worth of drama in about a minute and a half there.
did indeed. I just wonder, is there a bit more? There's no rain here up at the mountain, but whether there's a few spots perhaps down through Coppice and Charlie's. Could be very, very light rain, but either way, as there's now a red flag has come up on our timing screen. So this is a repeat in a way of what we had in the GT Academy race earlier on this morning. The race has been stopped with Ruben Haig classified as the leader at the end of lap number 5. The timing screen has gone to finish, but we will remind ourselves that earlier on this morning we saw the same thing. This is part of the process that race control need to do to serve us round to then hopefully restart the race. Let's have a look at some of these replays. So this once again, this was the Lloyd and Garlick incident. So Lloyd on the inside, quite deep on the inside. It's going to be a little bit slippery, side by side between the two of them. Yeah, Garlick on the grass there and just loses control, and poor Sam Harvey's just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Well, a lot of damage to the rear end of the car as well there as Harvey went across the grass. And then this was the incident, or the end of the incident, for Callum Davies, was running in second place off there, out of the race to the side of the road, pulled Sam Harvey, wasn't able to return back to the pit lane after that contact up through Park and on the way to Chris Curve. And, well, if the race does recommence like we saw earlier with the GT Academy race, Adam, it's going to be quite a different order to what we had a lap or so before, because you're going to see Reed and White both up a spot, Colin White onto the podium, but also you're going to see Karim Sekat, after his big moment earlier on in the race, is on for potentially second place here.
Yeah, well, he'll be the only one left to be able to challenge Ella Lloyd by the looks of it. Of course, a bit of a buoyancy aid almost for Karim Sekat, given he had his big sideways moment, his big spin. Looked like he just lost the car under a downshift earlier on going into Park Bend, and he will be quite happy to end up rejoining the race behind Ella Lloyd again, if that is to be the case. His tyre barrier largely up there at the Charlie's section of the circuit. Don't think there's any Armco to speak of at that part of the track, so there shouldn't be any barrier damage of that variety, which should minimise the amount of time required to get everything back in line.
Crash Structures have done their job again,
yes,
on the G56. So that the same platform, obviously different engine and powertrain parameters in comparison to the GTAs, but the chassis has done a fantastic job once again there for Callum Davies. And I think the main bit of work is probably going to be on the rear left, because the toe link looked out of line there. Hopefully there's not too much damage to the rear axle as well, because it'll have received quite a hit into the barrier there. Well, there's Colin White, just out of with the door open, in quite a nice position now. Third will be his once all of this is cycled through, with Callum Davies retiring from this race, and the remaining competitors held on the grid there for we'll wait for instruction and news from race control and on the timing screens as to whether the race will continue.
Yes, we'll have to wait and see what the ruling is there. We will report as we receive the information in regard to that. But we know that Ruben Haig was our race leader at the time. I was looking to make the point, in amongst all of the GT5 drama, of which there was a lot, I was looking to make the point that Luke Reed was closing in on both Haig and Davies. He had set the fastest lap of the race about 3 or 4 minutes before the red flag was declared. Was closing in on both Callum Davies and Ruben Haig before the incident. Reed, of course, now starting, if we do get a restart, will be starting from second position, and that will make things very interesting for the for the number 26 driver, the Wolf Motorsport driver, who has been the dominant force so far this season. I alluded to it earlier on. Every time I've arrived in the Ginetta paddock this year, he seems to have not quite had the form he's had everywhere else, so I don't know what that says about me. Alex Reed Motorsport, the die-cast and merchandise shop at Brands Hatch, I'm a regular patron there, so if anything I should be a good luck charm, but not the case. It's proven so far. He had a bit of a rough run at the Silverstone G-Fest at the Grand Prix in the National Circuit. I think there was a little bit of damage that they diagnosed on Saturday night with the car, and they rectified that for the Sunday. So that was a difficult weekend. You'd be looking to maybe try and claim a first victory if we get this race restarted for the Pro Tyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship. We do have a bit of wiggle room in the schedule. It's often the case here at Cadwell Park that the timetable gives a big gap between the end of racing and the curfew. That is often because there are sometimes incidents at this track, and they want to do everything they can, of course, to give the fans, to give the drivers and everyone else the racing that is scheduled. So we will hopefully see this race reach its completion and its originally advertised distance or advertised track time of 20 minutes. We are due one more race that was meant to start in 15 minutes, the Ginetta GT Academy race, which was due to start at 12 o'clock. Of course, that was going to be their second race of 3 today, courtesy of the amended timetable after the first GT Academy race was rained out yesterday here at Cadwell. The 95 car being loaded onto the flatbed then for Callum Davis and SVG Motorsport. Good to see Callum up and about there on the bank at Charlie's. He looks to be A-OK. Car less so. For a lot of teams, there's going to be a lot of work going on in the paddock over the course of this lunch break. Of course, we saw the other SVG car here this weekend of Mark Ellman having a big crash in Ginetta GT Academy earlier on, and now their GT Championship entry of Callum Davis in much the same shape.
Yes, it's been a bit of a rough ride for them. I say I've got a feel for Sam Harvey as well, just seeing his car out of our commentary box window being put onto the flatbed. He was having a really strong race up to that point, was looking quick enough to at least challenge for the lead. Yes, had fallen back to that third spot behind Luke Garlick, and then you've got to say he was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And just having a further closer look from distance of the number 70, I would hope that is just front left outboard damage, so a quick change of suspension components and a new wheel, and we'll see that car out later on today. I would hope, but yeah, a lot of work for the team across the course of the lunch break. And there is the number 70 on the flatbed, now heading back to the paddock.
Of course, they've got a lot more than just the lunch break. They will get racing again in the Pro Tyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship at 2:40. So there is a few hours for them to work, but I mean, 3 hours to repair something like that does feel like a tall order.
Yep.
But we'll have to see whether or not that works out. And ideally, we can hopefully see the right rear of this car. We see the left rear of Callum Davis's 95. Let's see if we can take a peer around at the other corner.
Damage there as well.
Yes, well, of course, damage on all corners, but I think it's that right rear that took the brunt. Oh, no, it was the left rear that took the brunt of the impact, as it becomes very evident. And that does look pretty weekend over-ish to me, if I'm being honest.
I'm going to be positive. I'm hoping that that's just a rear bumper, and again, some suspension link changes, because if the wheel's been pulled away from the car, if it's sat at that angle, I'm hoping that hasn't damaged any of the drivetrain. We'll find out though, won't we, after the lunch break, to see whether the 95 reappears for the final race of the weekend for the Pro Tyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship. Still awaiting, by the way, for confirmation from race control on our timing screens as to whether the remaining time on round 19 for the GT Championship will restart. We did see a similar situation this morning for the GT Academy race, which effectively saw a new 12-minute race start with 8 of the 20 minutes completed before their red flag. But as I say, with the time schedule ticking on by, we'll wait for confirmation to see whether that will be a similar story for the GT Championship, or whether that will be it for round 19 to continue with the rest of the schedule.
Yes, one way or another, we're expecting at least 4 more races today at the Ginetta G-Fest, celebrating 65 years of the Ginetta brand. Of course, celebrating the better part of 20 years also under the custodianship of Lawrence Tomlinson, the founder of Team LNT, who spent much of the 2000s running TVR GT cars, then Panos GT cars. It was the American Panos brand that Lawrence took to victory at the Le Mans 24 Hours in the GT2 class in 2006. LNT switching focus to prototypes and to Ginettas at large, going towards the end of the 2000s. Of course, the lineage of the cars we see at the front of the grid, the G56s in this Ginetta GT Championship category, you can trace them back to 2008 and the Ginetta G50, the GT4 offering, and the also, of course, the Ginetta G50 Cup offering as it was back in the day. Colin White can tell you all about it because he was there. 14th consecutive season in the top line of Ginetta GT competition that's gone through several different names over the years. An absolute devout Ginetta racer is Colin White, has taken the G55, the forebearer to the 56, not just racing in the UK but also internationally, to Dubai, to Barcelona. I think he may have even gone to the 24-hour of Sebring that Creventic held a couple of years ago as well. He's flown the Ginetta flag high. And for those of you who remember the days of ASCAR racing at Rockingham, of course, Colin White was very much there in a Pontiac Grand Prix. What I didn't realise until very recently is he's still doing oval racing as well. The Venray circuit in the Netherlands is pretty much the only active kind of non-short oval left in Europe, and he still runs a car out there occasionally, resplendent in, of course, the CWS colours that he's made his own for over 20 years. It's great to see that mix, though. You've got the likes of Callum Davis, who, of course, 16-year-old driver, being so competitive up at the sharp end, and then you've got drivers like Colin White, who have seen and done it pretty much all in a tin top over the last 20 years plus.
Absolutely, it's one of the things I love about this this Ginetta product is the variety of stories that you get out there in the paddock. Just to mention, Callum Davies has seen that looking a bit dejected, which is understandable, was in such a good position in that race, but has returned up to the paddock here. Just seen him get out of the BMW course car. There is the number 70 of Sam Harvey. Bit of a closer look up at the front left of the car. And as we say, a lot of work to do for the team over the lunch break. Still no confirmation to us here in the commentary box as to whether we are going to see. I think, I don't know, would they have moved the cars by now if there was going to be, if they were not going to restart per se? Because track's looking clearer now.
I suspect we will get something. I think maybe there might be some discussion if there is rain down at the other end of the circuit. Maybe we are seeing rain on the timing screen on TSL, but I don't think that counts for much necessarily. I think that's manually updated. But if maybe they don't want to run the cars on slicks, if that is the case, I don't know. But I think we will get information in fairly short order as to what comes next. Well, I've referenced numerous times this weekend the endurance racing prowess of the G56 and its forebearers. It's also worth noting that the G40 has done some 24-hour racing as well, has taken to the Brick Car 24-hour race on several occasions in years gone by at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. That car has been on the scene now since 2010, which feels a little bit impossible. I will say, whoever it was that penned the G40 design towards the end of the 2000s, I must admit, I'm not sure whom to credit, but whoever it was, did a very good job of creating a shape that stays modern. It's
Yes.
a 13-year-old car, but you wouldn't really know it if you weren't aware.
No, I completely agree. It's a great little car. It's been great fun to watch them in action this weekend, and more racing to come here at Cadwell Park. Andrew Mather and Adam Weller on commentary for you here on the Ginetta TV platform. And another reminder, if you've missed any of the racing so far this weekend, don't worry, you will be able to catch back up with the live stream from yesterday and race highlights, and also all the races in full from earlier meetings in the season. And just to remind, if you're just tuning in, we're under a red flag condition for a couple of incidents here midway through round 19 of the Pro Tire Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship. The order looked like this at the end of lap 5. Ruben Haig at the front of the order, Callum Davies second, but as we've seen, Callum Davies in the number 95 Navos liveried machine was one of the cars that was involved in incidents and will not retake the start of this race. And in fact now I think the marshals are organising the cars into the correct order to restart this race. So Ruben Haig, right on cue there in the number 6, will restart from first position. Alex Reed in the Wolf Motorsport number 26 will be second, and interestingly has the fastest lap of the race at 1:30.696, 4/10 quicker than Haig in the first portion of this race. Colin White will be third. There is Colin's number 78 car moving into position, who had a great start as well, we shouldn't forget, from the standing grid. There is now rain falling here at the top end of the circuit. It's that persistent rain that wets you, Mr. Weller. It's back again, but it's still a little bit brighter, so hopefully this is just a bit of a shower. But this is not the news that the drivers would have wanted. Right, so we have now had some news. Planned restart time, I'll ignore. The important bit is 8 minutes is what's come up on our screens here in the box for a second portion of this race. Bal Sidhu is formed into line there, will be fourth of the runners in GTP, because of course we've also lost Carl Garnett. He pulled into the pit lane before the red flag, so it was a couple of laps down, and 2 of our GT5 Pro runners remaining. There's one of them, Karim Sekat in the number 10, the Moroccan driver there in the red, white and green liveried entry. He'd had a spin of his own, but was able to recover back onto circuit early on in the race. And we should as well have Ella Lloyd, but I've not seen Ella's car moved into position yet, either on our monitor or out there on circuit.
Yes, absolutely. One thing I will say actually in regard to Karim Sekat, he carries backing on his race suit on his car as well for SOS Child Villages. That is a charity that helps orphans around the world find shelter, jobs, education. He races to kind of donate his prize money to the charity. That's his goal, is to any prize money he gets from racing, he puts into the charity as a donation to SOS Child Villages, which is a very noble cause from the Moroccan racer, who is an engineer at Oxford Engineering, or a wizard if you believe his driver bio. But great to see that charitable streak from him. As I look out of the window and I look at the slicks on these cars, I can't help but think we might need to make some changes before we go any further. I think that's exactly what Ella Lloyd and the Zentech crew have done, hence she is in the pit lane, as you can see there on screen. So this is going to be interesting.
It is going to get interesting. I'd say I think there's been some tyre changes perhaps on the number 28. There has also been repairs to the rear left bumper, because let's not forget that was hanging off. So they've taken the opportunity to do that. The windscreen wipers on, but we've not seen the 5 cars on circuit come into pit lane.
Hearing that we have a start delay because of the rain and the inappropriate rubber on the cars. So start delay has been declared for the time being. We'll bring you more updates as we can get them. But just hearing there that we've got a start delay for the time being, understandable, because while you're not really seeing it so much at this camera, this one tells you a very different story. A lot of rain is evident. The hall bends are looking very wet. The entire circuit is now at a condition where you'd want some tread on the tyre.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're thinking that the drivers will have the opportunity now to change over to a treaded tyre. They've already got ones on it. Yeah, I can now see tyres being prepared just over the brow of the hill as we look down from our commentary position into the pit lane. All the trolleys for the teams there generally have a spare set of slicks and also a set of wets on them. Let's give them the options. You can see activity starting down there in the pit lane. I can also hear activity behind. I think maybe some last-minute changes being made to the GT Academy drivers. I do feel sorry for the GT Academy drivers, because it seems that once again, they've done a lot of waiting so far this weekend in some shape or other.
Yes, no, I think also we might have some teams here running to get some wets. Breaker Racing have just gone past us in a quad, or on a quad, hurriedly. Of course, they are looking after Ruben Haig and Karim Sekat. Hopefully they've got some wet tyres. There are Breaker Racing crew members going onto the grid as well. While the... like that shot there of the cameraman. While the... driver, rather, while the tyre changes are happening, Ella Lloyd once again to the back or to the front of the pit lane. While that's happening, I feel it's always interesting to note that while obviously a lot of the impact that Ginetta has had in motoring in Britain in the last 15 years or so has been at the racetrack, these cars are, of course, also built as road cars. The G40 is a road car that has seen quite a bit of success. There's quite a few of them out there among track day goers and B-road blasters. And in road trim, interestingly, running a 2-litre Mazda engine and drivetrain as opposed to the 1.8-litre Z-Tech that you see in the race car. You can also have a G56 road car, not with the 3.7-litre Duratec motor V6 that we have in these GT Pro cars and the GT Academy cars, but rather a 6.2-litre 450 brake horsepower V8 Chevy LS motor, as found in restricted form in the Ginetta GT4 car. The G56 GT4 is a V8 for the first time, and that 6.2 litre can also be got in a rather more spicy form at a full 600 brake horsepower in the very impressive, almost spaceship-esque Ginetta Acula as well. There's a lot of very exciting cars on the road car side of a Ginetta as well as the racing side, and that's tried and true and in step with the heritage of the firm. Cars like Ginetta G4s were hugely successful race cars in the 1960s, but they were also road cars, and we saw a lot of examples of that at the G-Fest at Silverstone National, where we had parades for the Ginetta Owners Club. Even cars like the G29, very 80s body-shaped cars that had more incline with maybe a muscle car than a British sports car. some very exciting road cars from Ginetta years gone by present at the G-Fest at Silverstone. Also the lovely G10, the kind of Ginetta take on an AC Cobra from the 1960s. I think Lawrence Tomlinson was driving that at one point. I believe it was Lawrence's own car that was present at the G-Fest. Lots of exciting stuff in the Ginetta range for road and track. I'm sure Luke Reed will be fairly excited to see that he's not going to have to try and take to these conditions on slicks. Tyre changes ongoing at the moment.
Joining us here for live coverage of Ginetta G-Fest at Cadwell. Let's have a look at some of the highlights, if possible, from the race so far. So we started in dry conditions in the air, slightly damp on the circuit, standing start for the race, and this was a very interesting start with Callum Davies being slow away. Colin White initially getting a brilliant start, but not being able to find the room down the inside of Luke Reed there. Luke Reed took third place off of Carl Garnett as they ran through Coppice. Great scrap in the GT5 Pro category. Ella Lloyd at the front of it throughout, repeating some of the defensive driving and masterful work at the front of the order through the early stages. First car to hit some trouble was Carl Garnett. Unfortunately, lost fourth place, and we haven't seen that car since. This was a big moment for Karen Sakat in the number 10 GT5 Pro car, spinning whilst in fourth place. But this was one of the key moments. Round the outside, Luke Garlick, who'd taken second place, getting onto the dirt there, spinning out, and poor Sam Harvey there, wrong place, wrong time. Both of those cars with significant levels of damage. And pretty much simultaneously, we then had this incident for Callum Davies in the number 95 GTP entry. That brought out the red flag as we had two cars stranded at the side of the road. Sam Harvey, understandably disappointed to not be able to continue in this race, having had a really bright opening first part of this race and also had a very good run yesterday. The safety car came out to neutralise the field, and that was, of course, then followed by the red flag. But since then, Adam Weller, we've had even more drama, because whilst going through the procedures and getting ready to restart this race, pretty much about 30 seconds before we were looking like we were good to go, the heavens have opened here at Cadwell Park. So the race start has been delayed. All drivers being given the opportunity to make sure they've got the right set of tyres on. And whilst we've been talking about the product lineup and some of the events of G-Fest this year, I was having a look at tyres. I was going engineer mode and seeing, okay, we know what the drivers are putting on. They'll be putting on a new set of wets with a bit more tread. What I was interested in, what was coming off the cars. I noticed on Bal Sidhu's car, for example, that was actually wet tyre coming off and wet tyre going on. But I imagine that it was a used wet tyre with a shallower tread almost. We don't have an intermediate tyre in this championship. We have the dries, we have the wets, but there was no restriction on the number of wets that you are allowed to use. They have to be supplied by Ginetta, of course, and be the spec tyre. But you can have as many of them as you want in your awning as suppose, and I'm guessing that was the reason there. If anyone did spot that, why are they taking wets off to put wets on? It'll have been a used wet, and you want a bit more tread now in these conditions with a new wet set of wet tyres going on the number 16.
It's been very interesting to gauge the reactions from the back of the commentary box, and Jack Werrell, who of course, unlike us, has to brave whatever conditions are ongoing at Cadwell Park, and the dry-induced optimism has descended into, I think, slight spite at the fact that he's going to have to get wet again this afternoon. He's nodding in agreement.
Well, he'd only just dried out from yesterday,
yes,
of course.
So,
sorry, Jack, it's back to square one for you here. Well, having said that, I've just turned back to the window, and it is easing. We did say, well, hopefully it was just a shower. When I was looking at the weather forecast this morning, there's this band of rain that goes all the way across from the Irish Sea. We're coast to coast, effectively, across northern and central England. And they were saying on the news this morning that I was watching that the problem was that it's just kind of swirling over this part of the country. So it's not like it's moving out across the country and out into the North Sea.
No.
So I think that's one of the cases that we've got here. It's just hopefully one of those quick showers. I'm being positive today.
You are,
I'm
I
being
appreciate
as
it.
optimistic as I possibly can be, which is very rare for someone from Sheffield. But it's, yeah, I'm hoping it is just a shower and that we'll get back to some dry racing later on today.
I made a grievous error yesterday at the hotel bar. I said in front of Ginetta employees that I was up north in Lincolnshire. Of course, Ginetta.
Yeah, I'm going to pick you up on that one.
Ginetta
well.
based in Yorkshire, and yeah, you don't call this the north around these people. I would contest that the length of my journey from the south coast suggests otherwise, but myself based just outside Portsmouth, it feels very north to me. The cars are rolling, and that's the green flag lap. It was a very spirited start from Ruben Haig to the point where I thought they're not getting a formation lap. But we are having a formation lap now, so we are at the point of resumption here. Whether or not it will be 1 or 2 formation laps is a point of wonder for me. We'll have to wait and see on that front. No safety car leading them around either. That, to me, rather suggests maybe 1 lap. We'll have to wait and see on that front. But it's going to be compelling, isn't it, this race? I mean, for a driver like Karim Sekat, who is often not quite there with the likes of Ella Lloyd and Luke Garlick, this could be a golden opportunity for him.
Yeah.
He could really capitalise on the situation that has played out in front of him. He has not taken a victory. He has taken 2 second places and 2 third places in this season so far. So Karim Sekat could very well capitalise. As it stands, if he finishes, he matches his best result of the season.
Yeah.
But he could go 1 step better.
The cars out on their first formation lap then for what should be 8 minutes of running. We would hope there was a patch of blue sky there, continuing the optimism. However, I will balance that out by looking to my rudimentary how wet is it out there ometer,
Yes.
which is the second curb on Hall Bends. It's not as bad as we've seen at points this weekend, but it is looking quite wet through that section of the circuit. And we have seen, when puddles form in that part of the circuit, Adam, sometimes quite regularly we've seen a red flag follow. Hopefully we don't have that, but that will be a consideration for race control, I'm sure, if the rain gets heavier than it currently is out there on the circuit.
More blue sky references than the yellow message boards. I don't think we're going to see much blue sky between now and the conclusion of this race for certain. Hopefully things change over the lunch break and smile upon us once again, but the change in character, the change in condition of this Cadwell Park circuit is all too clear to the eye as the cars head towards the start grid, and they are going to grid up this time by the looks of it. So we are going to go racing, and we have very interesting stories to tell as we line up for this 8-minute dash to the line. It's going to be a 2-way scrap in the GT5 Pro class. Can Ella Lloyd get away from Karim Sekat? Can Ruben Haig hold on to the lead up against the championship leader, the serial winner, looking for win number 12 of the season, is Luke Reed. He's in prime position now on the front row to do that, but what about the cars behind as well? It's a bad start from Bal Sidhu in the 4th of the G56s, but he surges forward with the extra power ahead of the GT5 runners. 3 cars head towards the first corner, and the first of them is Luke Reed in that lead pack. So Reed with the better start over Ruben Haig. He leads the way. Haig in second place. Colin White there keeping a watching brief in 3rd position. But the championship leader for Wolf Motorsport moved to the front.
Yeah, Ruben Haig bogged down off the grid there, and that was all the opportunity that Alex Reed needed to take the lead in what will be a shortened race. The time has got 7.5 minutes or just under that remaining. It was a good start as well for Ella Lloyd, has got a bit of a lead over Karim Sekat as they head through Park for the first time. Reed will cascade down the hill now and towards through the gooseneck and Mansell curve. Looking comfortable at the moment. Colin White holding there in third place, taking the wide line, the wet line, almost the karting line in a way, for Alex Reid there. And, he'll be very pleased with this situation right now, but this is where I think the treacherous conditions are going to befall the drivers as they come up over the mountain. We've already seen some thrills and spills through this part of the course in drier conditions so far today, and through Hall Bends. Reid getting sideways, making the tyres work. Good driving from both leaders at the end of this first lap for part 2 of round 19. Looks like we've got about 6.5 minutes to go, Adam, and Alex Reid for the first time this weekend hits the front.
Yes, Reid to the lead. Meanwhile, I'm rather impressed by Balsidhu, because in third place there, he's not too far away from Colin White. He's holding on to Colin White, who has the better part of 2 decades driving Ginetta GT cars of this level. Balsidhu has 2 weekends worth of experience relative, and there he is right there with Colin White. So Balsidhu has come up through the GT5 ranks and moved into GT4, showing that he's got a little bit of a sure foot when it comes to the wet conditions. Quite impressive.
Yeah, really good stuff from Balsidhu. This is the best performance so far, I would say. Having stepped into that car for the Snetterton meeting a few weeks ago, into Park they go. Just coming off the racing line now, because there will have been a little bit of rubber laid down in the drier conditions earlier on today, and also for some of the dry running on Friday, so you want to get off that line now in these wet conditions.
Ella Lloyd with about 3 seconds worth of gap over Karim Sekat in the GT5 order at the end of the first lap, returning to racing conditions. Luke Reid about 1.2 seconds over Ruben Haig, and it doesn't look like that's extended too much so far this lap. So I suspect a couple of tenths in favour of Luke Reid so far in the lap, but Ruben Haig keeping him honest. Haig, who was spectacular in the mixed conditions in warm-up this morning. We've seen with our own eyes that he can be quite audacious in the wet weather once he's feeling comfortable. So let's see if Ruben can maybe unlock something in the remaining 4.5 minutes of this race. As it stands, though, he's losing time to the 26.
It is indeed. 142.1 that time around for Reid, 142.6 for Haig. I'm going to put myself out there, Adam. I think the rain has stopped again here, but it's a lot of spray obviously out there on circuits and difficult conditions for the drivers. I think that's probably the worst bit at the moment for Ruben Haig. He's got to drive through a wall of spray off the back of Luke Reid's number 26 to get to that point where he could have a go for the lead of the race once more. And there's just not, as I say, the time ticking on down now. Colin White has pulled out a bit more over Balsidhu, 2.8 seconds between those two drivers now. 145.5 last time around for White, 47.3 for Balsidhu. So 3.5 minutes to go. Luke Reid looking comfortable, Adam, at the front of the field. So down to Ruben Haig to see, can he refine that form and that speed that we saw in time qualifying in similar conditions yesterday?
Be impressive if he can close in enough to make a move from this point with 3 minutes and 15 seconds left to go. But Haig certainly matching the pace, I think, so far this lap. With Reid, has lost a tenth through the second sector split, but was quicker through sector 1. The gap was 1.7 seconds at the line last time. I suspect it might be a couple of tenths smaller in favour of Ruben Haig this time. Balsidhu continuing to stay not too far away from Colin White. White looks to be on course for another overall podium, but Balsidhu certainly putting in his best performance in a G56 so far. Well, I thought that Haig would gain time over Luke Reid, but as you saw on that graphic a few moments ago, Reid found a lot of time in the final sector through the Hall Bends, and towards the end of the lap, he actually extended the lead out to 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, it really was a very good third sector from Luke Reid, and at the moment he is slow in sector, so it's interesting this. Haig is quicker in sector number 1. For example, Reid 27.7 sector number 1. Haig's just gone purple in sector number 1 over 27.0. They're about the same through sector number 2. But then it's advantage Reed once they get into sector 3. It really does swing it back in his favour. So let's see if Ruben Hay can get on top of that third sector in particular, because that could offer him the best opportunity to close up to Luke Reed towards the end of a lap and then maybe go for a move at the top of the circuit through Park.
Maybe so. It's still a big ask. We've got 1 minute and 35 seconds of this race left to go. This time by will be the beginning of the final lap for Luke Reed. Ruben Haig getting a little bit sideways there through Hall Bends. The car looking a tad taily in these wet conditions. Tells me that car might be quite hard sprung in its current setup. Maybe not ideal for the wet conditions. Of course, they will have seen and noted the fact that it was going to dry out this morning, but now the rain has returned, and Haig crossing the line to be a few tenths quicker that lap than Luke Reed. 2.2 seconds. Again, it's a mighty ask, but who knows, could be possible. Meanwhile, further back in the pack, Ella Lloyd comfortably leading the GT5 Pro class. She should be able to go to an easy win in that category ahead of Karen Sekat. The gap out to something like 8 seconds at this point. Luke Reed cruising towards a potential victory number 12, the dozen for Reed, just a few corners away, although he goes very wide, or a little bit wide out of the exit of Park Bend there. Just had a little clip of the trench that is where the grass used to be at the start of this weekend, but thankfully okay. Reed just controlling it now. Haig is closing in, but of course Reed doesn't need a big gap, he just needs a gap.
Does indeed. Just to come back to the GT5 Pro as well, if I'm mistaken, Adam, this is a big race result potentially for Ella Lloyd in terms of championship.
Yes.
She's going to take a big step back towards her rivals who are not running in this race, Luke Garlick in particular, because they could not score.
Yes.
Being DNFs in this race. Time is up. Luke Reed has 2 corners to navigate. Ruben Haig is closing in, but Luke Reed is going to take victory once again this year in the Pro Time Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship. A testing set of circumstances in wet conditions here at Cadwell Park. Luke Reed takes victory from Ruben Haig. Third place will go to Colin White. Very happy team there for the win for Wolf Motorsport. Colin White waiting for his car to come over the line in third ahead of Balsidou, and Ella Lloyd is having one very good weekend here at Cadwell Park. Is going to take victory in GT5 Pro for Zentex Motorsport. There are White and Sidhu across the line. Home in 5th place overall, first in class Adam for Ella Lloyd. Yes, didn't have too much pressure in terms of other drivers like the first half of the race, but given how wet it was out there, there was still a job to be done there by Ella Lloyd, and it was done very well.
Yes, done very well indeed. The gap between herself and Garlick was 38 points coming into this race. She will have secured 35 points, maybe even 36, depending on whether they count fastest laps from the first phase of this race or not. Either way, what was a fairly sizable gap will be down to the single figures in points, potentially even under 5 points between Lloyd and Garlick in the championship. So yes, the GT5 Pro pendulum swinging in favour of Ella Lloyd. Luke Reed claiming the win then over Ruben Haig. Off the line, he got the better start and took it home from there. Luke Reed for Wolf Motorsport claims the win ahead of Ruben Haig. Colin White in third place, securing yet another podium in his CWS 4x4 machine. Balsidou with one of his most impressive performances since switching to the G56 and the GT Pro class in fourth. Ella Lloyd takes GT5 Pro honours, and Karim Sekat will equal his best result in the GT5 Pro class with second in category there. So we lost some cars in that race, obviously, after the incidents and accidents in the first phase of the race. Luke Garlick, Sam Harvey in the GT5s colliding, of course. That took them out of the race. Carl Garnett had a failure early in the race that led him to the pit lane and retirement. And Callum Davis, of course, ended up rearward into the barrier at Charlie's a few laps well, a few moments later. The winner, though, Luke Reed, congratulating Ruben Haig there. Good to see sportsmanship between the two. Reed and Haig have been adversaries several times this season, but it's never got nasty between the two of them, and that's nice to see that there's healthy competition between the two, rather than any dissension of any sort. So then, with Luke Reed posing for pictures and photo opportunities in the paddock, we can also have an interview opportunity with a few of the drivers, because Jack Werrell is standing by to bring us some of the reaction from this race.
Yep, thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Adam, down in the commentary box. We are up in the scrutineering bay with the Pro Tyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship finishes. A brilliant win there for Luke Reed. Was it the rain that set him apart from the crowd? Maybe. He wouldn't have had to deal with it if it hadn't been for the delays mid-race. So Luke Reed adapting to the conditions, adapting to the changes, and managing to get himself on the top step of the podium. Another good race from Ruben Haig. I was chatting to his team earlier on in Parc Ferme, and they said dry pace has got a little bit of work, wet pace is really where he's at, and whilst he did get the opportunity to show off that wet pace, unfortunately it wasn't quite at the right time. We might be able to grab a quick word with Luke here. Luke, let's grab a quick word. Obviously multiple conditions shown in that race. It was dry, it was wet. Sort of what conditions was it that set you apart from the crowd?
I think a little bit of luck, to be honest. I mean, Ruben was driving really well, wet and dry. I just got him on the restart in the wet conditions. But to be honest, around here it's just about keeping it on the track, you know. But yeah, buzzing with that. Really happy. I mean, I didn't expect it at the beginning of the day after a pretty shocking qualifying from my part. But buzzing to be here, and still one race to go.
Yeah, of course. I was going to mention that. You've got 3 races in one day, so quite a busy day, and with changeable conditions, I'd imagine it sort of takes its toll.
Yeah, Cadwell Park, sun, rain, hot, cold, all of it, yeah. But no, I loved it. Yeah, brilliant. I can't thank Wolf Motorsport enough. They've done a blinding job, and everyone that's helped get me here, including you, Wendy. Hello.
Great stuff. Congratulations, Luke. We will grab Ruben Haig. Ruben, let's grab a quick word. Seemed like you just got caught out on the start, but race pace was good. Is this good momentum for the final race of the weekend?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a bit of a disappointment not to walk away with the win here. You know, in the draw we're out in the lead, just couldn't get the car off the line in the wet. But yeah, you know, that's how racing goes, and hopefully starting P2 for race 3 this afternoon. Tricky conditions again, I'm going to be guessing for. So yeah, we'll see what we can do.
And do you think, obviously with the changeable conditions throughout the weekend, that just helps you build that track knowledge and more confidence behind the wheel?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've not done too much testing in the car this year. It's our first year in these type of cars, so there's been a lot of learning to do. We've not had much wet running, so yeah, every session's been a learning curve. Yeah, disappointing not to walk away with the win, but I'm sure this afternoon we'll be up there.
Great stuff. Congratulations and best of luck. We do also have we've got Colin White here. Colin, P3 overall, again, similar questions, changeable conditions. It must have been a busy job behind the wheel.
Yeah, that's right. It was really nice out there, nice and grippy, and it was drying out. Then we just stopped and it started to drizzle, and then it started to come down harder. Then everybody decided to put wets on, which took even longer. And then it started to dry the last couple of laps, but we had a brilliant start, got up beside them, but my wipers weren't working properly and I couldn't see properly outside. It was better to come third than not at all. So.
Great stuff. Congratulations, Colin, and best of luck for the rest of the weekend. That's all the time. Well, that's all the time we've got up here because cars are out on circuit. Back down to Andrew and Adam in the commentary box.
Thank you so much, Jack. Apologies for that. Yes, we are now back with the Ginetta GT Academy Championship. Race 2 of their weekend. Race 2 of their day, of course, courtesy of a rain-delayed race number 1 that was meant to take place last evening here at Cadwell Park. A continuation of the story then between Ravi Ramyid and Nick White. And this time, It is Nick White on pole position. This time, however, the conditions they face are wildly different. The rain has stopped, the sun has returned here at Cadwell Park. And for White and Ramyeed, they are fighting for championship points. You may have heard Joe Osborne when he was guesting with us in the commentary box a little while ago, referring to non-championship round. That's in the rookie class. The rookie class drivers aren't scoring points within that category this weekend. However, the main championship of the Ginetta GT Academy is still scoring points this weekend, so still very much a critical weekend for both Ramyeed and White, the two primary contenders for the championship. And after a collision yesterday, after a couple of taps today as well, heading into the first corner on both of their starts, I'm just wondering if things are getting a little bit tense there.
It's hotting up, isn't it? It's one of the very close championship pictures that we've got across the three categories that we've got here this weekend, and it's this next battle between the two of them. We've seen leads change off the standing starts already so far today. Hope you're enjoying your Sunday afternoon. Thank you for being with us here on Ginetta TV. Andrew Mather and Adam Weller in the commentary box for you. It'll be 20 minutes once again for round 19 of the 2023 Ginetta GT Academy. Formation lap begins. Nick White pulls away from pole position. Let's have a look at the grid then for this next race in GT Academy here at Cadwell Park. And as we've mentioned, Nick White has pole position determined by the second fastest laps of the drivers in timed qualifying yesterday here at the circuits. Ravi Ramyeed will be alongside on the front row. The two championship leaders will go at it once again. On row 2 we have got Mackenzie Walker and hopefully Mark Ellman. I didn't quite notice whether the 88 is back out on circuit. Mark had an incident this morning coming through the mountain, but is due to be starting this one 4th on the grid. Thomas Shelley 5th on the grid, the last of those in the GT Academy class. Matt Shaw took the win in rookie class earlier and 2nd place overall. Starts this race from 6th place on the grid, and then 2 more rookies out there on circuit starting on row 4, Amy Tomlinson and Michael Orant. And Adam, I think we're right in saying that yes, we're not seeing the number 88 of Mark Ellman out there, which is unfortunate, but I think understandable. It was a sizable impact for Mark this morning. As I say, we repeat, if you missed that this morning, the most important thing is Mark is okay.
Spin on the formation lap for Amy Tomlinson there. Just a little bit of a four-wheel slide, a bit like a 70s Formula 1 car, but I don't think it was intentional. Coming out of Mansfield, Amy getting to grips with these wet conditions on these treaded tyres. These are road legal tyres in both specs, but I do think they have a wet spec tyre, as it were, as well as a dry treaded tyre. But in the case of the front runners, Nick White, Ravi Ramyeed, I think this is going to be very interesting. Ramyeed is very quick, but Nick White has the experience edge, has been racing since 2016. This is just Ramyeed's 2nd season, and I'm interested to see whether that plays in Nick White's favour.
Indeed. Well, the car's forming up onto the grid now. Nick White there in the number 57 on pole position. Ravi Ramyeed, the number 17, the light blue, green and white car P2. Mackenzie Walker, look out for Mackenzie Walker in this race, was very quick in the first race earlier on today. Came home to a good result. Looks like we are under starters orders then. The 5-second board out here for round 19 of the 2023 Ginetta GT Academy. Away they go. Good start from White. Good start from Ramyeed as well. Looking pretty even as they head down to Coppice for the first time. Good start for Mackenzie Walker as well. Holds in 3rd place. Thomas Shelley is already challenging for P4 there. And on Matt Shaw. But Matt Shaw has had a decent start as well. Holds the lead in the rookie category. Up to Park Corner they will go for the first time. Good, solid, steady start there for Nick White from pole position. Adam leading on his way up to Park.
Mark Ellman is out there in the 88 car. It's just got a different colour scheme on it. Just spotted that. The 88 running in 5th there. That is Ellman in a new 88. That's good to see that they've managed to get him out there. Unfortunately, we saw Orant there stopped, as you alluded to, on the run towards Coppice, turn 1. I'm just keeping an eye on that car to see whether it moves. Safety car is on standby and being pointed to by the marshals. I'm keeping an eye on Orant's car to see whether or not anything changes there as the battle for the lead continues, but it looks like the safety car is out. Yes, it is.
Yes, so safety car deployed midway through lap number 1 then. I imagine that, I think they popped Mark Ellman in one of the Want to Race cars that are on standby. So again, great work and initiative by Ginetta to get Mark back out into racing action. And hopefully we'll see the resplendent dark green and gold colours of the SV Motorsports entry later on in the season, of course. So we're under safety car at the towards the end, I should say, of lap 1 here at Cadwell Park for the Ginetta GT Academy's 2nd race of the weekend, and now a red flag, or at least that's what we saw on that LED screen. That hasn't come yet up on the timing screen in front of us here in the box. We'll just wait to see.
No, still yellows being flown.
Still yellows, so okay, that was an error perhaps on that particular digital board. Never mind. So end of lap number 1, Nick White leads, Ravi Ramyed 2nd, Mackenzie Walker 3rd, Matt Shaw is 4th, Mark Ellman in a new car with number 88 on it in 5th place, Amy Tomlinson 6th. Now, have we not captured yet what has happened to Thomas Shelley? Because Thomas Shelley, well, there's...
Shelley's gone into the pits. Just came in, not sure for why, but Shelley... that might be for why. Because a marshal has just picked up a windscreen wiper.
Well, yes, I think you're going to need it. Well, whoever's car that is off, we're going to need those.
This is my thought, that maybe that's off Thomas Shelley's car.
Yep,
hence,
on.
Yes, hence he is in the pits. So yes, they are trying to fix the windscreen wiper. Seems to be functional, but I think they're giving it a check. So that's not ideal for Thomas Shelley, but he is continuing on, or will hopefully be continuing on once that is sorted. But yeah, the one thing you don't want is a non-functioning windscreen wiper. I know that Amy Tomlinson doesn't have hers going at the moment, but of course low speeds right now, no rain falling. You don't necessarily need it until the spray starts to become a factor again.
So Michael Lawrence, as I say, unfortunately has not been able to come through at the end of lap number 1. That looked to me, Adam, to be the cause of this safety car, to allow safe recovery of that vehicle. Time continues to run though, 16 1/4 minutes remaining on the clock. And our pace car leading the field around once again.
No, okay. I thought Michael Orant was moving.
Yes.
Then I noticed the beige Nissan in front of it. I was about to say, looking out the window, that the Ginetta was moving, but that was not under its own steam. Orant is being towed back then. This will be good actually for the Want to Race team. They'll be able to get that car back sharpish and investigate what caused him to effectively not take the start of the race.
Now we're seeing work on Thomas Shelley's car that looks... well, actually, no, this still could be windscreen wiper. They've just taken the bonnet off to get better access to the maybe the motor under there, the panel going back on. Now, what could be crucial here is, can they get that car back out before he loses another lap?
Yes, of course he hasn't lost a lap yet. He is heading out there now, and he will remain on the lead lap. I just saw, as we were cutting away from them putting the bonnet on. I was like, oh, he's going to do it. It's like the scene in Cars.
It is like the scene in Cars. Is he going to beat that pace car?
Yes, and he has exactly done that. But of course, the question is now, with obstructions all but removed, Michael Orant taking an unpowered tour of this circuit currently, is whether Shelley will get to the back of the pack before we restart.
Indeed, because doesn't want to be. We don't want any further events out there on circuit. 14 1/2 minutes remaining on the clock. There is the field. with Nick White at the front of it. Ravi Ramid in second place. A good thing, one of the many good things about this Cadwell Park circuit is there are opportunities to get cars. They don't have to go and do a full lap around the circuit all the way back to pit lane. I imagine that the number 55, right on cue, thank you very much, is going to be pulled into the cut through into the paddock. That's good news for Thomas Shelley because the road is now clear ahead to catch up to the rest of the field. He'll have just seen them going up the park straight. He's coming through Mansfield. He obviously won't be allowed to go around at full racing speed because we're still under safety car and yellow flags, but I think he's got a decent chance of making the back of the field here before the end of this safety car lap.
Possibly so, yes. I suspect safety car may be in this lap. I think he might be something like 20 to 30 seconds off the pack by the time we go to green flag as things stand, although we may also see the safety car slowed a little bit. It certainly is taking it fairly sedately around the circuit, as we can see. 13 minutes and 18 seconds of racing left to go. We should have something in the realm of 12 minutes, and therefore something like 7 laps of racing left when we restart. Shelley heads under the bridge and into Coppice as the cars in the pack also come under the bridge out of Mansfield and towards the mountain. The lights are out on the Ginetta G56 GTR safety car, and we will soon resume motor racing. Nick White leading the pack. Ravi Ramid is there. Mackenzie Walker looking to make amends for earlier errors. In third place, he will be one to watch, as will Matt Shaw, always a contender for an overall podium, particularly since Shaw is not scoring points in the rookie class this weekend. Thomas Shelley closing in on the field, won't quite get to the back of them. And we now resume racing as we head towards Barn with Ramid right on the tail of Nick White.
Indeed, and you're right, Adam. Shelley's not going to be able to make the rear of the main race pack before we go back to green. 12 minutes on the clock, so it's a bit of a repeat of what we had this morning, of course, for the first race for the Ginetta GT Academy, but we're back underway. Green flag and racing once again here at Cadwell Park. Nick White leads the field to Coppice for the first time after this restart. Has a useful lead over Ravi Ramid. Third place is Mackenzie Walker. Fourth place for Matt Shaw, looking for another strong result. Thomas Shelley comes past our commentary box window, so for the reference, he's just going through Hall Bends now. 11.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Clean start though, Adam, for our front runners.
Yeah, clean start. We're underway and racing once again. Ravi Ramid immediately applying pressure to Nick White as they run through Park and Chris Curve for the first time back under green flag conditions. Thomas Shelley crosses the line in 7th place, some 42 seconds behind the leader. Just under 40 seconds back from Andy Tomlinson, so he's got a lot of work to do anything other than a 7th place finish over the course of this remaining 11 minutes of racing, as Ravi Ramid runs wide through Gooseneck and towards Mansfield, manages to get the car staying in the right direction. Dirty tyres means he struggles for traction out of the Mansfield bend. Mackenzie Walker waiting in the wings, looking for an opportunity, then Matt Shaw doing the same as well. Nick White getting some breathing room critically over his championship rival Ramid.
Yeah, this is a big moment for Nick White to get down the road, put some good sectors in and develop a gap that he can sit on, but he's got crossed up as they come out of Hall Bends. Did he manage to hold it on the circuit there? I think he did, but my oh my, that was a big moment for the race leader, once again showing how difficult conditions are here at Cadwell Park. And well, we heard from the previous race that it's just about keeping it on the road as the primary objective at the moment in these conditions, and that nearly went very badly wrong for Nick White, but 1.4 seconds is his lead now. New fastest lap of the race despite that moment, 1:49.847. Wow, that was a heart-in-mouth moment as they went through the dip through Hall Bends. Just shows that despite both of them having a bit of work to do in terms of breaking away from others or catching other drivers, one moment is all it takes for it to go wrong here today.
Yes, indeed. Nick White with just a 2-point lead coming into this race in the championship. 568 for Nick White, 566 for Ravi Ramyeed. Of course, that gap diminished by Nick White's struggles in race number 1 earlier today. So what we're seeing now is Nick White in full I need to win mode, and he will try and charge away from Ramyeed now that Ramyeed has offered the slightest opportunity with that slip up 1 lap ago. Matt Shaw, meanwhile, is looking for another overall podium. Mackenzie Walker from Assetto Racing is looking to see whether he can hold off Matt Shaw. Shaw, who has been the most impressive driver in the Want to Race stable this year. Also the most distinctive livery in the Want to Race stable this year, right there on the back of Mackenzie.
Yeah, once again having a very impressive drive is Matt Shaw, as different line being pulled in there by Ravi Ramyeed. Really are having to get the speed down as they go through hairpin. Gravity working against them, and a tight corner, and the tree cover, of course. Nick White continues to lead here. 50.1 last time around, about 9/10 quicker than Ramyeed that time around. So 2.3 seconds now the lead for the Raceway Motorsports pilots. Mackenzie Walker and Matt Shaw still there, 3rd and 4th places. Mark Ellman, who you've got to give it to, considering, yes, all these cars built to the same specifications, but especially for racing drivers, they notice the subtlest things. No 2 race cars are completely alike, and he's doing a really good job there in 5th place. He's just done a new personal best in these conditions, a 1:53.6, and also the consideration of wasn't fully fine physically. That was a hard hit this morning, and that's been very, very brave to bounce back from that one.
Yeah, he has been. Mark's quite the jovial character. He's a fun-loving chap, and I think that will have been a very down-to-earth moment for him earlier today. But great to see him bouncing back and back in the car, and not doing badly at all. He's usually somewhere in the top 5 on the fringes of it, and that's exactly what he's doing even in this new and unfamiliar car. Matt Shaw, very familiar with his car, very familiar with grass, courtesy of a career as a professional footballer before, but thankfully he's straying far away from it in these current conditions. 6 minutes and 50 seconds of racing left to go, and Shaw has not left the rear bumper of Mackenzie Walker at any point. I don't think there's been a second between them at any stage so far since the race resumed.
And to be fair, he's just repaying the favour, isn't he,
of
for
course.
race number 1 when it was Walker all over the rear axle of Shaw. 6.5 minutes to go. End of another lap. Nick White comes through, another 1:49, but a new fastest lap of the race for Ravi Ramyeed there, 1:49.565. So Ramyeed, once again, we saw this in qualifying yesterday around this stage of the race. It took Ravi Ramyeed about, to say, 5 or 6 laps to get up to speed, and then bam, he went in with that lap time.
Yes.
That gave him pole position for the first race. I wonder if we're seeing a similar thing here in race trim, as he is starting to close in now on White.
Quite possibly, yes. It was only 4/10 quicker, and that can sometimes ebb and flow lap to lap. We'll see how their delta is next time by. 1.9 seconds, the gap between the two of them right now. Oh, such luxuries could only ever be an aspiration for Mackenzie Walker, though, in this battle for 3rd place, still with Matt Shaw right on his bumper. Just an update on Thomas Shelley as well at the back of the pack. 28 seconds off of Amy Tomlinson right now, so has gained about 10 seconds on 6th place since the race resumed, as Shaw looks a little bit to the inside. Speculative move to the inside, very late and brave on the brakes, but Mackenzie Walker placed the car exactly where he needed to. Matt Shaw with a heavy right foot coming out of the corner, had a sideways moment, and Shaw well, loses a few car lengths out of all of that to Mackenzie Walker, but he's certainly looking racy.
Is indeed. As is this man, Ravi Ramyeed, closing in all the time. Purple in sector number 1, purple in sector number 2. This is building to a crescendo here, as Ravi Ramyeed, winner of race number 1, seems to run well when it's a Ginetta G-Fest weekend. Superb work at Silverstone earlier on in the summer, and what was that lap time? A 1:48.9. First time in this race in these conditions anyone has gone under the 1:49 barrier. The lead is down to 1.7 seconds, Adam.
It is, and Ramyed actually struggled a little bit through the hairpin, the penultimate corner of the lap. I wonder what he could have done without that moment. He's certainly going quicker though than White at this stage. We've got 4 minutes of racing left to go. It's a tall order, but certainly not an impossible one for Ramyed to catch up with Nick White. And White, of course, will be wanting to win this, because if he finishes second to Ramyed retakes the lead of the championship. So it is particularly fraught between the two. They've been fighting all year, but as we get closer and closer to the conclusion of the championship, just 2 more events left to run after Cadwell Park, and the points gap actually seems to shrink rather than grow. It's only going to get more and more critical that one is ahead of t'other.
And we must remember as well that Nick White did have a moment in race number 1 that lost him quite a lot of time, and in the end points as well. Might be in his thoughts as we enter the latter stage of this one. Still going on between Walker and Shaw. Walker now having to really defend quite hard as they ascend over the top of the mountain from Matt Shaw. This is another very impressive drive from the lead rookie driver here in the GT Academy for 2023. Waiting to see the 2 leaders come round and see if that 1.75 second gap has reduced any more. It's been some very good set times once again from Ravi Ramyed. Nick White crosses the line. Here comes, and it's 1 second. Another new fastest lap of the race from Ravi Ramyed. There it is on your screens, 1:47.878. And at that rate, he is going to be in striking distance, Adam, in the last couple of the laps of this race.
Yeah, we're on the penultimate lap now, and he will certainly be within striking distance by the end of the lap if the current patterns continue. Matt Shaw has been within striking distance pretty much all day long on Mackenzie Walker here. I don't think he played striker back in the day, so I can't do that joke, but I've told you I was going to if I could. Matt Shaw there in 4th place. Again, he's not scoring points in the Rookie Championship, so he's not building his lead in that championship this weekend. He is just kind of racing for the joy of racing at Cadwell Park in a Ginetta, and he seems to be very much enjoying it once again, immersing himself in the overall battles as well. I think much like Ravi Ramyed this year, Matt Shaw could be a real force to be reckoned with should he continue in the 2024 Ginetta GT Academy series. As we follow this battle for 3rd place, I'm keeping one eye on that and one eye on the mountain, where we'll soon see the top 2 come firing through. I want to see what the gap is now. Matt Shaw going for guns behind Mackenzie Walker. The gap between the top 2 as they come past our commentary position is probably something like 7 or 8 tenths. Walker and Shaw, though, still right there in lockstep. They come over the mountain, and no move made as of yet. Last lap this time by. It'll be interesting to know whether Matt Shaw's aware of that. I'm sure there will be a pit board out for him. It's if he sees it, and if he does see it, I suspect he's going to finally pull that pin.
He really picked the pace up in sector number 1 in particular, did White on that last lap. But again, another new fastest lap of the race from Ramyed. 0.7 of a second was the gap. Can Nick White resist this pressure from his title rival Ravi Ramyed? Complete one more lap of this Cadwell Park circuit and take another victory this season. They're heading up to Park now, and well, Ramyed is not within range of being able to go down the inside, so that's one of the big opportunities for an overtake to happen, completed by Nick White. But the pressure building all the time here, Adam, and especially as they run down the hill here. We've seen some drivers have offs through this period of the circuit so far this weekend. He's just got this lap to do, and he's going to win another round of this championship.
Well, let's see if he can hold on. Gap down 7 tenths of a second, and possibly only decreasing from there. Ravi Ramyed, he'll be disappointed, of course, that he made that error straying wide after the restart coming out of Gooseneck. He could well have been on the back of Nick White by now, if not for that. The clock has struck 0 here then. This is the final lap of the race. And Matt Shaw is aware, because he's having a go at Mackenzie Walker, looking to the inside at Mansfield. Can't quite get it done there. That will compromise his run towards the mountain, so won't be able to make a move for another couple of corners. Ravi Ramid is right there with Nick White. He's managed to close in. He's got 2 more corners between himself and the checkered flag. He's got Nick White between himself and victory, and I think Nick White is going to remain the wall that stops Ravi Ramid from taking yet another victory here. Ramid has got 10 wins. Now Nick White has got 8 and a slightly extended lead in the Ginetta GT Academy Championship. The lead that was 2 points will now be out to 7 in the championship by my maths at least. A big moment then for Nick White. Ravi Ramid second, Mackenzie Walker taking 3rd place despite the best efforts of Matt Shaw, who will take the rookie class win. Mark Ellman, big congratulations to him for finishing 5th ahead of Amy Tomlinson in P6. Thomas Shelley will round out the order in 7th position, and he will be disappointed with how his race has panned out. Amy Tomlinson taking 2nd in the rookie class, and that will be a good result for her once again, continuing to rack up results in that category. Thomas Shelley on his last lap was in the 149s. He's been in the 149.3s very consistently in this race. I think he will be all too aware when he looks back at his lap times that he could well have been on the podium in this race if it weren't for that windscreen wiper issue on the very first lap.
Yeah, unfortunate for Thomas Shelley that was the case, but well, at least they got him out into the lead lap. And if the weather conditions are similar when we see these drivers back out later on, that could be some useful information for Thomas Shelley. There's your provisional result then for round 19 of the 2023 Ginetta GT Academy. Nick White and Raceway Motorsport take the race win after 10 laps by less than a second ahead of Ravi Ramyi and Century Motorsport. Mackenzie Walker held on for 3rd place in the number 70 Assetto racing machine ahead of the ever impressive rookie Matt Shaw in 4th. Mark Ellman in a completely brand new car for SVG Motorsport after his shunt this morning coming over the mountain finishes in 5th place, and we'll have learnt a lot there that can be served into the next race for them later on in the afternoon. Amy Tomlinson finishes in 6th place, the second of the Want to Race rookies, and Thomas Shelley delayed during the safety car by a problem with the windscreen wiper, finishes in 7th place. The whole field covered by 50.6 seconds here at Cadwell Park. And with that, Adam Weller, well, I was about to say silence falls, but then the mechanics quad bikes came past our commentary box window. Relative calm and quiet falls over the circuit as that completes the first session of racing here today at Cadwell Park. And but before we head to the lunch break, let's head down to Jack Werrell in the paddock for some of the thoughts of the drivers from that last race.
Yep, so we are up in the scrutineering bay with the drivers from the Ginetta GT Academy. Race 2 of the weekend for the Ginetta GT Academy. A brilliant win for Nick White, hounded to the line by Ravi Ramyud. The championship margin goes out a tiny bit, albeit it is going out, so it throws everything back the way of Nick White. We've just got to wait and see how this championship will play out. All the pressure is on Ravi to produce good form for the final race of this weekend. And we will grab a quick word with Ravi in a few moments' time. I do want to have a chat, of course, to Nick White, Race 2 winner of the GT Academy this weekend. Here is Nick White. Nick, can we grab a quick word? Obviously that now means the championship is very slightly thrown back your way.
Right.
But of course there's still another race this weekend and Ravi was hounding you to the line. It must have been, there must have been a lot of pressure to soak up.
Yeah, absolutely. The conditions like that where it's so slippery, sort of not full wet, not, you know, it definitely wasn't dry. Just placing the car perfectly every lap and hitting your points, so easy to make a mistake. But yeah, he kept me honest the whole race, and there's no easing off at any point, that's for sure.
Yeah, and of course that now means that you've experienced Cadwell Park in full wet, a bit of greasy, hopefully some dry this afternoon, but we'll just have to wait and see. All of that track knowledge, is that just going to build some momentum for the final race?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've had mixed conditions, all weekend, so it'd be nice to have a dry race, but I think we got the pace well dry, so it should be good.
Perfect. Congratulations and best of luck. We've got Ravi Ramid here. Ravi, it seems like we always end up speaking to you. You're rather successful here at Cadwell. How are you finding it?
It was good. I mean, it's nice to have a wet race. It was really, really good. It didn't help that my wiper blade literally fell off before the lights went green, so I couldn't see anything. So it's something Marshall gave it back to me at the end when we came in, so I put it back. But no, it was good. It was interesting to drive without wipers in the spray, work out what that was like. A couple of tiny mistakes I couldn't see, but sussed it all out. It was good, and it was good to keep him honest. So there's not an awful lot you can do right here in the wet unless you're like, you can see. So hey ho.
Well, it was brilliant to watch, and of course there's still one more race left to go this weekend, so you've just got to build up some final momentum and see where that leaves you.
It should be great fun. It's an interesting circuit to drive. It's not one we get to do very often, so it's a lot of fun. So I'm really looking forward to it. Yeah.
Great stuff. Congratulations, Ravi. And we do have Mackenzie Walker over here. Mackenzie, again. It seems like it's the weekend is coming to you. You're slowly getting there. Is it the confidence building?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we didn't start the weekend off terribly well. I think we're pretty far down in the timesheets, but it just seemed to come to us the longer the weekend's gone on. So long may it continue, I suppose. Yeah.
And the mixed conditions, it must be pretty good fun out there.
Oh, yeah, no grip at all. You're just sideways everywhere, which is tons of fun, especially when you've got another car barreling down behind you. So, but yeah, it was really good fun and nice and clean as well, which is always a positive.
Great stuff. Congratulations and best of luck for the final race. Thank you. So that is all we've got time for here before the lunch break. A 40-minute lunch break. Join us again at around about 20 to 2 for the third and final race for the Michelin Ginetta Junior Championship.
It's the third and final race of the Michelin Ginetta Junior Championship up next here at G-Fest, the second G-Fest of 2023, continuing to celebrate 65 years of Ginetta. And we could have a lot to celebrate in the next hour or so, hour or less. And that is because in this Michelin Ginetta Junior Championship race, there is a very real chance that we will crown a champion in Freddie Slater, depending on what happens around him and how he finishes in this race. If Freddie Slater takes another victory in this race today, that would be his 16th of the season. If he makes it win number 17 today and Hugo Schwarzer, his closest title rival, finishes 4th or lower, then that is the championship won for the young Freddie Slater, the upstart racer who has been incredible this year, has already taken more victories in one junior season than anybody else. And we could be on the crest of making history today. Him taking the victory a full 2 meetings before would be huge. But he can only do so much. It's going to rely on what Hugo Schwarzer does in the race. And, of course, what he can do in the race as well. But a very real chance that we see a champion today. We'll keep you abreast of the maths as it comes in over the course of this 20-minute race. But as we understand it, Schwarzer has to be outscored by 10 points in order for the championship to fall in favour of Freddie Slater. Slater wins, Schwarzer 4th or lower, and we crown a champion in the 2023 Michelin Ginetta Junior season. Still lots of racing to come in spite, or rather in addition to that information. Of course, a full grid of 15 cars taking to the track. A lot of exciting stories to come out of that race as well. But this should be exciting. We've seen 2 very good races from the Michelin Ginetta Junior Championship already this weekend. And we now have a third race on the cards. Andrew Mather alongside myself, Adam Weller. How are you feeling?
I'm excited for this. It's the build-up of what's been a topsy-turvy weekend in some ways, but this next set of races could be very, very big in the story of each of the championships that we've got here this weekend at Cadwell Park. We've had a little bit of rain, if we've not mentioned already, since the lunch break started, but it has dissipated away. I would say track-wise, we're probably back to where we were at the end of the warm-ups this morning. We've reset back to, what was it, around 10 o'clock. In a way, that's good for the juniors because they were out in similar conditions early this morning, so they've experienced it. But we did see in the second race of the weekend earlier on, in those conditions, a lot of moments for a lot of drivers. The first lap is going to be very important if you've got this big field heading up to Park Corner. Henry Jocelyn, of course, we saw this morning having a spin on the first lap, and surviving those first couple of laps is going to be key, I think, in this next race.
Yes, it will. Exciting stuff there in this race for sure, and we will wait to see what happens in this one. Freddie Slater looking to secure the title. Finn Harrison looking to secure a victory. Chase Fernandez, of course, looking to kind of finish the job he started so magnificently in race 2 earlier today, going from 13th to 3rd.
I mean, I was proverbially eating my hat this morning when we were having a chat with him in the paddock about, starting from 13th, but he reckoned he could make up some positions. Given how much overtaking was at a premium yesterday, I was like, in my mind, okay, confident young man here, but let's see. And he proved me completely wrong, because he gained 10 positions in that race, and he's up for this weekend. And if he continues that rate of progress, I think the likes of Slater and others at the front of the field, they're going to have their hands full with Chase Fernandez across the next 20 minutes or so.
Yes, they are. Absolutely right. Chase, always one to try and fight, always one to try and take a win. Of course, that is something he has achieved a couple of times already this season. In fact, to be exact, the first win was at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit on the Friday of the G-Fest at Silverstone. And that is his first of 2 victories that he's taken this season. Of course, he also netted one a little later on in that weekend. So then, Chase Fernandez looking to try and claim a win at Cadwell today. Could be exciting times for Chase if he does get that 3rd win. He would be the 2nd biggest winner of the season. He is the 2nd biggest winner as it stands, of course, but he'll continue that advantage as well if he can take a 3rd victory today. 16 wins for Slater, 1 apiece for Schwarzer and for Leo Robinson. Chase Fernandez, the only other winner with 2 so far this season. These little Ginetta G40s, I think they're so ideally suited to this track and indeed these conditions. Rear-wheel drive, you can let the tail hang out a bit in these slippery conditions. The track becomes something of a skid pan and a real good test of these youngsters' car control.
Absolutely, very, very good test of these drivers' skills. The news that we have received here in the box, due course, visuals out in second, is that there will be 2 formation laps. Green flag in the air for the first of those formation laps, and Freddie Slater heads off towards Coppice Corner for the first time in this one. And as I say, 20 minutes. We'll have a look through the grid in a moment. Let's take a run through the runners and riders in this round 21 of the 2023 Michelin Ginetta Junior Championship. Freddie Slater arguably has one hand already on the championship trophy. Could this be the race where he seals the deal? He starts from pole position. Finn Harrison, who finished P2 in race 2, starts alongside him on the front row. Remember, this grid determined by the race results earlier on today. Chase Fernandez will be on row 2, starts P3. Charlie Hart has had a strong weekend and looks to finish with a flourish, starts 4th on the grid. Hugo Schwarzer, we're going to be talking about the driver in the number 33 a lot. He is the driver who needs to finish high up the order to take the championship on to Brands Hatch later on in the summer. Starts on row 3, alongside there is Alicia Palmovsky. Row 4, Reza C. Worthen will start alongside Mikey Porter, who had difficulties in race number 2, will want to finish his weekend for R Racing on a high, and has had good speed in slippery conditions so far this weekend. Mackenzie Douglas will be on the 5th row of the grid and is joined by Luca Hopkinson, who completed top 10 in race 2 earlier on today here at Cadwell Park. Henry Jocelyn had a spin on lap 1 of race number 2, and that really has hurt him in the grid order here for race 3. Starts on row 6 but could move up from there and is joined by Edu Robinson, who starts 12th on the grid. Harry Moss and Holly Mile will be found on row number 7 for this last race of the weekend for the Ginetta Juniors, which is completed by Felix Livesey. Starts 15th on row 8. That is your grid, to say, for 20 minutes around Cadwell Park. The drivers, we understand, will have a 2nd formation lap, which is about to begin. Adam Weller, there it is, confirmed. Extra formation lap for the drivers to get themselves acclimatised to these greasy, moist conditions around Cadwell Park that are going to be very, very intriguing for this race.
Yes, I'm jolly glad they are doing an extra formation lap, because they're very spirited through hairpin and barn on that first formation lap. It would have been rather tricky if they were to come to a stop on the main straight that time. To reiterate the maths of the situation, 4th or lower for Schwarzer. Bear in mind he starts 5th, and a win for Freddie Slater would hand the title over to the Englishman Freddie Slater. 10 points he needs to outscore him by, so 10 points is what you need to see in terms of outscoring on Slater versus Schwarzer. If the order finishes as is on the grid, which I don't think has ever happened in Ginetta Junior racing, but if it were to happen, then the championship would go to Freddie Slater. So then the number 7 car leading them around the 2 Weira Tools backed cars from different teams these days. Behind him in the form of Finn Harrison and Chase Fernandez, and those, of course, two of the greatest adversaries, really, in terms of wheel-to-wheel action that Slater has faced this year. They had some brilliant battles, those three and many others, at the Silverstone National Circuit in particular, where, of course, it is almost like super speedway racing in effectively. So that is certainly not going to be an easy ride for Slater. We've seen how quick he is in these conditions, though, of course. He was 2 seconds a lap quicker than anyone in qualifying yesterday when things got slippery.
But we have also seen that he is fallible, and those who weren't with us yesterday might be shocked in a way to hear that we did see a mistake from Freddie Slater yesterday in race 1. Didn't cost him the race victory, but we had our hearts in our mouths when we cut to a shot through the gooseneck and down towards Mansfield to see Slater facing backwards in the grass. Thankfully, he had a 13 to 14 second lead before the incident, which was reduced to 2.5, and he saw it home. But a lot has happened here this weekend at Cadwell Park, and even more so here in this last race of the weekend for the Michelin Ginetta Juniors Championship at Cadwell Park. Round number 21. There is Freddie Slater, car number 7, Finn Harrison alongside, who was quicker than Freddie Slater on lap times towards the end of race number 2. This is a very... I'm excited for this, Adam. This could be race of the weekend.
It definitely could be. The conditions in both the weather and the championship suggest that this could be grandstand viewing at Cadwell Park. If you're joining us on Ginetta TV, buckle up. We're going to have 20 minutes of brilliant action for the Michelin Ginetta Juniors now, and Freddie Slater doesn't get off the line. Freddie Slater stalls. Oh, it's gone wrong at the very first hurdle for Freddie Slater. The number 7R racing car now sets off very, very slowly. Not accelerating as you'd expect a race car to do. Has he got a bigger problem? I'm looking out of the window. Collision there. Alicia Palmovsky was going off circuit at Charlie's. Collected by somebody there in the pack. Freddie Slater is now getting going, but he's incredibly slow. Meanwhile, Hugo Schwarzer with damage. So Schwarzer was involved in that collision with Palmovsky by the looks of it. Lots going on. Who's leading the way? It is Finn Harrison from Chase Fernandez and Charlie Hart.
Well, I thought it was Park Corner where we were going to see the action. We saw it straight away as the red lights went out and we went to green. Harrison leads, it's a bit, and there's another car off there, and slowly going up the hill is Freddie Slater. Well, in what has nearly been a perfect season so far for the championship leader, that's pretty much it for winning the title today. There's more cars off, Henry Jocelyn off the road, and there's more damage now for Hugo Schwarzer. Oh, that's a much bigger situation for the driver second in the championship at the moment. The whole front bonnet has detached itself, as we say, I think it was Schwarzer having contact with Palmovsky as they ran up the hill and through Charlie's, but drama here. And I wonder as well, did Palmovsky get running again? Not seen the yellow and black number 21 so far. No, safety car is standing by. I can see down at the bottom of pit lane. There is Palmovsky. So Palmovsky did get running again. There is Slater, still looking at a sedate pace. Well, I mean, he has this huge lead in the championship, Adam, and there's still 6 more races of this championship to go. It's not over for Freddie Slater, but that is a real disappointment for him. After a stellar weekend, an almost perfect weekend, it's just not been able to be his day here in race 3.
No, not quite. Well, he can still. He only needs to outscore by 10 points. So if he does manage to get that car going and rapid, then maybe something can be salvaged. However, the fact that it didn't get off the line and the fact it's now cruising around the circuit makes me think maybe something gearbox or clutch related, something of that nature. Nonetheless, obvious, plain to see that the car is not functioning properly. Finn Harrison is our race leader on lap 2. The 2 cars in the Weir Tours liveries, I think almost a little bit of a touch between them there. Chase Fernandez right up on the bumper of Finn Harrison as they go through Park, and look at Hugo Schwarzer's car looking ever more ropey. Meanwhile, Freddie Slater still trying to get around the circuit, but that looks like a car stuck in gear to me. He's so slow, and unfortunately he's withdrawing from the race back to the paddock. Ergo, he will not win the championship today by the looks of it. Freddie Slater will have to continue this fight into Brands Hatch GP, and he will have to wait a little bit longer. Freddie Slater into the pits. Hugo Schwarzer with that bodywork is very dangerous, but of course he'll want to score any points he can, because he can close in on Freddie as long of a shot as he has at the title.
He will indeed, but I really do think that Schwarzer is struggling to see where he's going out of the front of that Ginetta G40 at the moment, and I cannot see at the moment how that's not going to at least get to the attention of race control. I mean, look at that. He's struggling to see through left-handers in particular where the apexes of the corners are.
It's getting worse and worse, slowly but surely. That's barely hanging on by a thread. We saw Ella Lloyd in a G40, of course, similar GT5 spec car at Silverstone, run with the nose dislodged, and it got worse and worse and worse. And I think that's exactly what Hugo Schwarzer is having at the moment. Harrison still leading the way. Black and orange meatball flag for Hugo Schwarzer, confirming that the stewards have taken notice and they feel that team needs to take action.
Yeah, and as much of a shame as it is for Hugo Schwarzer, that is absolutely the right call, because it's not just the driver's welfare that needs to be considered. If that bonnet was to come fully loose and detach itself from the car, it could have a far more serious set of consequences. 15 minutes to go then in this one. Finn Harrison leading this race at the moment, looking comfortable, I would say, quarter of a second clear and more, actually, as he's had a very good first sector ahead of Chase Fernandez. Charlie Hart looking resolute in third once again. Mikey Porter, we've not mentioned so far, has had a good start to this race, Adam. We saw he had a few troubles in race number 2, but it's been a bright start for the now top R Racing entrant in this race, with the demise of Slater up to 4th place, challenging Hart for a spot on the podium.
Yes, Hart under a lot of pressure from Mikey Porter. A good sea Razor Suwarathan, up the highest he's been so far this weekend, all the way up in P5 right now, challenging for a podium. Also Mackenzie Douglas all the way up in 6th position as well for Fox Motorsport. That is very good going indeed, as Finn Harrison has to go mighty defensive. Chase Fernandez tries to sneak it up the inside at the hairpin. They touch. Contact between the two of them heading towards the barn corner. Chase Fernandez has to two-wheel on the grass, and Chase will not be happy with that. Harrison was very bold in his defending. Charlie Hart has capitalised, moved up to 2nd place and moved up to the bumper of the number 38 car, Finn Harrison. Mackenzie Douglas is surging forward. He's now in the lead pack there in 5th place with the fastest lap of the race. Mackenzie likes the wet conditions by the looks of it. Finn Harrison, though, is your leader. Charlie Hart now in 2nd place. Chase Fernandez may well start to see red there in P3. He will be eager to try and get back past Hart and have another go at getting past Finn Harrison.
Well, Finn Harrison and Charlie Hart have not won races so far this season. Chase Fernandez, as mentioned already, has had 2 wins prior to racing here this weekend. Finn Harrison, an accomplished karter in his own right. I think we're going to see a replay here of the moment between, oh my goodness me, and Fernandez had to take to the grass there to avoid further contact with Finn Harrison. As I say, very experienced junior karter back in the day, and Fernandez almost locking up the rear axle, may have locked up the rear axle there, squirmed on the run into Mansfield, and just about managed to get round the corner without collecting Charlie Hart there in 2nd place. I've got to say, I'm impressed with Charlie Hart's driving so far in this race. He's always been a driver for me when I've seen him race before, as there is Hugo Schwarzer out of the race. Well, we were talking about Slater needing to outscore Schwarzer by 10 points, as Charlie Hart's off and into the grass, catches it up and somehow keeps himself in 2nd place and pointing in the right direction. Fernandez has lost a position. I think it's Suwarathan who's come through into 2nd place. What a moment. Both Hart and Fernandez taking almost like a rallycross Joker route through the exit of Hall Bends there towards the hairpin. Hair-raising stuff here in Ginetta Juniors.
Hair-raising indeed. All of this, of course, is allowing Finn Harrison to disappear up the road. 2 seconds clear now. Suwarathan in 2nd place. Third place for Charlie Hart, fourth place for Chase Fernandez, fifth position for Mikey Porter, and Mackenzie Douglas in sixth place. He, of course, leads the junior class. Majority of the field are in the rookie category here. But what a performance this has been so far from Harrison, and what action we're seeing from second place back. Big game of musical chairs going on from second to sixth.
It's very good for us here in the box. And Reza Worthen, great opportunity here for another one of our racing drives. I was just going to finish the point with Schwarzer and Slater. We were talking about Slater needing to outscore by 10, Schwarzer being within 10. I would have not predicted both of them to 0 score from this race.
No.
So we will see the championship roll on to Brands Hatch.
Yes, potentially, even though it will be rolled over, that might still be decided in Brands Hatch Race 1, potentially. We'll have to wait and see for Freddie Slater. He'll go into Brands Hatch just wanting to get some solid points on the board after the issue that he seems to have suffered here today at Cadwell Park. Finn Harrison will not be too concerned about the title drama. He will be concerned with his own performance. He's 8th in the championship right now, has not taken a win so far this season, and he stands on the foothills of doing so for the first time.
Absolutely. Just want to mention as well, Felix Livesey up 6 places from where Felix started in this race. Has made good starts in the wet conditions here today. Has also, well, obviously capitalised on the retirements for some of our higher runners. It's Jocelyn and Hopkinson side by side. This is for 7th place down the pit straight out of Barn, and it looks like Hopkinson is going to get ahead there. New fastest lap of the race for Finn Harrison, 1:52, but Jocelyn will fight back as they go into Coppice Corner. That got very close between the two youngsters. Brave stuff from Henry Jocelyn. Back up the inside, retakes 7th place.
Oh dear, that was a bit too uncomfortable for my liking. I winced a little bit in the chair. Jocelyn and Hopkinson very, very close indeed. Looks to me as though Harrison is being slightly closed in on potentially by Seaworthen. Last lap actually Harrison was a couple of tenths quicker, so he's extended the gap slightly, but I'm just wondering if Seaworthen is able now to, he's not getting attacked by Charlie Hart or Chase Fernandez right now. Maybe he can galvanise everybody behind him to, work in unison, maybe try and close in on Finn Harrison. If they are going to make that decision, they need to make it soon, of course, because with a 2.2 second gap in identical cars with 9 minutes left to run, this not being a particularly slipstream-centric circuit, they've got to get on with it.
They have indeed. The sun is coming out a bit here in the Lincolnshire Wolds as well. That will help to dry the track further with a bit of wind crossing the circuit also. Who can take advantage of these ever-changing conditions? And with 9 minutes to go, 2.2 seconds. What are those second times look like? In fact, Harrison is actually getting quicker and quicker at the moment. This has been a very good lap from the elite motorsport driver so far, as Charlie Hart's running a bit wide there, under attack from Fernandez and Porter. And I think Fernandez has got through there. So Chase Fernandez up to 3rd spot. Mikey Porter now trying to find a way past the number 50 car, the silver and the black details and the blue wing mirrors. Finn Harrison quicker again, Adam. This is a very impressive performance. It feels to me as if it's been coming, and this move to elite motorsport this weekend will have raised a couple of eyebrows, I suppose, doing a move in the middle of the season. But the performances that we've seen from Finn Harrison so far this weekend, I think have at least for now warranted that move.
Yeah, quite possibly. Whatever went down there, I'm not sure, and I won't speculate, but what we know is that Finn Harrison has had a good car underneath him so far this weekend, and he's used it very well. He's had some standout performances. He went from 21st to 2nd, and at one point leading the race at Silverstone GP. At G-Fest. He's had some real standout moments so far this season. It's always been fun to watch. He's in battles more often than not. It's a rare luxury here. He's got a clear track ahead of him. He's got no one trying to fight him for a position, and it just so happens that the position he holds is the one he wants, the lead.
7.25 minutes to go then. No, actually no. I was going to say there was going to be no other position to report, but Jocelyn confirmed as past Luca Hopkinson. We saw that battle raging on for 7th place. This is the fight for 4th place. Charlie Hart and Mikey Porter going through Hall Bends now. Charlie Hart, undeterred by the R Racing car behind him at the moment, has settled himself back down, Adam, after the moment going through the grass on the exit of Hall Bends, where, I mean, at one point I thought he was going to be exiting driver's right. He actually caught it very well when he was on the grass. There is Henry Jocelyn as well. It looks like he's pulled away from Luca Hopkinson. A bit wide there in the background as well was Douglas in the number 24. So for Jocelyn, it's about head down now to try and get back up to the top 6. But
wow,
that's a development and a half, Adam. New fastest lap of the race for Razor C. Worthen, 1 minute 50.7. Crucially, that was 9/10 quicker than Finn Harrison's last lap. The lead is down to less than 1.5.
That is very, very impressive. Harrison being closed in upon here then potentially by Razor C. Worthen, and it's not as if it was an off lap at all for Finn Harrison. It was still his personal best of the race, but Razor C. Worthen bringing it down under 1.5 seconds as we see him bouncing across the grass there coming out of park. He is clearly pressing on, clearly pushing. He was purple in the first sector. As they go through the gooseneck, keep an eye on C. Worthen's car's body language. You can see it sliding through the corner. You see him testing the limits of the track on the outside of the gooseneck. He is a driver possessed, ready to try and strike.
Well, of course, he's another driver who's not had a race win so far this season in the Michelin Ginetta Junior Championship, and with Slater out of this race, this will be the best opportunity so far this season for a number of these drivers to take a spot on the top of the podium. There's not many laps of this one to go, just over 5 minutes. There is your leader, Finn Harrison, going through Hall Bends. But Razor C. Worthen at the back end of the car is sliding around, but he's carrying that speed through the corners really, really well. He's closed in by probably at least another second on this lap. This is going to get very tasty at the front here at Cadwell Park as we come round to finish lap number 8. Can Finn Harrison hold on against a charging Razor C. Worthen? Fight for 4th place. Hart and Porter. Hart defends to the inside, but he's going to be on the wetter line now as they approach Coppice. New fastest lap of the race as well has just come in from Chase Fernandez. So Chase Fernandez is now closing in on the race leader as well. The top 3 covered by 1.5 seconds. Mikey Porter still unable to find a way past Charlie Hart, and it's all very much crescendoing once again to a grandstand finish here, Adam.
No, it's not, because
not?
Finn Harrison has a 5-second penalty. What was a half-second gap will effectively be 4.5 seconds. Finn Harrison with a 5-second penalty attributed to him. The same for Edu Robinson as well. One would assume that is track limit. We've seen Razor C. Worthen also testing said track limit, but he has not received a warning or a penalty as yet by the looks of it. So Harrison, C. Worthen, Fernandez, your top 3, and the one that leads the race, as little as he might not know it yet, unfortunately, once we cross the line, that could change.
And more importantly, for me, Adam, does Razor C. Worthen know that the driver ahead of him has a 5-second penalty? Because at the moment, he just needs to sit there. He's sitting pretty for a race victory. But if he doesn't know, and it's that case of like, there is my first race victory in 2023 and Ginetta Junior's ahead of me, is he going to go for a potentially unnecessary move? There he is down the inside, cutting onto the grass. Contact between Harrison and C. Worthen, and all the time, Chase Fernandez is now closing in. 3 minutes to go. You cannot call which way this one's going to go.
You mentioned an unnecessary move, and it happens as you say it. Goodness me. I don't know if it was strictly unnecessary, but it was certainly, well, it was, because of course he doesn't need to make any move, as we know, with the benefit of knowledge regarding the 5-second penalty for Finn Harrison. Razor C. Worthen, all he knows and all he sees is a car ahead of him that he knows is the race leader. Chase Fernandez continues to set the tracker light underneath him, a 150.257. We've been talking about the top 2 a lot recently, but we can't rule out a race victory here for Chase Fernandez either. He's closing in at a rate of knots on Razor C. Worthen at the moment. The top top three in one picture frame. The top three split by 1.1 seconds last time across the line, and it's only going down.
I mean, I wouldn't even rule out Charlie Hart and Mikey Porter. If one driver can receive a 5-second penalty, others could as well. It's been decided like that before. 2 minutes on the clock. Finn Harrison starting to raise the pace, I think, at the front. He's soaked up that pressure from Seaworthen and Fernandez behind. They're all trying out these different lines on a slippery surface here at Cadwell Park. Just a bit of news further down the order as well. Parmovsky has gained 11th place off of Moss. Parmovsky, of course, we saw off at the in the early stages of this race. Not long to go now, though. One lap after this one, Adam, and Finn Harrison is doing a fantastic job at the front of the field, but that penalty, that 5-second penalty hanging over him, he could end up off the podium at this rate with the closeness of not only the two drivers behind, but also Charlie Hart and Mikey Porter 4th and 5th.
The top three then, with 1 minute and 10 seconds left to go, head towards the start-finish line for what will be the final time. And Razor Seaworthen has just received word, or he hasn't received word, we've received word, that he has a 5-second penalty applied to him as well. Therefore, your net race leader is Chase Fernandez. Little may he know that all he needs to do now to secure his 3rd win of the season is cruise behind these two, stay within 5 seconds and take the spoils. But he's clearly still pushing.
No, he's pushing a lot, dipping into the grass there. There is the board. So yeah, so 78, car 78, Razor Seaworthen, 5-second penalty. Harrison is defending to the inside, so effectively the 38 and the 78 are now fighting for position again because they've both got the same penalty. Whichever of them finishes higher up the order on the road will take the position in the final standings. Chase Fernandez has got the best seat in the house and also sitting on a race victory. Also behind them, Charlie Hart's Mikey Porter, that are going to run out of time here, but they're closing in on the top three. This has been a fascinating race as Seaworthen looks down the inside. There's contact between Harrison and Seaworthen. Fernandez goes through to take the lead on the road as well. Well, there's going to be discussions about that one. Here comes the second chasing pack. Can Finn Harrison get it back under control? Big moment in the story of this race. Time is up and Chase Fernandez is off up the road to race victory.
And of course, regardless of what happens there with Finn Harrison, he's going to fall behind all of those cars that are now directly behind him because of that 5-second penalty as well. Razor Seaworthen is likely going to lose a few positions in the same breath. Chase Fernandez, however, has seen the sea part in front of him, not knowing that a penalty was going to grant him victory anyway. He has watched as the battle for the lead has imploded, and he has picked up the pieces to claim victory number 3 for himself and Assetto Racing in the 2023 Michelin Ginetta Junior Championship. Chase Fernandez to the top step once again. The penalties now filtering through. Mikey Porter registered as our 2nd place finisher. Charlie Hart takes the 3rd step of the podium. Razor Seaworthen provisionally finishes 4th, but there's inevitably going to be an investigation about his move there on Finn Harrison heading into Mansfield on the final lap. Mackenzie Douglas gets a top 5 finish there, 5th place for him, ahead of Henry Jocelyn in 6th place. Finn Harrison came across the line not in 7th on the road, but with the penalty applied, he ends up finishing in 7th place. Luca Hopkinson 8th. Felix Livesley in 9th, and Alicia Palmovsky manages to salvage a top 10 finish from the race after her off on the very first lap of the race. Here's a replay of the incident between Seaworthen and Harrison. They weren't even fighting for the lead because of their penalties, of course, ultimately. Well, they were fighting for the lead, but they weren't going to be fighting for the win. Seaworthen took to the inside. It was a very marginal 90-10 style manoeuvre, and unfortunately the 90 was what he got rather than the 10.
Indeed. Wow, what a race for round number 21 of the Michelin Ginetta Junior Championship, and for a number of drivers that is going to be a key race for their championship situations. Let's have a look at the result then. For the 3rd time this year, Chase Fernandez, the current Ginetta scholarship holder, takes race victory in the Michelin Ginetta Juniors Championship. After 11 laps, he wins at Cadwell Park by 6.5 seconds in the end, ahead of Mikey Porter, second place there for R Racing. Charlie Hart completes the podium. A very good weekend for the elite motorsport driver, and well deserves that spot on the podium. I do believe these are times and gaps with the 5-second penalties applied. So 4th place for Razor Seaworthen, who's in the middle of the action there for R Racing. Mackenzie Douglas, 5th overall, 1st in class for the junior class, all those who are not rookies. That equals his best result of the year so far for Fox Motorsport in difficult conditions. A very good drive for Mackenzie Douglas there. 6th was Henry Jocelyn, good recovery from Jocelyn after a difficult race 2. Finishes 8.2 seconds off the lead for Prep Tech UK. Finn Harrison, having led the race for so long, in the end is classified in 7th place, 11 seconds down. Will be a bit disappointed, I feel, with that result, but the speed is there and there's still opportunities for Harrison to pick up race victories, I'm sure, as we go to Brands Hatch and Donington Park. 8th place for Luca Hopkinson, another top 10 for the R Racing driver there. Felix Livesey in the top 10 as well. The number 31 finishes in 9th. A top 10 that is completed by Alicia Parmowski, fighting back there from an incident on lap 1. Harry Moss finishes in 11th ahead of Edu Robinson. Hugo Schwarzer was a retirement from that race, but does not completely lose out a chance on winning this championship, because also retirements from that race were Holly Mile and, quite crucially, Adam, Freddie Slater didn't even get off. Well, it did eventually get off the start line, but at a much slower rate than we expected.
Yes, he'll feel that was an anticlimax for sure. Very disappointing for Freddie Slater, but elation once again for Chase Fernandez and a lot of our drivers down there in the paddock. Let's get reactions from Jack Werrell.
So after a action-packed race in the Michelin Ginetta Junior Championship, what a way to round out their weekend. At least they've had 3 races this weekend. Constant action from start to end, penalties, mistakes, and a few mechanical issues for some of the drivers as well. Chase Fernandez, whether he knew it or not, was already going to win the race after 2 5-second penalties applied to his rivals up the road. But just to make it feel that much better, he was the first driver to take the checkered flag. Chase, whether you knew it or not, the 2 drivers up the road had penalties. Obviously they made the mistakes, and you got to see the checkered flag just securing that win. How good does it feel?
I'm absolutely buzzing. What a result. I wasn't expecting it, to be honest, on that last lap. I knew the leader had a penalty. I wasn't sure about second place, but then it was like everything just came together on that last lap for me anyway. Yeah, what a result.
And fastest lap as well. It's the best way to round out a weekend. You mentioned, obviously, the start of the weekend was pretty good. Slowly started to take a turn, and yeah, it's a turn up for the books, 100%.
Yeah, I'm glad to have brought it back today. I've showed my true pace, because we should have been higher up on the grid, but unfortunate things happened. But definitely brought it back.
Great stuff. Congratulations, Chase. Best of luck. Now, unfortunately, we would love to have a chat with some of the other drivers, but we've already got cars out on circuit. Back to Andy and Andrew down in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Jack. Great work, as always, in the paddock. Next race out on circuit then is round number 20 for this year's Ginetta GT Academy. And my oh my, Adam Weller, what a weekend this group of drivers have had. Topsy-turvy weather, topsy-turvy races. Anything that could have happened so far for the GT Academy drivers has happened, and they've still got another 20-minute race to go.
Yes, they've had not a single undisrupted race so far this weekend, so they're going to be hoping for rather less dramatics this time around. Good to see everybody on the grid once again. Mark Elman will once again be in a T-car, a spare car from the Want to Race stable, rather than his usual Steed. If you missed it earlier today, coming over the mountain, he lost control of the car in the early stages of their first race, which was rescheduled from Saturday into Sunday. Unfortunately, that car damaged beyond immediate repair, but thankfully there are spare parts and even spare cars here at G-Fest, and the Ginetta team got him out there along with the SVG Motorsport crew, and Mark Elman will once again take the start. You see his car there in the centre of shot. The plain white car, as it is now, will line up in 5th position. But of course, with a margin still of well under 10 points between Nick White and Ravi Ramyud in the championship, now in favour of Nick White as they go on to this formation lap. It really is all to play for in the championship battle. So then we will take a look at the grid order now. It is going to once again be Nick White on pole position for this one. Ravi Ramyud taking second place. In third position will be Mackenzie Walker in the number 70 car from Assetto Racing. He'll be looking to replicate his Assetto stablemate Chase Fernandez's result just now in the Ginetta Juniors. Matt Shaw, the first of the rookie class runners. No points scored for the rookies this weekend, but he likes an overall podium. He's scored many of them. Let's see if he can take another today. Mark Ellman will be lining up fifth on the grid in an unfamiliar car to him. He'll be on the third row alongside Amy Tomlinson. Watch out for Thomas Shelley from seventh on the grid. Shelley was quick in the earlier race too, but unfortunately he wasn't in position to take advantage of that. The windscreen wiper seemingly fell off the car, and as a result of that he lost the best part of a lap. Michael Orant will line up 8th position in the number 55 car, I should say. That car will start from 8th on the grid. A new addition to the rookie class ranks at Snetterton, and he's steadily improving race on race. So it will be once again the story of White and Ramyud for this one. Very close championship battle, by far the closest championship battle in overall standings at least, here in the Ginetta paddocks at this stage of the season, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this goes.
I'm looking forward to the run to Coppice Corner, because we've had a couple of them today that could not have got any closer, to the point we've seen a couple of wing mirrors just tucked in. They have given each other just enough room so far, but not an inch more in some of the battles. The grid coming under order. There is Nick White at the number 57. He's some of the battle scars on that car on the front left-hand corner, repaired by the team. Ravi Ramyud starting in the same position he started race 2 in, on the driver's right-hand side of the grid in P2. And I'm keen to see how Mackenzie Walker and Matt Shaw as well go toe-to-toe once again. 5 seconds up for the drivers. Red lights on here at Cadwell Park, ready to go racing in the Ginetta GT Academy, and away we go. Good start for both drivers on the front row. Good start for Matt Shaw as well. He's pulling up alongside and overtaking into third place past Mackenzie Walker. Michael Lawrence had a slow start as well, but this time has got off the grid, unlike in race number 2. Through the first couple of corners they go. Thomas Shelley looking quick early on as well. I think has got up to 5th place. Yes, Shelley has got up to 5th place, but the run up to Park for the first time, it's not White in the lead. Ramyud's got through, so change for the lead on lap 1. Ravi Ramyud to the front of the order then in GT Academy. White followed by Shaw, Walker, Shelley. Then it's going to be Ellman in 6th place, Tomlinson and Orant in 8th.
Interesting. So Ramyud managing to get through early on in the Century Motorsport 17 car, leads the way. It was 6 points between them at the start of this race in the championship battle, and Ravi Ramyud in the race lead, second in the championship right now to White, if things were to finish as they are, and neither of them got the fastest lap. There'd be 1 point between them in favour of Nick White. If Ramyud wins and gets fastest lap, they'll be tied going into Brands Hatch. All the fun of the farm.
Yes, definitely all to play for. Bit of a drying line you can see there through Hall Bends, but get off of that drying line, it can get very, very tricky indeed. Once again, like we saw in race 2, Adam, the back end of the Century Motorsport number 17 for Ravi Ramyud. Maybe it's just a setup thing and a preference for Ravi, that he likes the back end of the car sliding around a bit, but it is sliding around a bit and looks a bit on edge.
Yes, it does, doesn't it? Well, we heard when I asked Joe Osborne earlier on today what a GT4 aero-ish kind of car, even with less power, that is this G56 GTA. What's it like on treaded tyres then? He goes, Larry.
Yes.
And in these conditions, even more so, of course. Matt Shaw, he's always leery. Very good driver. Very impressed with him in his first season of racing. And I get the impression with every passing weekend of his first year in the Ginetta GT Academy, he gets closer to the pace of Ramyed and White. And, well, potentially, especially if these two start fighting each other ahead of the order, Matt Shaw could get involved too, and that would be very exciting.
As I say, the format of this championship, he only needs to look at one of the drivers ahead and see how he can build through the course of his establishing racing career, and not just to the drivers on the track over here, but also the previous champions of this championship. Toby Trysewer spent a couple of days with earlier in the season as an example. He's gone on to some great things from this platform. 17 minutes of the race to go. I think we're having a look here at the battle for 7th place between Amy Tomlinson and Michael Orant in the number 55. I mean, good to see Orant back out. He's probably had a bit of a hit to the confidence after a spin in the first race of the nation, because we shouldn't forget that all of the racing this weekend for the GT Academy has taken place today after the delays 24 hours ago. But so had a spin earlier on this morning in race number 1, then had a technical problem and didn't even get off the start in race number 2. So it's a good performance from both Michael Orant and Amy Tomlinson here, having a good fight in that rookie category.
Yes, Amy doesn't have to worry, of course, this weekend about her points situation in rookie, because they're not scoring points in the rookie class this weekend. That, of course, also works in favour of a few of the other drivers, including Emma Tomlinson and Lucy Tomlinson, sisters of Amy. Emma away celebrating her birthday, Lucy also absent. So a few of the rookie drivers, Charlotte Lowe, Richard Just as well, all going to benefit from the fact that there are no rookie points scored this weekend. Orant closing in on Tomlinson at what is the traditional favourite overtaking place of G-Fest this weekend, heading up towards the Park Bend from the Park Straight, but can't quite get alongside Amy Tomlinson, who retains that 7th position. Big wide cars, these G56s. You have to fully commit to a move, and it has to really be a move that's obvious. If you really try and pull a late breaker on somebody, it's more than likely, with the lack of space available, going to end poorly.
And the biggest problem for all the drivers in this race at the moment, it's actually very similar to what we saw in race number 1 earlier on this morning. Remember Mackenzie Walker going down the inside for 3rd place in race number 1, and because he got on the wet line, hard on the brakes, he just did not have the level of grip that his opponent had, and he slid unfortunately off the road. That's the problem now into Park Corner. You've got that difference between the racing line, a bit drier than the lane where you need to pull those moves. Ravi Ramyed goes and does the fastest lap of the race so far, 1:38.655. Lead is just over half a second.
I was really interested there in watching the different approaches between Tomlinson and Orant through the whole bends. Tomlinson went very, very deep and into the 2nd apex before braking, whereas Orant braked at the 1st apex and carried more speed through the corner. Interesting to see those different approaches in these mixed conditions around this complex racing circuit. Meanwhile, Ravi Ramyed and Nick White, as you rightly say, just over 6/10 between the two of them now, and very, very close lap times, 0.04 of a second between their lap times last time by. And Matt Shaw, he's still just on 2 seconds back. He hasn't really lost much time. I think he may have lost a couple of tenths so far this lap compared to the top two, but Matt Shaw still very much in contention as well, as is his seemingly forever opponent this weekend, Mackenzie Walker, who is just 8/10 back from the 33 car as well. Great to watch these cars go through the Hall bends. It's a real full commitment part of the circuit. I think it's one of those parts of the circuit, and it happens at every racetrack. There are certain parts that you can't quite capture on camera, no matter if you've got 4K or 40. But there is a real level of commitment as you sling that car, particularly into the 2nd apex at Hall Bends.
It's a corner for the brave-hearted. It's tight in there. It's blind as you go through the corner as well, and it undulates. Seeing how the cars move and traverse through those corners has been very impressive this weekend. Very impressive as well has been Nick White's performance. New fastest lap of the race so far, 1:38.349. But at the moment, Ravi Ramyed looking again, comfortable here. He's happy to just hold that about half-second gap. He's not getting undeterred by his championship rival approaching behind, and also with these track conditions, probably doesn't need to defend too hard at the moment as well. He just needs to hold that drying line and almost put the challenge to Nick White to go, you want this lead, you're going to have to get me off this racing line, you're going to have to force me into making a move to take the advantage.
Yes, exactly right, and that is, as we spoke about just a few minutes ago, the thing, isn't it, especially with these wider cars at sections of the circuit such as Park, which is somehow both one of the narrower points of the circuit and one of the primary overtaking opportunities. In cars this wide, there's a certain amount of authority that one has as the race leader. You can really just use the positioning to dictate what your opponent has to do, and Nick White at the moment is having to just hold back and wait for an opportunity to come, and it isn't forthcoming at the moment. Just watch Matt Shaw and Mackenzie Walker out of our commentary box window, both fishtailing wildly. Matt Shaw is there, Mackenzie Walker is there. Good. It's always concerning when they go out of sight at an angle.
Thomas Shelley doing a good job as well, sitting there in 5th place in the bright green car at the rear of your shot. Ramyeed responds to the pace of Nick White, goes quicker himself, 1:38.075, and we have seen this so far this weekend, both in the timed qualifying session and in race 2 in particular. It takes Ramyeed a few more laps to get up to that raw pace, the quicker than Nick White, and I think we're seeing that again. But the crucial thing is he got the race start right, he got the race position, he's putting together another very fine performance here.
Definitely the case. It's been really interesting to see the to and fro between the pair of them. Ravi Ramyeed with more victories, 10 wins so far this season. Meanwhile, 8 victories, of course, for Nick White. However, White has been more consistently on the podium relative to Ramyeed. When it's gone wrong for Ramyeed, it's gone wrong in a more significant way. And that is why White currently leads the championship by all of 6 points at this stage. That would be down to 1 point. In fact, no, apologies, it would be no points. With 36 currently set for Ravi Ramyeed and 30 for White, it would be nil points between the two of them going into Brands Hatch, and there's almost no tenths between Amy Tomlinson and Mike Laurent as they head towards the Park Bend once again. Tomlinson, though, still holding off Orant. Good little scrap this is between the two of them, and I think obviously, so long as it doesn't end badly, I think these two, regardless of who finishes 7th and who finishes 8th, will be pretty happy with the race they've had because they're having fun out there.
Yeah, they're having some really good drives in the number 11 and number 55. And I just wanted to note as well that the pace of Mackenzie Walker, I think he's woken up perhaps and smelt the coffee, because he went purple in sector number 1 on that last lap, and then pulled another 3/10 out of Shaw in the 2nd sector. He's closing in on the leading rookie in this race, and is looking like he's going to want to try and challenge for a podium position. Just waiting to see which one of them, we didn't quite see which of the 33 of the 70 came over the top of the hill first. Still odds even for Ramyeed and White. White, I think, was a touch quicker on that last lap. Yeah, pulled the lead back down to around half a second. 5-second penalty I'm seeing on my screen, Adam, for Thomas Shelley. Now, I don't think that's going to change too much at the moment, because he's got a 14, nearly 15-second lead over Mark Elman. But we should note that's the bright green number 76. If there is a podium to be won by Thomas Shelley, he's got to get not just ahead of these two drivers here, Shaw and Walker, but also then another 5 seconds up the road.
Yeah, and he has been closing in, but unfortunately, little does he know that it's not quite the situation he'd like, as Ravi Ramyeed and Nick White get close together. Ramyeed tries to avoid White on his inside. Ramyeed got a huge amount of oversteer, managed to keep the car in a straight line, managed to remain in the race lead. I didn't see contact between the two of them there, but it got very, very tight, very, very close, and now as they cross the line just a quarter of a second apart, it's getting very intriguing here at Cadwell Park. No contact, but almost a moment for Ravi Ramyeed there, where he could have ended up in a spin and losing the lead. Nick White, though, has his best opportunity so far to try and reclaim the lead that he had at least through the first corner. Of course, he lost out on the first lap to Ravi Ramyeed.
I quite liked what Ramyeed did there with the defensive move. It wasn't too harsh, but crucially what it did, it covered any part of dry track down the inside. Let's have another look at this incident. Well, definitely on the entrance to the corner, Ramyeed is sliding. There might have been the slightest little touch from second place, but there, just getting across on the line to make sure that if the car in second place is going to go down the inside, they've got to go on the wet stuff, which is probably not going to end very well for Nick White. That was well recovered in a way by Ramyeed.
Yeah, so Ramyeed locked the rear axle and was kind of in a half spin anyway, and because of that situation, I think White did just tap Ravi Ramyeed, but I think no harm, no foul ultimately. The rear tyres on Ravi Ramyeed's car must be starting to get a bit toasty because there's a lot of sideways going on. Once again, Nick White is right there with him as they go through the hairpin and through Barn, and they head out onto the main straight. Nick White didn't get that last corner right, though. He was a little bit tight on the apex, tried to carry speed, and he's lost time there going on the grass and corner exit.
You do need to be aware, though, that closing in behind are Shaw, Walker and Shelley. Yeah. All three of them in a personal best for each of them, 138.3 something. White did a 139.4, Ramyeed did a 138.2. The track getting drier and drier all the time. It's actually quite a lovely day here now at Cadwell Park at the end of the weekend. 6 1/4 minutes to go. Can Ravi Ramyeed take advantage now of this advantage he's got over Nick White by 1.5 seconds, because it's now a lot of hard work for Nick White. He's got to close in that gap and again have the same problem, challenge, hurdle, however you want to put it, of getting past Ravi Ramyeed. Of where does he find a lane through to get by and take the lead in this race?
And before the end of the race, I suspect that Ramyeed and White are also going to close in on Amy Tomlinson and Michael Orant as well. That could be challenging. Again, I've made the point a couple of times that these wide cars make it difficult to try and go side by side at quite a few junctures of this track. With Amy and Michael having their own scrap, Ravi Ramyeed and Nick White, when they do close in, and I'm almost certain they're going to, that could be very difficult negotiations.
Could indeed. They'll be hoping to, if they do catch them on a straight up part of the course. Just over 5 minutes to go. Last race of the weekend for the Ginetta GT Academy field. They've had a busy day. They started their day with a warm-up. They followed up with 3 races. The race from yesterday, 24 hours ago, was postponed till this morning due to inclement conditions. See the front of Nick White's previously pristine number 57. It's covered in grass and mud and all sorts of detritus that have been kicked up around this circuit, but Ravi Ramyeed continues to hold the lead. It did come down though, a 137.1 last time around for Nick White. He's refound his pace, Adam, and it's going to be challenging for this lead again.
Well, of course, he never lost his pace. He made a slight error, lost a couple of seconds, and he's very quickly brought it back in. I think that by the end of this lap, Nick White is once again going to be welded to Ravi Ramyeed. An extension of the bonnet of the number 17, or extension of the rear end, I should say, of the number 17 Ginetta G56 will be that front bumper of Nick White before too long. They're right together once again. Incidentally, as White has wound the taps back up and Ramyeed continues to press on, Shaw and Walker have fallen a little way off them once again. You see Ravi Ramyeed once again getting taily. Nick White saw an opportunity, tried to draw alongside. I think he got a wheel or two on the grass there, going over the mountain. It wasn't quite to be, but you can see that Ravi Ramyeed, once again, that rear end of his car seemed really, really unsettled.
It does indeed. And is there going to be an opportunity? No, Ramyeed's just going to have that half car width move, 2 drivers right, just to hold any kind of inside line. Mackenzie Walker gets very sideways as they go through Barn, but gets it collected all together, holds on to 4th place. We should remember as well, once again, that Thomas Shelley has a 5-second penalty to be applied at the end of this race. 3 1/4 minutes to go now. Nick White closed in again. But once more, as Ramyid has to drive a touch defensively. They're back into the 139s, Adam. So it is very much almost like on an elastic band at the moment, these groups of cars, because as Ramyid starts to defend, that's the point at which you see this second group, Shaw, Walker and Shelley. They're all getting quicker and quicker all the time. All of them down into the very low 138s now. They're not completely out of this.
No, absolutely not. There's still potential and many combustibles at play in this scrap for the race lead. As these two cars head down towards Mansfield then for what should be the third last time. We should have 2 laps to go at the end of this lap. There's still a lot of question marks at play. Thomas Shelley involved with that battle for third place. However, of course, he has a 5-second penalty applied. And as the leading cars now come over the mountain, they're less than 10 seconds away from the battle for 7th and 8th as well. So I suspect that in just over a lap's time, potentially as they go on to the last lap, our top 2 are going to find the battle for 7th.
Indeed. Time ticking away. Still Ravi Ramyid leading this race, but only just from Nick White in a story that could be so important for this year's Ginetta GT Academy Championship. 1 minute and 47 or thereabouts was on the clock as they came over the line. They're currently circulating on a pace of 1 minute 37, so yeah, there's going to be 2 more laps here. There'll be 10 seconds or so on the clock when they next come out of barn and across start finish. Not a lot of time for Nick White to find a way through, and he's getting very close to the edge, running out of Charlie's there and up the park straight, trying to find every fibre of performance in his number 57 Raceway Motorsport prepared machine, getting a bit of a slide on as they go into park. The pressure's building, not just for Ravi Ramyid, but Nick White, who we have seen already today have a spin out there on circuit.
Yes, of course, it hasn't been a flawless day so far for Nick White. It's been a taxing day for everyone, with 3 races for the GT Academy category across Sunday's action after the cancelled Saturday race. There you see the battle for 7th and 8th place. Michael Orange has actually really picked up the pace on this lap and is challenging Amy Tomlinson, and that is happening as the 2 race leaders bear down on them. 40 seconds of this race to go, and I think pretty much as they cross the start-finish line and head into Coppice, our top 2 are going to have to try and negotiate a very lively battle for 7th place.
They are indeed. This, I would say, is the closest that they've been so far. And Ramyid's defending hard down the inside into the hairpin. They're going to see the last lap marker on this next couple of seconds as they come out of barn. But there are the 2 back markers, Tomlinson and Orant, who will receive blue flags onto the last lap. Then another set of 139s. Shaw, Walker and Shelley once again are all in the 138s. They'll be licking their lips at potential opportunities up ahead of them. Well, apart from Mark Elman, we've got all the drivers in this race pretty much all within 1 shot. The leader's now catching up to the back of Michael Orant, as Nick White's nearly is in the grass there as they run out of Charlie's. This is very nervy stuff for all of them out there.
Very nervy indeed. Ramyid has gotten past Orant. Now Nick White has also. Amy Tomlinson now with Ramyid in the mirrors. She's seen that he's there, leaves the apex free. Nick White follows through as well. Both drivers, all 4 drivers, doing a good job there, but especially Amy Tomlinson and Michael Orant made that easy for the race leaders. So now it just comes down to Ramyid and White in the battle for the lead. Battle for 3rd, of course, could still be affected by the battle for 7th, which is side by side through Mansfield. Orant had a look there at Amy Tomlinson. I think they've now realised they've got more company as they continue to have their scrap. It is still Matt Shaw in 3rd place. It is still Ravi Ramyid in the race lead. He's got Nick White behind him. White has the fastest lap and will in theory get that bonus point for that, and that will mean that all things reset. 2 points between them potentially going into Brands Hatch, but Nick White has one last look to try and claim the win. Ravi Ramyid goes wide going into the final corner. Is he still there when he exits? Yes, he is. Ravi Ramyid will take a victory here. The number 17 car crosses the line once again. Win number 9 of the season, or win number 11 I should say of the season for Ravi Ramyeed. Nick White takes second place. Matt Shaw does hold on to third up against Mackenzie Walker. Thomas Shelley, with his penalty applied, still ends up finishing in 5th place. He lost a lot of time towards the end of the race, not quite sure what's happened to him there, but he had a very, well, he had a poor lap a few laps ago, Shelley, and he's still crossed the line in 5th. Elman will take 6th position. Good to see that Mark Elman does take the flag in the unexpected 2nd car. Amy Tomlinson taking P7 and Michael Orant taking P8. Here is the results in full. The Ramyeed car has headed towards the top step once again. He's the most winningest driver this year. He is not quite the championship leader. He will have a 2-point deficit to overcome going into Brands Hatch. Nick White, championship leader, taking 2nd place ahead of Matt Shaw. Mackenzie Walker in 4th place. 5th place for Thomas Shelley. Mark Elman in 6th. Amy Tomlinson 7th and Michael Orant in 8th place. I now see that Thomas Shelley had accrued a massive 15 seconds worth of penalties. I thought it was a 5-second penalty that he had for track limits, but it became 15. So clearly Thomas Shelley was using a little bit more of Lincolnshire than he was allowed.
Yes, but at least in say, put a positive spin on it, he didn't lose any positions as a result of that. He was pushing all the way to dry and maybe find a way past the 2 cars ahead. But there is your winner for round 20 of this year's Ginetta GT Academy. A very, very pleased Ravi Ramyeed, and so he should be, because that was hard work out there on circuit here at Cadwell Park. I don't think he had the ultimate pace of Nick White here in this particular round, but he had the racecraft to keep him behind. And despite having a few slippery, slidey moments, he kept his nerve and takes that full complement of points for race position. And the championship will roll on to next time out at Brands Hatch. This one's going to go all the way, Adam, all the way to Donington Park, you would think, with these 2 drivers trading wins back and forth.
You have to think so. There's Charlie Robertson giving his congratulations to Ravi Ramyeed. Of course, Charlie, one of the most decorated Ginetta drivers of all, a champion in juniors, a champion in what is now the Ginetta GT Championship as well. Also ended up, of course, running at Le Mans several times with various different Ginetta LMP1 projects. And he's deep in conversation with Ravi Ramyeed. We will in due course, of course, hear from Jack Werrell and the crew as well, and understand that Jack is ready to go. So we'll go down to Jack with the reactions from the paddock.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, back up here in scrutineering, and you can see Ravi just talking through that race with his team. Ravi, can we grab a quick word? We will bring you this way. Again, another strong performance, but it looked like it didn't come easy under pressure that entire race.
You know what, I really enjoyed that. It is nice having somebody at the chuck giving you a hard time rather than just checking out. We made the wrong corner setup, but I learned a hell of a lot. So the car was sort of in the middle, and towards the end I was getting understeer and a bit of oversteer in places, so it was managing the car, and I was aware that it was either try and get the lap time and throw it off, or drive to where the grip was, and I was mindful where he was quicker to defend, and then go again. It was just that cat and mouse every lap. It was so much fun, really enjoyable.
And arguably the driest conditions you've had all weekend, was that a bit more fun?
You know what, I quite like the wet. You know, it makes it a bit more interesting. But yeah, you know, it's nice to have a different race. Keeps the mind ticking. You know, it's good for someone at my age. It's great.
Great stuff. Congratulations, Ravi. Well, I'm sure we will be able to grab a quick word with somebody else. So we will now be looking for Nick White. Nick, of course, hounding Ravi that entire race just to try and get onto the podium. We need to try and find Nick White. Here is Nick. We spoke to him earlier on this weekend. Of course, he won race 2, so it's definitely worth a chat with Nick. It looked like you threw everything at that. I'm sure you'll be having nightmares about the rear of Ravi's car, but hard work, but I think a well-earned second place.
Yeah, for sure. It was all lost off the start. Unfortunately, a little bit of wheel spin gave him the jump on me. But yeah, it was a fun race. It was, it was nip and tuck, but it's so hard to overtake around here. Even if you're quicker by a margin in a certain area, you can't do anything about it. The cars are so wide that there's going to be contact if you send it down the inside. So Yeah, tried my hardest, but yeah, made a couple of mistakes probably, but not enough for me to capitalise.
And of course, whether the championship is or isn't something you think about, it's been very cat and mouse. As soon as one gets in front and slowly builds a margin, it's immediately reeled back in. Is it something that you consider going into a weekend?
Just all I consider is to keep doing what I'm doing, and hopefully the results come. Try not to think too much into it.
Great stuff. Congratulations, Nick. So I'm sure there should be one more driver. We will be looking for Matt Shaw. Where Matt is, I don't know. We can grab a quick word, however, with Mackenzie Walker. Mackenzie, we will grab one very brief question. Driest conditions we've had all weekend, but as you can probably see and hear, the wind is getting stronger. Does that affect you?
I wouldn't say so much the wind, but there's definitely still patches where it's very greasy, like under the trees, the last corner, just because you've got all the kind of dew and stuff coming off of the trees. So it was lots of sideways action around there, but yeah, it was really good fun.
Great stuff. Congratulations, Mackenzie. And a very quick word with Matt. Matt, again, we've posed a similar question to everybody, but drier conditions, but as we just said from Mackenzie, still very greasy in patches. Hard work out there?
It was hard work, as you can tell. I'm sweating a lot. The last corner was particularly tricky and treacherous, but yeah, there was certainly dry throughout it, so it was a good blend of wet and dry, so just to keep us on our toes.
And I was keeping an eye on you. Obviously, there was a pack behind you that I think was slowly closing. Was that something that you were sort of wary of going into the final stages, seeing them get bigger in the rearview mirror?
No, keep focused on what's in front. So, but no, I enjoyed it. It was a great weekend.
Great stuff. Congratulations, Matt. So that is, I'm pretty sure, all of the drivers we've got up here. Back down to Adam and Andrew in the commentary box.
So then it is round 20 next of the 2023 Pro Tire Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship. This is our final race of G-Fest. We've brought you 9 races, 3 apiece from each championship, and this is the third and final Pro Tire Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship race of the weekend. We're in mixed conditions, challenges ahoy, and I can tell you that the ever journalistic co-commentator here, Andrew, has been out and checked out what tyres they're on.
Everybody is on a worn set of slicks.
Worn slicks?
Yes, I can't see anywhere I would go, yep, they are brand new, out of the moulds, still with the stickers on.
It's not so much the word worn that surprises me, it's the word slicks.
Yes, I say, and there's also, I say, the journalistic, engineering journalist.
Yes.
One of the two. We are also going to see a re-emergence of Sam Harvey, and the number 70. However, there has been a considerable amount of what I consider it's a glorious art. You have to have years of experience in it for it to be done properly. I call it gaffer tape engineering.
Oh yes.
So the panel work has been patched up, but I would say the front bumper is probably at least 25% tape at the moment, but it's going out there. It's going to give it a good run. The suspension arms and everything have been repaired as well. All good to go. Back up to our full complement of cars.
Carl Garnett is back as well then. So
Carl Garnett is back out there
good.
on circuit, ready to go. Actually, I know I'm going to correct myself. I think the one car that I did not see out there is Callum Davies. That was the car that we saw running second place. Had a quite hefty incident in the first half of the course and did a sizable amount of damage to the rear, particularly the rear left corner. I don't think I saw the bright blue and black Navos car out there. And if it is out there, I need my eyes checking quite clearly. So, we're getting ready for this next race of the day. The other thing I will note alongside the tyre discussion is the cloud discussion. There was a quite large dark cloud rolling in from our right. So this is kind of from Charlie's and up through Coppice. This is probably the one part of the broadcast today where I haven't been optimistic. I hope that is not going to dump another load of rain on us, because we could see another set of tyre changes required, as we saw earlier, for this group of drivers after their red flag interrupted race 2.
I'm going to shift away from perpetual pessimism. Looking at the clouds, I'm pretty sure they are slowly edging away from the circuit rather than towards the circuit.
We've swapped.
Yes.
Yes. There we go.
Weird this. Can we swap back?
Go on then. 20 minutes will be the order of things for round 20 of the Pro Tyre Motorsports Ginetta GT Championship. Our last race of the day and of the weekend here at Cadwell Park. I do hope you've enjoyed the coverage. If you've missed any of it so far this weekend, do not worry. It will all be able to be viewed at your leisure here on Ginetta TV, as with all the other races from our 3 championships that have been here this weekend as well. There is Ruben Haig, and I'm turning to Luke Reed, who will start this race from pole position, giving us a little wave there. The grid for this race determined by the final standings of race number 2. You can see Colin White in the background as well, who used all of his experience to take advantage of the situation and the conditions earlier, changeable conditions, to register a 3rd place result in that race. But these 2 drivers in particular, Adam, Haig and Reed, have put on a lot of entertainment so far this weekend. I think they're going to be going all out in this last race of the weekend to give us some more.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been very exciting to watch the battle between Reed and Haig. Of course, in the championship, Luke Reed is really pretty dominant. 591 points to Callum Davis's 441, and of course Davis seems to be a non-starter, so Luke Reed will pretty much guaranteed, as long as he takes the flag, an increase in his points lead. Colin White may well move up into 2nd in the points in the overall GT Pro class as well. What's far more close and compelling in the GT5 Pro class, Luke Garlick, your points leader, 504, 502 for Ella Lloyd. Luke Garlick and Ella Lloyd rather aping the Nick White Ravi Ramud battle. They're extremely close in GT5 Pro.
Indeed, it's a very intriguing situation as we are in the latter throes of this championship. 7 rounds of it to go. 1 we're about to see, 3 more at Brands Hatch later on in the summer. There, you see on the left-hand side is the gaffer tape engineering on the number 70 of Sam Harvey.
Oh my word!
I think they've done quite a neat job on that.
Is that gaffer tape?
It's got either gaffer tape or something a bit stronger.
Yes.
But
it looks like they've stolen like a soundproof curtain from someone's home studio, and
maybe they have.
That's amazing. Yeah, so Sam Harvey will be happy to at least get to take the start. Wasn't a given with the condition of the car after his incident with this man Luke Garlick, which also involved Ella Lloyd. There's Karim Sekat's Oxford Engineering number 10 car out of the Brakehill Racing stable. The only car not from Zentech in the GT5 Pro class. Ella Lloyd, one of several drivers from Zentech on the grid. And I understand that we may have a slight delay, somewhere in the margin of 10 minutes before we get this race underway. So a little bit of time before the cars take to the grid. We're just waiting to confirm that, but it sounds as if there will be a 10-minute delay somewhere in that margin. Of course, I don't know if they are working on the car. I assume SVG Motorsport have called it a day. But if they are sprinting, then maybe this is the opportunity they need. And one thing that we do get to do then, since we don't normally get to look at the podium because it goes on as the next race starts, we get to see Ravi Ramud celebrating his victory there. Top step of the podium once again for him. Nick White and Matt Shaw joining him on that overall podium, and good to see that Ravi and Nick in good spirits there as well. He's hobbling a bit, is Ravi Ramud, and he admitted to me that's because he fell over at one point this weekend on the wet grass. So hopefully he hasn't actually done any particular damage to himself, but he is hobbling a little bit. There's Alejandro from Ginetta going to take an interview in now for their social media feeds, and Ravi Ramud, always a good conversation. You can keep up with that on the Ginetta Cars Instagram and other social media feeds as well. Keep up with all things Ginetta on social media, including the next 2 events, of course, back on the British GT support packages for brands and for the Donington Park finale.
Yes, the 9th and 10th of September we'll next see the Ginetta Championships in action, and then very much looking forward to, depending on how the weekends go and what I'm doing, I like going to the last British GTs on the on the mid-October weekend. So
Donington Decider.
The Donington Decider. Sometimes the weather, you need your big coat out at that time of year, but
yes.
To be fair, you needed your big coat out this weekend at times here at Cadwell. But plenty more racing to enjoy across the 3 championships that we've had here this weekend. If you're just joining us, we're awaiting the start of proceedings for the final race of the weekend for Ginetta G-Fest, celebrating 65 years of Ginetta here at Cadwell Park. We did hear a few moments ago that there's a 10-minute delay, so we're probably 3 or 4 minutes through that 10-minute delay at the moment. And so the 3rd race of the weekend for the Pro Tyre Ginetta GT Championship, the Premier Championship here this weekend, taking us to the finale of racing here in Lincolnshire. Andrew Mather and Adam Weller on commentary duties for you, and we've had a lot of fun this weekend, mate, haven't we? Let's say with the rain and the thrills and spills out there on the track.
We have. Oh, and there we go. My prediction has come true. The 95 car has made its way. Callum Davis and the SVG crew have worked hard, I'm sure, all hands on deck to get the car out there. And with a thunderous 3.7 litre rev, we are signalled a full grid. Callum Davis takes to the paddock, and we will see a full quota of G56 Pro cars. Wasn't that exciting to see? Wonderful stuff to see Callum Davis there. That was a very nice moment, actually, to see that car rolling up. I'm very happy to see that the Callum Davis car is there.
But again, I think this is actually a great advertisement for Ginetta and this paddock. That clearly a lot of work's gone in. They've found some new parts. I'm sure Ginetta and the teams have had their hand in that to make sure that this car can go out and circuit. And it's, as I say, we saw Thomas Shelley similarly have a bit of a situation where he ran some new bumper work for his car, the other category. So yeah, great work once again. That all the efforts have been made. We don't mind waiting a little bit longer if it means we get the full complement of cars back out on circuit. The whistle blows to tell the drivers it is time to head out onto circuit to roll down to the grid, and ahead of them 20 minutes of racing after their formation lap. There goes Callum Davies. Great effort by SVG to get that car back out and on the circuit.
Yeah, really good job from everybody. I say all hands on deck at SVG, but I'm sure many of the other teams, potentially the Ginetta factory crews that are here, the Ginetta factory staff that are here to assist, have all been on deck. A great effort from the SVG team and co to get that car out there. Really exciting to see those cars take to the track. All of the cars take to the track when we thought that SVG might not get to be there. So then multi-class racing in the Pro Tyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship, of course. And you see there the number 70 car of Sam Harvey, one of the patch jobs out there on circuit. But you've got the GT5 Pros, the G40 GT5, you've got the G56 Pro cars, the wonderful 3.7 litre V6s, the biggest and fastest cars we see this weekend, the biggest and fastest cars in single make Ginetta competition. Of course, it has a big brother in the form of the 6.2 litre V8 GT4 and GTR, the road car version of the GT4, but these cars are a brilliant spectacle to watch.
Yeah, indeed. I think just pausing for a moment to make sure that the order is correct for this grid. There's the number 19 of Carl Garnett. Great to see that car back out on circuit as well after a problem earlier on in the day during race number 2. And waiting for command from our race starter to start the formation lap for our 6 GTPs, the G56s, and our GT5 Pros, the G40s there, to have a bit of a find out of how the track is playing at the moment here at Cadwell Park. Well, again, we look through our reference of Hall Bends. There is a quite definite dry line through there.
Yes.
But once again, to the driver's right, there's still a big damp patch that you wouldn't want to be hitting in that shot, as you see there, coming out of Barn on driver's right off the racing line. It is going to mean, I think, overtaking will be difficult again in places, particularly with the wider G56s. And I tell you what else could be interesting is if so far this weekend, towards the end of races, we have seen, as a multi-class event, the GTPs catching the GT5 Pros and lapping them. How they deal with that, because in multi-class racing, of course, yes, there are blue flags, but the GT5s don't have to just jump straight out of the way. They're running their own race. They have their right to their position on track. That could be an interesting aspect if a GTP car needs to go properly onto the wet line to try and overtake.
The run to the first corner also, I think, significantly drier on the right-hand side. That may favour those on the outside of the rows of this grid. Luke Reed will be on the inside as our pole sitter in this race. Reed, the championship leader, looking to take yet another win. But he's got Ruben Haig for company to his left. So Ruben Haig looking to try and secure his second win of the weekend. Colin White in the 78 car. He will line up third alongside Bal Sidhu. Those two are pretty close on pace in the wet conditions earlier on, and Bal Sidhu will start in front of a couple of very quick drivers in the form of Carl Garnett, a former Pro-Am and Am vice champion in the previous form of the Ginetta GT Championship. Callum Davis, the 16-year-old charger, with a last-minute effort, has taken to the grid in his car from the SBG stable. And then in the ever close and competitive GT5 Pro battle, it is Karim Sekat and Ella Lloyd. Karim Sekat on pole, Ella Lloyd alongside. That will be interesting for Karim Sekat. He's been on the pace at times this weekend, but he's not had many opportunities to battle. When he's surrounded by the 3 Zentec cars, I'm sure the battle will commence. Luke Garlick and Sam Harvey rounding out our order on the grid.
And we should note there is a piece of news as to why the GT5 Pros are in that order. It's just to refer back to round 19's amended classification. Car number 28, 15-second penalty applied for gaining an unfair advantage under Sporting Regulation C2.3 meant that Karim Sekat was awarded his first race victory of the year. Ella Lloyd
brilliant.
in second place. Not 100% sure what the penalty. I can imagine what the penalty might have been for. We won't speculate right now because we've got another race to run. Yeah, it's great news for Karim Sekat to have a 1 in the win column for 2023.
Yeah, that's brilliant for Karim Sekat. He's a very bubbly, bright personality. Very nice chap, and while Ella Lloyd will be disappointed, and I commiserate with her, it is great to see that Karim Sekat has taken a win, and he now has an opportunity to do it again from pole position in GT5 Pro, albeit with the full Zentec Motorsport Armada, pretty much every way he looks. So then, the formation lap is nearly complete. The cars are stationary on the main straight. Again, I do think that those that are closer to the pit wall may have an advantage off the line here, especially in the second phase of the start as they approach the first corner at Coppice. Let's wait and see as we get ready to go racing. Red lights on, red lights off, and it is Luke Reed with a better start. Ruben Haig with the outside line. Now onto the wet patches goes Colin White and Luke Reed, but they both managed to hold strong through it. It is Reed that leads. It's Ella Lloyd that leads in the GT5s, side by side between Haig and Colin White. Colin White not able to take second place there. He will have to fall back to P3. Ruben Haig holds on to second place. Callum Davis, he hasn't been unnerved by the accident. He's already right there with Bal Sidhu, trying to make his way through the order in the hastily repaired SVG car.
Yeah, and a number of drivers trying to force their way onto the dry line down the inside. White versus Garnett. Holds on to third place, but Garnett trying to hook down the inside as they approach into Chris Curve. That got a little bit hairy for half a second or so. I think the GT5 pros have had a decent start as well, as you say, with Ella Lloyd taking the lead. It's actually a really good opportunity for Ella Lloyd to stretch out a lead over her Zentek Motorsport. Oh, is Colin White's off, and is it raining?
Yes.
There is rain down at and through the Gooseneck and Mansfield corner, and Colin White loses position then, is almost being overtaken by Ella Lloyd there in the first of the G40s. But yes, the rain has just started to come down here on lap number 1 once again. The GT Championship race is being affected by precipitation, and this is a real challenge now for the likes of Luke Reed. As out is Luke Garlick, and he kicks the car in frustration. Championship leader at the start of the weekend. It has not been a good one. That is going to be another 0 score for Luke Garlick, who is not going to be a happy driver at all.
Was just 2 points clear of Ella Lloyd coming into this race in the championship standings. That is going to be huge in the championship. It looks as though Ella Lloyd is going to be demoted, or rather promoted, I should say, to the top of the GT5 Pro points. She just has to finish the race now. She's got Karim Sekat and Sam Halvey for company, of course. Luke Reed has Ruben Haig for company at the front end of the order. It's Reed from Haig, Garnett up to third place, Callum Davis up to fourth, Bal Sidhu capitalising on Colin White's error to be in fifth place, as we are on the second lap of the race here in the Pro Tyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship. The fastest cars of the weekend in the hairiest of conditions. Spitting rain, slick tyres, 17.5 minutes of racing to go. Buckle up.
Yeah, it's. I wonder who this plays into the advantage of. Well, Ruben Haig is definitely a contender for that, because he's spent a lot of the weekend sliding the car, chucking the car around, generating the temperature in these tyres and getting grip, particularly through this part of the course, through Hall Bend. There's a challenge for third place going on there between Garnett and Davies, and Garnett does a really good job to hold the youngster in the number 95 back into the hairpin. Not much opportunity to overtake through there, and Bal Sidhu doing a really good job once again. We mustn't forget that he's only just stepped up to this G56 machine, and he's growing in confidence all the time, Adam.
He really is. It's great to see that he is adapting to the car so nicely after several years running in the GT5 spec G40. Bal Sidhu, I think he's enjoying himself a little bit, and as you say, only growing with confidence each and every time. Proved himself to be very competent in the wet in the car earlier on today as well. Callum Davis, though, these young racing drivers, they, as you alluded to at lunch in reference to karting, these youngsters just bounce after an incident, and he went full-on rear first into a wall earlier today, and here he is back again and pushing just as hard.
It's a back on the bike kind of thing, except it's back in the Ginetta. As I say, he was disappointed earlier. I saw him walking back into the paddock, and he'll kick himself because he's a young driver. He's a competitive driver, and he wants to improve all the time. He probably has a little bit of a different outlook on racing to others racing here this weekend, but full credit to him for getting back out there, being committed to the cause, and having a strong run at the moment. Also having a strong run, of course, Reed and Haig at the front of the field, and Karim Sekat. Well, the race victory that he's received virtue of some post-race amendments, I would say, has massively done some good things for his confidence. This is the best pace we've seen so far this weekend from Karim Sekat, holding there less than a second behind race leader and form driver of the weekend, I think it's fair to say, in GT5 Pro, Ella Lloyd.
Here's the battle for third place as Callum Davis once again is pressuring Carl Garnett. He's looking to the wet inside line at Coppice. Tyres will still be a little bit wet as he tries to brake. Can't get the car past that of Garnett. Garnett significantly more experienced, of course. As I mentioned, twice a vice champion in the AM and Pro-Am classifications respectively in the former GT4 Super Cup. Here comes Davis once again towards the Park Bend, has a look to the inside, wipers going as he's massively late on the brake, Callum Davis. If there is rain there, it's certainly not affecting Callum Davis's confidence. He dives to the inside for third place. Very committed manoeuvre.
Wow, I've got to say, I think that's what move of the weekend that we've
Quite
seen.
possibly.
With the circumstances of the comeback from the incident earlier, the track conditions. Garnet put a really good defence in there. There was a G56 width on the inside between Garnet's right-hand side and the white lines marking the edge of the track that will have been damp. And Callum Davies stuck his car there. Look at how much the number 95 squirms here under braking. This is not the dry part of the circuit, ladies and gentlemen. I thought at this stage that we were going to see a repeat of what we saw with Mackenzie Walker earlier, but he finds grip on the inside using the slick tyres to great effect. Gets round the corner. Brilliant move by Callum Davies for third place.
Yeah, really, really impressive stuff there. Luke Reed continues to lead the way then, with 13 minutes and change left to go in this race. Ruben Haig keeping a watching brief, and once again we see, rather similar to what we had earlier on between these two, Haig is quick in the first sector, very quick in the first sector, as proven by his speed through Charlie's, and now up the park straight towards Park. And in fact, this is the opportunity that Haig needs. He's looking to the outside line. That's ambitious. Luke Reed should give him space, does just about give him space. Haig has a nose ahead. He's still on the outside through Chris Curve. Hip check between the two of them. Luke Reed holds the lead for now at least, but it's extremely close between the pair of them, and that was hard but fair racing.
It was indeed. It was a mighty go as a bit more contact between Reed and Haig, and it's the damage on the front right of the number 6. I think there was a little bit of rain on the camera as they came down there and through Mansfield. That was a real check across from Luke Reed to hold on to the lead of this race. Yeah, there's a little bit of damage to the front fender of the number 6, but nothing that I think is going to slow Ruben Haig, not this weekend here at Cadwell Park. And he'll have another go, I'm sure. 12 and a half or just less than that minutes to go, and it is hotting up here in the last race of the weekend.
It really is. What a great battle this is. What an exciting set of circumstances this is. With these conditions, just the slightest whiff of rain around the circuit, and just starting to heat up, as you rightly say, and you can see the speed difference through this first sector, through Charlie's and through the first corner at Coppice. Reed braked into the first corner. It didn't look like Ruben Haig did at all. He's properly on it, really using the extremities of the circuit as well. They're coming out of the Charlie's bend. He's once again closing in as they go up the park straight. Don't think Haig is close enough for a move. He is not. But he really is pushing his Ruben Haig. Of course, he does have to be careful to keep it within the track limits, of course. We've seen penalties in the last couple of races for that. We've been relatively unaffected prior to this afternoon by track limits penalties. They just need to make sure they keep it on the island.
Do indeed. Change to report for 5th place. Bal Sidhu and his continuing emergence in this category has got past Colin White. So good stuff there from Bal Sidhu, up to past one of the most established drivers in this championship. That will be a feather in his cap. Leaders coming through Hall Bends once again, and we're going to have a look at a replay. This was the side-by-side moment between Reed and Haig, and you've got to give it to Haig. He was putting his nose axle to axle round the outside. Reed gave him move. I think there was contact there, very slight between the two of them, and then contact again there coming through Chris Curve, and then thrice for a bit of action as well. That was the more significant one though, Adam, because that's just flicked that bit of bodywork off the front of the number 6 on the wheel arch, and I wonder if he'll be feeling a little bit of that, maybe a touch of understeer now, especially in these greasy conditions.
Yeah, quite possibly. I think minimal effect, but there will be an effect, certainly. It's not major, but it's enough to for his steering wheel to tell the story. There'll be a little bit more understeer through the right-handers in particular than he previously had. That said, of course, Charlie's the biggest right-hander on the lap. Seems to be where he makes up a lot of his time, sector on sector, up against Reed. Haig once again quickest through the first sector on this lap, a 25.2 versus the 25.38 of Reed, but it's the final sector where Reed makes up all of his time. the tight and twisty Hall Bends mountain section of the circuit. There's Ella Lloyd, the GT5 Pro leader, just systematically building a slight gap over Karim Sekat. You see the evidence of that there on screen. 2.1 seconds the gap between Lloyd and Karim Sekat. Sam Harvey not too far away from Karim Sekat either in the definitely rather wounded number 70 car. He could yet challenge Karim.
I say Sam Harvey's really impressed me this weekend, speaking with some of the team and his dad in the paddock yesterday, and they're saying how they were a little bit apprehensive. Only his second race in the wet yesterday, but served himself very, very well. And I'm not saying this is a disrespectful thing to Zentek Motorsports at all. There's no way that car is at full pace. No. It's had a significant amount of damage. It's been put back together so he can race, and he's still getting performance out of it. It's a really good effort from Sam Harvey at the moment, and the team too. I say, just get him out there in the first place after the level of damage that we saw in race number 2. So again, I think we've got to keep an eye on Sam Harvey. He's getting better and better every time he goes out in this class.
Most certainly. Balsidhu continuing to hold off Colin White. I think the gap extending slightly in recent times as well. In fact, no, it went down 4/10 on the previous lap, but it was also bigger last time I checked it, the gap between the two, so it's fluctuating a little bit. Lap on lap between Balsidhu and Colin White. Luke Reed still with Ruben Haig pressuring from behind. Haig last time by set the fastest lap of the race, 1:31.509. Haig definitely going to race Reed as hard as possible. You can't rule out more side-by-side action before the end of this race. I don't think Luke Reed is going to have vacant mirrors at any point before the checkered flag.
He isn't, but he's still looking a little bit faster through sector number 3, and I think that's serving Reed well, especially when they get to this portion of the circuit. It means that Haig can't even think about getting up alongside and taking a line we saw similar to what Callum Davies attempted earlier in this race. I think if Haig was a little bit closer through turn 1 and turn 2 through Coppice and Charlie's, that he really would have a good chance up into the Park Bend. In fact, this time he is going to have a go. He's going to try a switchback maybe, but Reed defends to the inside, nearly side by side once again, but not as much of an overlap this time between Reed and Haig, who has taken the fastest lap of the race so far, 1:31.172. And it's a story that we've seen in a couple of races so far today. These conditions of the dry line being there, overtaking very difficult, especially with the G56s and the width of them. But Ruben Haig will do everything he can to try and find a way and take another race win. Like he started the weekend, took the first race yesterday in those wet conditions. He's really been very adaptable this weekend. That's been the most impressive things for me this weekend. The drivers cutting those curbs there through Hall Bends. One of the bollards, the marker bollards, has been dislodged, not by our leaders. It was already on the floor by the time they came through. They're still pushing on here, Reed and Haig. Possibly going to break under the 130s in this race.
It was actually by Ruben Haig, but it was quite a while ago.
Okay.
I did see that happen at the time. So further evidence of Haig's pushing that dislodged bollard, of which there is plenty. Yellow flags at Mountain. No Balsidhu in front of Colin White either. So I suspect that potentially Balsidhu may have had a moment somewhere. There he is coming past our commentary position with what looks to be front right damage. This isn't on camera, of course. What is on camera is a great scrap for the lead, as once again Ruben Haig carries momentum out of Charlie's to the outside at Park Bend, nose ahead, almost a replica of what we saw earlier on. Once again Luke Reed gives him the space. Is there another hip check between the two of them? Yes, there is, but this time it backfires, and Luke Reed, with a puff of Michelin dust in the air, loses out on the race lead in a collision with Ruben Haig. Haig to the race lead. Was Luke Reed squeezed, or did it just backfire as he tried to squeeze himself to squeeze out Ruben Haig? I'm not sure what the circumstances were there, but we have a new leader in Ruben Haig, and the second place battle in GT5's ongoing. Karim Sekat having to defend from Sam Harvey.
Yeah, difficult to say from that angle for us in the box. I'm sure Race Control will at least have a curious glance at that one. For now, though, Luke Reed leads the race. Let's have another look at it. So this time, I would say Haig was on the approach slightly further ahead.
Yeah.
And this was the key point because he properly draws ahead. I would say that this point here, the number 26 has its nose in front. It's difficult, that one, because Reed is slightly on the grass, cutting in, will have lost a bit of grip on the right-hand side, going through Chris Curve.
I think if Reed had taken that line without Ruben Haig there, he would have found himself on the very far extremities on the exit of Chris Curve.
I'd agree.
So if I were to weigh it, I've just said, I think I've implied heavily where I would weigh the blame. We'll have to see what the decision is. What we can tell you is that Luke Reed is down to second place in the Wolf Motorsport number 26 car. Looked like there's a slightly more drizzly haze around that section of the track too, to my eye. You can see the rain spots still forming with 3.5 minutes to go there at the gooseneck camera. But what a race this has been. We've got a great scrap still going on as well for second in GT5 Pro. They're heading towards the final corner at the moment. Great scraps all throughout the field. We've proven time and time again this weekend that you can race wonderfully in a Ginetta, and you can race wonderfully at Cadwell Park. Here is that battle for second place. Karim Sekat, buoyed by his admittedly post-race victory in Ginetta GT Championship Race 2, looking to take the second step of the podium again here in Race 3.
I'll put the cliche out there, a win's a win as far as I'm concerned. So he's having a great weekend, is Karim Sekat. I think for Sam Harvey at this stage of the race, a quick little rain shower is actually what he needs. He needs an equalisation of the track surface to increase his chances of finding a way past Karim Sekat with 2.5 minutes to go, because even still up here through Park, there's still a drier line and a damper line, and you've got to overtake on that damper line because a lead driver is not going to give up the dry line of their own accord unless they make a mistake. So Sam Harvey's got to do it the hard way. There are rain spots there as they come down through, down the hill through the gooseneck and towards Mansfield. Is there going to be an opportunity for Sam Harvey, who, yes, is running wounded, but he's scoring points, which, given what's happened to Luke Garlick and his teammate there in Zentex Motorsport, that's a good thing for Harvey at this stage. But there's going to be a development here, Adam, isn't there?
Yes, because Sekat and Harvey are about to be joined by Ruben Haig.
Yes.
Ruben Haig is about to knock on their back door and say, would you mind awfully if I come in? We'll have to see whether or not he gets through unopposed. This will, incidentally, be the start of the final lap for Ruben Haig this time by. He's going to have to contend with that battle for second place in class as he runs down towards Coppice, the first corner, where there is, of course, quite a lot of damp patches. So, as you alluded to, difficult negotiation here. The inside line is left clear for him. He has the straight line speed, and he does get through. He did have to brake on a wet patch, though. Ruben Haig did very well to keep that straight and true and not affect the battle for second in GT5s.
Yeah, that was really good driving by everybody involved, everyone giving a required level of space, and for Ruben Haig, not ideal, but you'd much rather catch traffic in this set of conditions in that sort of... You wouldn't want to catch them through, Hall and towards the barn, for example. So that was pretty good to get them on a straight piece of road. The power advantage can be used, and to get it done there through Coppice. Good stuff by Ruben Haig.
Ruben Haig, with 35 seconds left on the clock, has just half a lap of Cadwell Park to go. It's the final lap of the third Pro Tire Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship race. It's the final lap of competitive action at the 2023 Ginetta G-Fest at Cadwell Park, the second such event this year to celebrate 65 years of Ginetta. And we're having scraps right to the end, as is in keeping with the spirit and the selling points of Ginetta cars. Great scrap here. Karim Sekat and Sam Harvey nose to tail as they head through the hall bends for the final time. And will Harvey have a last lap lunge? He tries it, I think, but Karim Sekat goes defensive. Sekat just needs a good run now to the last corner to secure second in GT5 Pro. Ruben Haig secures victory in the overall standings. Ruben Haig takes the GT Pro win and the overall win, and Karim Sekat did hold on to second in the GT5 Pro class. Luke Reed will take a slightly disappointed second position. Regardless of where you fall on the incident, he will obviously not be happy. Callum Davis secures a podium. That is one of the stories of the weekend, of course. SVG Motorsport really jumping across the line at the final second to even get the car started, and he rewards them with a podium.
Yeah, superb effort by that's a proper team effort. That's the very definition of great teamwork in motorsport to get that car repaired and out there on circuit. Drivers then got to do their bit, of course, but I'll be very thankful to the SVG Motorsport crew there. A couple of drivers still to come over the line, including our GT5 Pro winner, because Ella Lloyd has, such has been the pace of her driving in this race, is going to be the sole GT5 Pro runner still on the lead lap. And this will be a good feeling for Ella Lloyd. A very good weekend in her championship bid in this category. She took pole position in the timed qualifying in the wet yesterday and has spent a lot of this time at the front of the order. Is going to take another race victory. Could we be seeing Cadwell Park as a big moment in the GT5 Pro category this year? Ella Lloyd takes victory in round 20 and takes a full complement of points because she also has the fastest lap in class in this race as well, a 1:38.6. A very mature drive.
And with that, she takes the championship lead over Luke Garlick. So Ella Lloyd will head into Brands Hatch, head into the final two events of the Pro Tire Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship season as the championship leader. That is a huge and significant development for Ella Lloyd as she continues to fight for that title. Ruben Haig with another race victory. Great job from young Ruben, who has been really stellar this year, claiming victory here today. Haig taking the top step, Luke Reed taking second, Callum Davis in third position. Fourth place for Carl Garnett, fifth place for Colin White, of course. Balsid, who made a bit of an error, we didn't see exactly what happened, but the 16 Zentech Motorsport car did take the flag, and Balsid, who rounds out a very successful second weekend in the GT Pro Ginetta G56. Ella Lloyd taking 7th and the victory in GT5 Pro, with it the championship lead. Karim Sekat follows up a win, a retroactive win, in the GT5 Pro class earlier on with a second place despite the best efforts of Sam Harvey towards the end. Great effort from Zentech Motorsport to get that car back out as well. Lots of teams really putting in a shift this weekend to satisfy their drivers to get themselves still in contention in the championship. Of course, for Ruben Haig, this is race win number 5 of the season. It will also bring him a lot closer to some of the others in the championship as well. I think he will be right on the verge, if not succeeding, in usurping Garnett and Colin White in the championship as well. So a championship rostrum very much on the cards with the current form of Ruben Haig. Very exciting to see. I understand now that we are ready to go down to Jack Werrell. Jack Werrell will give us, for the final time this weekend, reactions from the paddock.
So the final race of the weekend comes to an end. The final race of the second Ginetta G-Fest, and the final race for the Pro Tire Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship. What a race that was throughout the throughout start to finish. The rain slowly started to come down, but it didn't affect the drivers too much. And again, the standard level of action from Ginetta. A brilliant race all round. Ruben Haig, our race winner. We will grab a quick word with Ruben once he's finished celebrating with his family. Ruben, You had to work for that one. What was it like from your perspective?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was mixed conditions all the way through. 1 minute it was dry, next minute it was wet, and it was all about finding the grip. I think Luke was quicker in the second half of the track and in the first half, where there's only one overtaking spot really. We managed to find the time, get onto the back of him. You know, lap after lap I was trying to look up the inside, make a move. Tried around the outside once, didn't work. Tried it again and it did. Unfortunately there was a bit of a contact, but yeah, hopefully all things are good.
And your opinion on the weekend as a whole, the second Ginetta G-Fest?
Oh, it's been great really. We're all a little bit sceptical coming to Cadwell because of the tight nature of the track and the size of the cars. But yeah, results wise it's been great to walk away with 2 wins in a second. I couldn't ask for much better really.
Great stuff, congratulations Ruben. So we will try and grab another driver. We've got Luke Reed over here, so if you follow me over this way we will grab a quick word with Luke, of course finishing second in that one. Luke, we'll bring you in here. It seemed like you had your hands full throughout that race, lots of defending, and then very quickly you had to turn that to attack.
Yeah. I was having a good battle with Ruben at the start. Again, I need to re-watch it over, but I felt like I gave him enough space, and the favour wasn't returned. But nevertheless, I'm still really happy to take a P2. The team's done an awesome job all weekend. Highlight was the boys running back and grabbing wets, and then running back to the thing. So I owe that to them. But yeah, on to Brands next, home race, so yeah, looking forward to it.
Great stuff, congratulations. And final words about the second Ginetta G-Fest this year?
Yeah, I've really enjoyed Cadwell Park. They've put on a good show, a little bit of a shame about the weather, but other than that, yeah, it's been really good.
Great stuff, congratulations Luke. So we will grab a quick word here, this being Callum. Callum, again, I don't know how to word this one, because we saw you in race 2, unfortunately, on the grass after a short trip into the barrier. What a way to turn it round.
Yeah, like you said, after quite an big impact in race 2, literally, big thank you to the team. They just got it turned around. As soon as we arrived into the paddock area, they were sending us out, so it was really good timing by the team. And yeah, like you said, the first lap got an overtake done, so that was good. And then Garnet held me up for a few seconds, then managed to overtake him, and then I was just clear road up from then. So, but no, managed to finish on the podium, so very happy about that. But no, it was a strong race to be fair, so it was good.
And Brands Hatch coming up next. Is this a sign of things to come?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Brands. On the few test days we've done with the Ginetta test days, we've been up there with the pace, so hopefully we can get on the top step of the podium.
Great stuff, congratulations. Cheers, Callum. So I think that is all the drivers we've got around here, but at least from myself, Jack Roll, for the final time this weekend, back down to Adam and Andrew.
Thank you so much for your efforts this weekend, Jack. It's been great to hear your interviews with our drivers. Andrew Mather, we've been here all weekend watching some brilliant racing. What are your takeaways from seeing Ginetta's here at Cadwell Park?
I could not agree more. It's been a fantastic weekend. It's been a challenging weekend with the weather conditions, but all the teams, all the drivers, everyone here at Ginetta, I think, have put on a really good show that everyone can be proud of. And thank you to Cadwell as well. Great, a wonderful circuit to come to. Always very welcoming here at Cadwell Park, and can't wait to come back for whatever's next for next reason to come to Cadwell. And thank you to yourself as well, mate. It's been a pleasure to work with you for the first time, and I hope we get to do it again soon.
Likewise, my friend. It's been a wonderful weekend. Often it's said of Cadwell Park, you know what? We can't do overtaking here. It's difficult to pass on, not at all inducive to good racing. All of that is completely false, because this weekend we have seen fabulous overtakes by the dozen. We've seen charges through the field from so many of the talented drivers of the Ginetta paddock. We thank everyone who has tuned in to this meeting on Ginetta TV this weekend, to the marshals, to our camera ops, to the production crew and everyone else involved. Thank you so much for helping us bring G-Fest for the second time this year, this time at Cadwell Park. We will close out the season with 2 more events at Brands Hatch and of course at the Donington Decider, as we continue to celebrate 65 years of Ginetta with the 3 headline categories of Ginetta racing. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you again on Ginetta TV very soon.